The selling resumes back to the downside here this morning in a pretty big way for futures for individual names on the back of this address from U.S. President Donald Trump late last night, where there was really no clarity whatsoever. Not only was there no clarity on a timeline for a potential end to the conflict in the Middle East, he seemed to even double down on some key talking points around the tough stance the U.S. continues to take in the Middle East. So that's the S&P 500 right now, just making a fresh low on the morning. NASDAQ looking about the same. Fresh lows coming into play right now. Oil to the upside in a huge way this morning. When I sat down, it was 7. We touched 9% to the upside right across the board. So energy names back in play. Everything else pretty much under pressure right now, including one that we were talking about yesterday on this desk quite heavily. Nike's below $44 this morning, which is a pretty impressive move to the downside after we were sitting here yesterday morning in the pre-market. At this time, it was 48 bucks. So just unbelievable selling in that stock on the back of this earnings report. I mean, a whole bunch of other individual names to talk about this morning. Tesla, one of those. Decent numbers coming out of China. We'll get into that. More news on Intel. Individual stories, however, going to be in the backseat, I fear, today throughout this entire session, with all things global and macro on the minds of everyone. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning. Donald Trump stating last night, if you need oil coming from the Strait of Hormuz, it's best that you diversify and buy oil from the United States. So essentially,
what a sales
pitch. Yeah, a sales pitch there from Donald. He says he has the most oil. He has more oil than the Gulf countries and Russia combined. So a sales pitch coming from Donald Trump last night in Blue Ocean. Brenda, watching USO climb higher and the overall market start to slide.
Yeah, we'll have to pull out those numbers when they come out on the internal site here today and see how everyone did overnight. I'm sure there was tons of opportunity. I mean, what a difference a day makes here, guys. It's been 24 hours, but I mean, we were so positive not only yesterday but the past 2 days on the potential for this thing getting some sort of conclusion sooner than later. I mean, I feel like that's completely out the window at this point.
Yeah, well, it's definitely not good. It could be worse. Not that much. I mean, we had that 3% update the other day, and it was like obviously I was feeling pretty good about it, and we've given a lot of that move back. And the worst part about it, I would say, would be, it's not the worst part about it, but one of the things, it's like we were dragging everything down. And we're in a situation where, gold's not a safe haven because the U.S. dollar is the dollar index is rising every time we have a spike in energy prices. So this will be down 3.5, and you got SLV down 6 points. You sort of look back to we had that nice rally a couple of days ago. When I say it could be worse, we're not all the way back down there. But then you throw in the factor of it. Oh, wow, now it's a long weekend. And you tend to see a little bit more fear and risk off going into a long weekend, especially when one headline can drive you one way or the other. So we're not off to a good start, and we are expecting to get some Tesla delivery numbers at some point today. I don't know how much that's going to matter. Like, Intel was a beast, and it is a small positive catalyst, and that doesn't seem to matter. And then, of course, you go ahead and mention what on most days would be considered. Well, if we're going to be talking about how weak and poor things are looking, like on most days, we'd be mentioning Nike. But Nike down 2 points doesn't seem so bad right now, given what else we're looking at, because oil is through the roof.
Right here, up 9.5%. Wow. I said yesterday, I mean, remember I went through it all, and I was like, look, if this is not the market for you, then sell. And you would have had great opportunity to do that. And we talked about raising some cash yesterday as well, if this was something that you're interested in and you couldn't sort of withstand some of that pain. April Fool's joke on everybody yesterday as the market continued its rally, as Brendan just mentioned. And then today, boom, not much confidence given by Donald Trump that this is going to be a war that ends anytime soon. So you have market down, oil rocking up. I mean, I just typed in USO to figure out some levels that I liked. And I was like, what in the hell? This is $136? obviously I can, you think about the math, up 10%, fine, but it's like, wow. I was thinking like we were always looking at, shorting 125 or, whatever these prices are. And then now today we're in another orbit all the way up here as well as yesterday. And again, remember, like we went through the list yesterday and everything was down, 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 down in the energy space. And today up, 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 up away as we go again for XOM, up another 3% here today after, there it is. There's your chance to diversify. Hope you took it. It was one day. You're able to buy some oil yesterday and get some of that into your account. And there it goes upside right now for XOM. And Bitcoin getting shit canned as well today, down to 66,000. So that continues to be a problem there as global supply of everything. If you're holding on to something right now, it's probably worth a little less. So Bitcoin down. You got gold in your pocket right now. I don't. And there it is right there. That's going to be down a little bit, I thought, earlier. Yeah. Okay, we're getting zeros on our number here. There it is, now down 3%, of course. So there's the move down. You already touched on silver. Yeah, everything getting hit here. I like Apple maybe if we're going to buy something today. We saw Apple really strong there at the end of the day where we had that long at 254. It ripped up into 256 and change. We saw us trading that yesterday. Maybe something on Apple today if we're looking longs down into 250 if that does print. But for me, I'm just going dead red today again, man. Risk off. That's definitely worked out for me the last couple of weeks, just trying to play this market sentiment. And today it's red, right? I mean, the NASDAQ just continues to make those moves lower. And even if you can look at the NASDAQ to SPY, I mean, they're all the same. Now, ES right now down 1.6, while NASDAQ's down 2. Actually, that's much more aggressive. That's just starting to heat up even more as we speak right here. But yeah, there's that little 2-day rally that everybody was excited about, and for good reason, right? I mean, the markets are going to have, in bear markets and in downside pushes like this, you are going to get a good rebound every once in a while, right? And so that's just a whipsaw action of the market. So I don't think we need to get too worried until we actually break down below even where we were yesterday or a couple of days ago. We've broken down below yesterday, but 2 days ago's low here in the Qs is 560. So let's see if we can get into that level. That's still a minute away, right? So we still have a little ways to go before we get back into some of those lows again. But yeah, not great. I didn't look at Robinhood yet, but I don't know if I want to. Okay, 66, not so bad. SoFi was hanging around 15 yesterday, so it's there again today. Actually, it's a lot lower today. It was 15.50 yesterday. SoFi down another 3% today. Holy Nikes. This just keeps on getting worse and worse and worse. So I'm not sure where we're going to be running today if you're looking for longs, man. I think it's going to be like a really, really big risk-off kind of day. I mean, if you were looking at an Occidental or XLE maybe for an ETF, that could get going at some point. But all these names right back up to the high side once again. And then NVIDIA wants to hold this 170, I feel like. Obviously, we've dipped down below it. In those last couple of days, but we made a nice move back up into 177. I think that names like NVIDIA, names like Apple, and even Google ran past $300 yesterday. Like, they show their strength when the market agrees with them. So these are the right, I think Joe even might have said it yesterday. It was, or I'm not sure who was talking about it, but it was just like, they're so fun to trade on the way up and on the way down. They have that same experience. So it's just kind of like, as you look at some of these major mega cap names, I think this is the best place to be, because when we do get that rally, you're going to see these names absolutely rip up. But at the same time, it is tough to come in every morning and see, what does Wednesday look like? What does Thursday look like? And today, with it being a low week, a light week, we're not in tomorrow on Good Friday, definitely.
You're not in tomorrow?
I'm not in tomorrow, yeah. I mean, I'll probably come in. I have to come in and do my taxes, right, Joe? I'll be in Brampton tomorrow.
Have you not started your taxes?
No, I haven't started them yet. I'll be in Brampton tomorrow. We have it's a start of a tournament tomorrow.
Nice.
So, yeah, 7 more games left in the season, and then we start immediately on the new season. But yeah, anyways, there's NVIDIA to the downside. So yeah, I got to be careful with what we're doing here today. The only thing I've written down right now is the futures, and we're going short. So. But yeah, congratulations to the Artemis launch. I guess they're orbited now, and that seems to be another step for humanity again. So that was a nice move to the north side there.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Like, I don't know if you
stock market going down, we're going up.
It kind of sucks because it was at least. I mean, you had SpaceX. The IPO file was yesterday. You had Rocket Labs and ASTS have both been strong. Yeah. Like there was a world in which a successful launch could have actually mattered to this group today, but let's be real. Nothing's up. So it's like, what are you supposed to do? Like Rocket Lab's going to be down 5% here. ASTS is going to be down. You got good, and you even have this global star news with Amazon considering considering, I think, buying them, which it gets a little complicated because just like a year and a half ago, Apple invested in them pretty heavily and got a 20% stake. So, there's a competitive aspect there. But if this were to get closed, it's another boost for some of these space names. And you'd really think, it kind of sucks because if there was one thing that looked like, okay, the space names they got some catalyst here, should be some decent longs. It just doesn't really matter in here today. That said, GSAT, if you're looking for something that's energy that is breaking out, that's not energy that is breaking out, this is pretty much it for today, at least that I could find. It's not a tremendous amount of volume, but when you start talking about a potential deal here with Amazon, then I think you get sometimes a bit of a shelf. So this one, it's got a 75 prior high. If we really tank in there, like there's that plus the gap range to yesterday where I could see maybe some mean reversion, but you got to prove to me that you can catch a bid. Like when the launch happened, I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna have Rocket Lab on my list again, and this and that, and.
But I mean, why would that really be affecting on?
No, it's sentiment. It's just everything's down sentiment. To me, it's just a sentiment thing, and you're dragging everything down with you. GSAT has the positive catalyst today, so at least it stands out.
All right, there was an email issue this morning, guys. We're well aware. I've seen all the emails. Thank you. We're well aware. The email platform that we use had a bit of an issue this morning. We've sent an update. You will get another one, so we apologize for any confusion, but that was the template. Unfortunately, that got sent out this morning. Lots of NVIDIA on that watch list, that's for damn sure. Market continuing to slide to the downside here this morning. Again, there hasn't been, I sat down here 20 minutes ago, and there hasn't been any real comments or additional headlines coming out to, aid in this narrative this morning whatsoever. You have a few options ideas already this morning. Anything standing out to you that's a little bit scary looking at this point?
Well, not at this point. It's just crazy from some of the price action that we've seen yesterday and how headline sensitive the market is that we have a couple contracts here, Brendo, that we'll go over momentarily, just not this second, but it's the continuous climb, and then you have a headline drop, and then the gains that what you had throughout the intraday session are gone in a matter of minutes, right? And it's just like tank, you grind all day, and then 10, 15 minutes later, they say, oh, we're not anywhere close to having any form of a deal, and you give up the majority of the gains. And we're gonna go over a couple of those examples here momentarily. We can kick things off with Google actually asked us, as I scroll, and this is gonna be a prime example of essentially what happened yesterday. So this contract was actually documented on Tuesday evening. And we'll run through this relatively quickly here, but we can see that these contract values are around $8.90 and $8.10 respectively on the bid. But one day later, and a couple of hours within the session, Brendo, you can see that these contracts value essentially double in the span of an hour and a half. Now, Google only climbed 4%, but this is where you can also see the attractiveness of essentially trading options, is people are looking for these hefty returns and quick amounts of time, but they also dwindle equally as quick as well, considering we just had that drop. So a double in the span of a couple of hours, but then the majority of it lost on some selling.
I was thinking about this morning when I came in and saw where the market was, but I was reading an article, I guess it was the end of 2 days ago, not yesterday, but 2 days ago, right at the close. It was record inflows in one of the inverse oil ETFs. It was essentially saying everyone was piling into this, effectively a short position on oil. This was at the close 2 days ago. Yesterday would have worked pretty well, but here, as to your point, you come in this morning, it's just ripping in your face.
And there's nothing you can do about it, right? Especially if there's no overnight trading. If you're locked into some of these contracts, regardless of what happens overnight in the blue ocean, you have to wake up and you have to stomach it until 9:30 in the morning.
On that, I just pulled up the VIX here just to see where we're at. We're back to 27.80, I guess, 28 bucks almost on the VIX. Yesterday we went out around $24. So, you know, just a measly 13, 14% move here, guys, overnight on the VIX.
Well, actually, to be real, I thought we might have woken up to 30. So it's actually maybe not even as bad.
You were mentioning limit down yesterday. You were scaring the shit.
No. That was if out of nowhere it was like surprise landing of troops, like something that was so, which this is not. That's not it. And I think it would have taken something like that and to have the discussions of the limit down. I don't think that would happen. But I am surprised is the wrong word. Like I could have seen us back up in the 30 range, right? And this should be something to watch. Like if we weren't to see the VIX creep up into the 30s, what would that actually mean for us? I don't think it would. Like it'd be hard to break the week's lows or get that bad. Let's just say if no one's really pricing in that we're going to make a new fresh high in the VIX. So it's worth keeping an eye on. I'll certainly keep an eye on it. And just talking about another thing that's like doggish. Oh, Bitcoin, man. Like this had its own problems because even in the rally, we've been talking about like the technicals on BTC and this secondary breakdown. If history repeats itself here, it could get nasty. And there's our trend on the daily for Bitcoin, and there's our consolidation as it tries to hold after that little trend break. Same thing happening here, and you've got the flat bottom at 65 now. Yikes. That's all I can say. So I think that's another one I'll be looking pop and fade. But yeah, I mean, you could always say that it could be worse here. So we're down 2%, and in that situation, I would have expected a little bit higher. You know, if we actually pop through, like some of these levels are pretty defined here in the VIX. Like the 28 level has been mostly resistance, and the only time we press through, well, we all know, you know, kind of how bad it was earlier in the week, right? Like when we were pressing through, it's because we were pretty much down at those lows. Like we're looking at 23.2 on the NQ. So if we actually get back to 30, you could see us all the way down there again. But we're not yet. So see, positivity can be positive.
Yeah, I don't. I heard what Joe was talking about there about the options, but I mean, the thing is like, if you're going to short oil or long oil or do anything with gold or silver or make any sort of a play heading into a shortened week, heading into that speech from President Trump, especially seeing the bump ups that we've recently had in the stock market. We know the volatility's been there. We just talked about where VIX is at. You know, then you deserve everything that you got. You know, you're in a contract or you're in something, and Joe's like, "Wow, imagine having this happen to you," and you know, you just have to watch it in blue ocean. Yeah, that's right. You don't have to imagine that. That is what's going to happen. It's going to happen every single time. If President speaks next Wednesday night, let's just say, or Tuesday night, just try not to make the same mistake or try to play it a different way. You're going to get volatility. These markets are extremely, extremely volatile. I mean, every day we've come in this week, the NASDAQ over here, I don't think it's had double digits. It's always had like a 2 or a 1. It's never been up or down like 0.5% or something like that. And if it is, it doesn't take long before it starts to ramp up one way or the other. So, yeah, I just think you get the medicine that you need in these markets, and if options is a thing for you, then you know, you sort of live and die by that sword. And remember, every time someone's writing something, someone's got to then write the call or the put, and then someone's also got to buy it from you. So there's that transaction of people understanding what they're doing. Someone's going to have made a lot of money this morning, and someone's going to be down to zero, you know, because some of these calls, I guess, are just going to be absolutely blasting off right now. And if you're writing some of those or, you know, buying puts, you're not doing well today on oil. I'm not sure what we would have thought President Trump. I mean, we left yesterday. I even was talking about the SPY only of being corrected, only down 6 or 7% as of yesterday's correction. And that was a great opportunity to take that 3% bump and get out, right? We had the NASDAQ up 3.25 a couple days ago. Then we had it up another 1.5 yesterday or something. That's like 4% bounce back, you know, in a market that was only down 7. So, like, it became much more reasonable to get out yesterday. Even a stock like, you know, great stock like Marvell, You know, we saw that go up to 108 yesterday. It's back down today. So, like, right there, you know, you had just a couple awesome days you know, right back in. So I still think you want to hold close good companies. But if you need to raise cash, I don't even think it's too late even today. But you're going to miss a couple percentage points. That's all. And yeah, heading into the weekend, I'm not sure any of us have any idea what's going to happen, especially on a religious weekend. I don't know if that's going to matter these days, but you know, we'll have to wait to see if something goes on there. Nasdaq back to the 50-period moving average finally.
It's trying. And you know what? If you're an equity trader in these markets looking to scale, then PropShopTrader is a multi-asset proprietary trading firm designed to remove the typical barriers that traders face. You can trade stocks without pattern day trading restrictions and no licensing requirements, while also accessing futures markets within the same environment. PropShopTrader offers both day trading and swing trading programs, giving traders the flexibility to manage multiple accounts and deploy different strategies. Why risk your own capital when you don't have to? Scan the QR code to unlock 60% off your first account, plus buy one and get one free. Get started today. You can scan the QR code as you see on screen right there. A little gladiator action. All right, that's what it feels like in these markets. Unfortunately, like if you're in the longs holding overnight, like you were saying, it's a holding overnight. It's what you get. It's like in the original Gladiator when they go in and like the entire battle is. It's like skewed, so they're supposed to lose. It's like, yeah, so the guys are sitting in the middle huddled, and then all of a sudden, like, chariots come in surrounding them. It's like, it's stacked against.
Yeah, you got to find your way out. You got to battle out of that.
Yeah, and in the overnight, it feels as if there's far more risk that things are escalating than the other side of things. Unfortunately, that's just the environment we're in. And to the point of the whole, like, I don't know how much this long weekend, I don't know if it matters. Like, you'd like to hope that it would, but I'm not really feeling that way. Oh, the other way I was kind of thinking about this too. Like, there are some other things that are. I mean, they're not up, but like they're not down. Like if you look at like a Lockheed, like it's flat. I know that's not exciting, and
it's very exciting to be flat.
Yeah, I guess. I suppose that's where we're at here. Like Raytheon's up, 1.5 points. So there's some bounce in some of the defense names, which look okay. So you could look at ETF there. These are getting back on the schneid. Like Raytheon, trying to get back above the 50-period moving average, maybe like break the $200 level. Not a ton of pre-market volume, but there's another side to this coin where outside of energy, you're finding some kernels of strength. But yeah, they're not looking too good whatsoever. And you had so many things that were you already mentioned Marvell. Like remember, like Intel was a rocket yesterday. And it wasn't just it was a rocket, like it held this flag and it held support all afternoon. This was set up today to be like a potential breakthrough. They have a small catalyst and positive story today to follow up yesterday's. It just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in this market. Sentiment completely changed. And if you lost like any of your big support, that kind of stuff turns into some resistance here. So that is what it is. Let's get some super chats up here. We got a couple in, so we can throw them up there. Andre, when we get it.
He's going to get them up.
It's JKL. Hey.
Oh, this guy.
It's the beach report. We got to have the beach report.
You got to.
Out of long oil.
Out of long oil. Okay. Bang.
That'll play. And back into long silver. Trades will remain shorter due to volatility, which makes sense. Head on a swivel. That's how it should be as well. Easter weekend. Happy Easter weekend. So happy Easter weekend.
When you go like one way, like one day that super chat means something, the next day it doesn't. Like that's the awesome thing about that long oil trade. I mean, you took that long oil up 10%, so get out of that one. Switch over into silver. Silver down 6%. So you're kind of playing the sort of game of potentially being some sort of a recovery, maybe getting out of the long and out of the long oil into the long silver. So I guess you're probably thinking of a potential recovery day today for the market. I don't know. I'm still thinking short silver. I need some advice. I bought a massive number of call options on UVXY. Okay, well that's good then. All right. As soon as I read call options, like okay, well that's gonna be a problem.
Okay, well.
All right. At 52, I don't know what is UVXY.
55.
Yeah. Okay. So get out. When it dipped, should I set a limit order before open and pray? Pray for what? I think you're fine. You know, I think the last part there, I mean, it's gonna be your trade, right? We had somebody on here with Coinbase a couple of days ago or last week or whatever, asked us about Coinbase, and it was up in the money. So I think always, you said it at the end there, too long makes me nervous. Well, then I think you're answering your own question about what you think you want to do there at the open.
Then you want to bank. If you're nervous in the money, then it's never the worst thing to just bank.
No, I mean, I was nervous yesterday about that Apple trade. I got out, then it ripped up another $1. You know, so it's like you got to make your decisions. And I think if you are excited about the market volatility, you're in the right thing with UVXY. I mean, obviously a part of the VIX, but if you're going to look here, the Nasdaq is trying to rally back a little bit right now. So because you're in options, and this is another thing that Joe had mentioned there, you're gonna have to wait for them to start to trade. So once they do, there's going to be a premium associated with that. So it's just because the market is 1.9% here. You just showed, oops, I'm going to mute this and go UVXY. There it is. So we don't have the proper VIX here, but we do have UVXY. So you're going to see this was up to 56.50 or so, back into 55.50. So you're going to be patient with it, I think. Putting a limit, maybe I can go back over to Joe. I don't know how that works. If you just put a limit order way down, if you're just going to get filled at the best bid. Like I feel like there's going to be a big potential spread maybe in UVXY to start the day. I mean, I'm not sure where this market's going to open, and nor am I familiar with what the spread looks like on UVXY calls and or puts. So, but I just feel like today, if too long is making you nervous on those, then I would say, exit out of a little bit and, hold the rest. And I didn't even catch the expiry there. If they're going to expire today, then yeah, I mean, nobody ever went broke taking profits.
Like
yeah.
the quote.
I mean, that's the thing that
Thank you, Elaine.
we continuously say on here. And so that's the important thing. We got something from Danny Boy. You were off a couple weeks ago, and it was like he made enough money to put some away for his kids' college fund and all that kind of stuff. And it was just like, that was making me feel some kind of ways, because that's what you're supposed to do. And if you have some money like that, I always say, it's a Jim Cramer thing, but go buy yourself something nice. Take some of that profit away, take your family out for dinner or anything like that, and enjoy the trades when they're right, because so many times they can be wrong. And, celebrate the victories, but at the same time be responsible.
Yeah, because the other thing too is, but if you never bank when you're feeling nervous and you got that gut feeling, I feel like that's you're not going to be consistent that way, because you get there how you get there. If your calls are what made you the money and your gut is telling you to bank the profit, at some point, something about that is you should be listening to. But yeah, I think we'll get a lot of questions about the volatility that we're experiencing. I kind of like this bounce that we're seeing right now. It might actually give you an opportunity for some fades. One thing I was also gonna, before we go back to the boys, interestingly enough, one relationship from yesterday is still held. There's one thing that I haven't changed my mind on, and that is oil is distinctly weaker than USO. So this NAC asset is just not going anywhere, and I think that's a good sign. Yesterday, even when USO would go up, it would not break out and it wouldn't follow completely, and it's sort of the same thing here today. It's gapped up a little bit. It's not through yesterday's highs, which you might expect, whereas USO obviously has done and oil prices have gone absolutely ham. So I think that gives an opportunity that if there's a huge trend break, if USO loses VWAP and enters into a downtrend, or just has another prolonged uptrend after the open, I'm looking to revert, but it'll be on oil because it's continuously weaker. And that worked yesterday to be able to be short. So we'll see. There's a lot to watch here today. No questions asked. You guys are in the right place. Whether you're in TikTok, whether you're watching this on YouTube, whether you're on Twitch or anywhere else that we are, buckle up. We're probably in for a fun ride. Just not always a fun one for the long-term account.
Definitely not. It is not all negative today. There are a few areas, as we said, that you're going to find some positivity. I mean, this is not a huge deal, but for anyone who's in the running world or enjoys running or follows running or uses technology while working out even, Garmin actually up a little bit here. Had a pretty good day yesterday, the past couple of days here for GRMN. You familiar with Strava?
Oh.
It's very, very popular. It's basically social site or social app where you can track runs, or if you're into cycling, you out on a bike ride, it'll track, GPS of that and give you all the analytics for it once you're finished. It's a paid platform.
Okay.
But tons and tons of people use it. It's all over social media. You go out for a 10K run, come back, post it on social media with the Strava, map overlay and the actual picture of what it is. Lots of people do that.
Nike's actually best performing segment. They said this was the segment that was continuously growing year over year, was their running performance.
Right. So similar. Anyways, Garmin is buying Strava and I guess going to integrate it into their platform somehow. They did try at the end of last year to come up with some sort of paid portion to, if anyone has a Garmin watch, there was a paid portion on the food side, nutrition side, but yeah, they're buying Strava, which is a pretty big deal in that world. So Garmin actually has fared a little bit better than most, but as you said, kind of the polar opposite to what Nike has done over the past couple of days here. But interesting anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as for Nike, Brenda, we talked about this name. The competition is just too vast and it's continuously growing. You have those other brands and just e-commerce based as well. So they're not paying for that brick and mortar. China sales really hindering this stock down 20% and modest growth over in North America as well.
Yeah.
So
we'll see what happens today with Nike. But you guys, if you zoom out on Garmin, that's a weekly chart. I mean, could be a lot worse. It's, definitely stronger than the market at this point.
Well, my experience with Garmin is like my wife was a triathlete. She used to do triathlons, and in the triathlon club, like literally everybody in this club had these obscenely expensive Garmin watches, and she still swears by them. And because and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying there isn't a place that's like I wear Whoop and there's people have like Apple Watches, this and that, but it's just so much more expensive than all of the alternatives out there. Yet they have an incredibly loyal set of users and they that swear by it. So I've never used it. Always says it's the greatest thing ever and will never wear anything else. And you can do a heck of a lot worse than just whether you, this is the other thing too, like whether you like a product or not, it's your cup of tea. The question really becomes, do enough people like it, regardless of what I think, do enough people like it to either give it the volume or to give it the quality margins that it can look like this? And it's like the juxtaposition with like Nike. Like it doesn't, like Nike just prints revenue. Like they have tons of revenue. They have tons of people that love them. But there's something missing, and they're trying to turn it around. And I think at some point they might get there. But if you aren't, like, to me, Nike's like a short sale. It's not. Yesterday kind of proved it. I think just short VWAP if you can get it. But Garmin, that's exactly the type of chart that you want to see. I don't know that there's going to be any trade on this today. I would certainly say there probably isn't. But I've said it oftentimes. Like I don't use any Apple products. When I was a kid, we always had Apple. We had Macs in our household. I grew up as a Mac user and not PC. But I don't buy Apple products. But I've always owned their stock. My rest of my family swears by them. I'm like, well, it doesn't matter. I don't invest in the things that necessarily I like. I try to invest in the things that everybody else loves enough to give them high margins. So, and the Garmin looks fantastic. I mean, I wouldn't buy one, but it is what it is. And I do believe it's a good day to bring Mitch on. Let's see if he can find. I know we have Mitch coming in from Trade the Pool. It's like there's a lot of doom and gloom. But there's always something that's strong, and I'm hopefully sure that he can find a few other things that maybe we haven't even mentioned that are showing you some strength. Yeah, good look on Garmin. Obviously, defense and energy are kind of obvious names. Let's get to the desk. We've got our morning guest.
I was just doing some digging on that deal. Strava currently has 180 million active users. I knew it was popular, but I would never have thought that popular. So Garmin essentially just buying 180 new potential customers for those watches that Neil was talking about. Yeah, let's bring in Mitch Hoke is here from Trade the Pool to give us an update on your thoughts, Mitch. Good to see you, first of all. But I mean, we're coming into a pretty wild market here the past couple of days. You go back a week even. what a reversal we've had, not only the past 2 days back to the upside, but then here this morning off a cliff once again. Before we jump into things, I just quickly brought up a weekly chart here of energy specifically. I know we'll touch on that here, but that's the XLE on a weekly chart. That's a pretty ugly red candle still on a weekly time frame here for the XLE, but there's always time. Obviously, just one more day in this holiday shortened week. But give me your thoughts here after what we heard last night.
Well, it seems like they're doing a little bit of a cutting the grass. If you guys hear some background noise, that's what that is. And the reason why they're doing it, I'll tell you one thing. It's they're spending that oil out there, and just like everybody else has to spend that oil out there. If there's one reason the industrial trade broke, of course, was this oil trade pullback. But I was talking about it yesterday. What were the comments that we really got from Trump yesterday, right? Had any narrative really changed from the Strait of Hormuz? Nothing had changed. He said, if anything, that we would just leave it alone, right? Just let them deal with it, right? That would create more issues in oil than it would help if we even took over, right? What we need is a resolution here, not just more uncertainty. So that's why oil is reacting right back to the upside. He thought that he was shoring up the trade, but if anything, he made it more uncertain here about what's going to happen in oil. Yes, now we may know when the war may end, but that doesn't mean that oil will go ahead and just quickly come back down here. Because if there's now going to be a battle of the Strait of Hormuz, well, then that would cause some more issues in energy. And I think that Trump's not realizing one thing, right? Is that if he doesn't fix the oil situation, the inflation starts to hit the United States, right? And that would be worse than just oil prices higher. Everyone's concerned about oil prices higher, not necessarily only because of oil, but what comes downstream from that effect, right? And I think that that's what we need to be watching here.
All right, let's dig in. Next layer then. Is there, maybe one or two names you're looking at in this space that look pretty good right now?
Yeah, so if you're trying to play the war trade continuing, right, and oil going higher, I say you look at coal. I've been talking about coal since the beginning of the war, and I think that this is where you can actually still continue to see some upside. Why? We all know what's also happened in natural gas, right? And we know how Europe works. When the natural gas starts becoming too expensive, they just turn on the coal plants. So I think we're going to continue to see this. And another majorly exposed country here, of course, is China. China is, of course, one of the biggest coal consumers, right? If not the largest. And so in this case, we want to start looking to see if we get continued upside. There's names like HCC, BTU, right? These are your kind of players that are getting the hit and going to get the upside, right? HCC actually has the primary play here because of the Asia exposure. This makes, of course, the highest torque coal name here to play. And I think this is just getting started. We got a nice pullback the last couple of days because of the oil trade coming back down. I think this could get another lift here in HCC and possibly get right back above that 100 mark. So we'll see what happens here in coal. Another way to play this is to play maybe chemicals or agricultural inputs. I'll talk really quickly about these names so we can go through it. But chemical names like Huntsman and Dow, DOW. I'm not talking about the Dow over 50K. That's Pam's game. I'm talking about Dow, DOW, the ticker. Look at that a chemical name as it's been going higher. It's a really nice play to play here. It's all about, of course, the effects of oil. And then agricultural inputs, you'd be looking at a name like CF, which has the highest potential here of getting that lift. Of course, you guys are in Canada. You guys know all about potash, right, and that kind of game. But one of the things that also happens is like Corteva, CTVA, and NTR. Corteva, reason why is that now this affects fertilizers for, of course, the crops. And then what are their kind of alternatives? Well, let me go for some better seeds. So they start calling up Corteva, and their seed demand is really being driven. You guys can see that by a 52-week high there in Corteva as this continues higher.
Trying to find, these areas of the market where, as I was just alluding to with Garmin, a different story, obviously, but, it's not all bad. If you bring up, tech, you bring up some of the areas that we're used to talking about, looks pretty terrible right now. But, I mean, some of these charts we were just ripping through right there, It's not all bad. These are positive.
No, there's plenty of good, right? And you're talking about kind of the tech hardware trade, right? AI hardware. There's plenty of trades still left in there, right? If you take a look, this has been why the market hasn't fallen towards a bear market. If these names go, yes, we're going to bear market. I will say that right off the top. But what are those names? Those are the memory names and the semi-equipment and material names. If you guys remember, we brought AMAT back in 200s, and that looked like a crazy technical breakout. But really, think about these. Look at these charts, right? We'll run through them. In memory, WDC, STX, SanDisk, right? These are continuing higher because they're sold out. They can't get the demand, they can't reach the demand, right? If they could make more memories, they would make it right now. So these companies aren't turning around, and the backlog isn't turning. Unless the hyperscalers turn, that's how these start to turn, right? Semiconductor equipment names, ASML, AMAT, LRCRX, KLAC, TER. If you guys don't understand how that supply chain works, it's pretty much a monopoly. So look deeper to understanding how this works, and you'll understand why these semiconductor equipment stocks are holding up. The area to avoid is still software. That's the one place I would not touch with a 10-foot pole. Reason why? No one knows what's happening here. Job layoffs keep happening, and if anybody tells you they know, they're lying. The only thing to understand here is a business model that needs to be changing here, right? It's all about the cost for users, but we've all seen it. I've seen what I can create with AI. Brendan, you saw my institutional style report that I can send you now. Financial data, you wondering why these financial data stocks are going down? There's a reason why. It's all the coding and abilities that we have now as retail traders. Institutional research is slowly but surely losing all its edge.
Be honest, Mitch. How long did that take? 6 minutes? 7 minutes?
I mean, it's like 20. You got to understand. What I normally do is I do like a huge report on the market, and then I can always simplify things with AI and make it really, really easy to consume, right? I do like now a dashboard a day where it's like a graphical image with colors, with different areas, one-pagers. I mean, it's absolutely amazing what the capabilities are. Right now as a trader, if you're struggling to make money because you're just not being able to trade in this environment, stop. Go build and learn something about AI. You might be able to use that in the future as we come out of this, right? So I've been telling everybody, if I was in college right now, I would be literally telling college, they can wait. I need to go learn this AI stuff. So if I want to make money in the future, this is the way to do it.
Well said, 100% agree. Let's talk about today. Let's talk about the next couple of days here, maybe.
Let's do it.
Anything top of the mind as far as, I mean, start wide here. We're coming in on a almost 180 for sentiment. Past 2 days, super positive. Everybody, was buying. It was everything was fine, and then we come in this morning. We're right back down. VIX up 15%, better part of 15% here. So volatility's back. How do you approach the open this morning?
Well, just look at your Twitter feeds, right? You saw how they went quiet this morning, right? Well, the bulls got trapped. Now they're trapped on the upside and on the run. We'll see what happens if the bears can really come in here and take things down. One telling sign will be, look at the financials. What led to the downside in financials? Well, it was credit services and asset management. What led to the downside in technology yesterday? What was the weak industries? Well, it was software application and software infrastructure. If you want to know if the bear trade is coming in, look at those names right off the back. If you start to see those take out the lows, well, you got to go also. So what I'd be looking at here is different trades, right? If oil is going to go higher, guess what's going to come right back down? The industrial trade. So there's like airlines to the downside. You could look at heavy farm and construction. If you wanted to go boring, you could look at railroads. They're so affected by oil prices. You can see when oil comes up, of course, they go down. When oil comes down, the railroads are coming right back up. That's why the industrial trade had such a good day. It led the upside yesterday. Why? The oil outlook of coming down. But quickly, as we go right back to the upside, that's as fast as they come right back down.
Great stuff, as always. Mitch Hoke over at Trade the Pool. What's new for anyone who's wondering over at Trade the Pool?
Yeah, come and check it out, guys. Like always, I think one of the number one things that we give you the ability to do is also short like crazy runners. I mean, there's been some massive runs as of late, and these private stocks that go to the moon. I even saw like you grow, right? If you're looking to trade all those high flyers and of course have what? Limited risk. That's the difference when you go to these other brokers. We don't got to name them out there, but yeah, you lose, you know, 60,000 on a $20,000 account because you're shorting penny stocks. Well, guess what? You're going to owe the brokerage. But with us, we'll cut you out and we won't go ahead and send you that bill in the mail. So, hey, check us out, guys. Trade the pool. I'll see you next time. Best
of luck today, Mitch. Enjoy the holiday weekend. I think a lot of people are maybe in need of one.
The bonus trade, aluminum. Guys, it's not going away. Yesterday, they tried to do a little bit of a noise move with talking about tariffs in the after hours. Guess what? The smelters are offline. And when these ovens break, you don't just bring them back online. It takes about a year or two just to fix the issue. So these aluminum plays are going higher. How can you watch this? You want to be watching the spot price in London and watching for that to break the 4,000 mark. That could be a hell of a trade right there, guys. Enjoy it, guys.
Mitch's daily bonus, aluminum today.
Aluminum.
Thanks, man.
Aluminum. Take a look.
Somebody's got to say aluminium.
Yeah,
aluminium. Aluminium.
Oh, Mitch is still there. Yo, Mitch, I want to bring you back. I want to bring you back because one name that I've been talking about, we've all been talking about for a while. We've seen these fintech names get killed. A couple months ago, you had referenced SoFi as potentially a Palantir-like play. Obviously, Palantir's come back down. SoFi's now down 60% since we last talked to you about this name. The whole sector is getting beat up. Obviously, I think both of us are relating some of it to crypto. I mean, you know, with some of the play down, we're seeing a little bit of a downward trend there in Robinhood because of that. Maybe SoFi with the bank charter is a little different than Robinhood and who their end customer is. But can you give me a little bit of a thought there on SoFi, if you've looked at it, what you're thinking? Because today, Mitch, man, we're breaking $15.
And the muddy water.
We know the financials, right? We know the financials. What are they always focused about? Monetary policy, not the fiscal policy, right? So I think what's happening here is monetary policy focus, right? The interest rate outlook that we were coming in the year thinking we were going to get 3 cuts and that we were going to maybe, you know, kick out Jerome Powell and get even more cuts, right? Well, that's quickly has flipped because of this war and the inflation concern, right? Now we're talking about potentially raising rates. That's quickly how you can break a trade, right? Because the number one way that I always talk about trades quickly turn is a quick fundamental change. What's the fundamental change that you look into? Well, now the interest rate's sensitive, right? If financials like this, right, that loan out money, the number one thing that they're going to be sensitive to is interest rate outlook changes, right? So that's what's happening in the financials. And we also got the disaster call by Trump about credit. Right. And ever since then, Visa's been struggling. MasterCard's been struggling. Capital One's been struggling. And then what happened? You started to see more conversations about private credit concern. You started to see more conversations about public credit concern. You're seeing credit card delinquencies at their all-time high. Things like that, right? When that conversation starts coming up, you run from the hills from the financial game and you wait for that to turn. Once we start to talk about that, let's say interest rates are not going to hike and that we could potentially put the cuts back online, watch how that trade can quickly turn right back to the upside. Like always, we got to be sticking with 2 things like always I was taught in school. Focus on fiscal and monetary policy. That will lead you to a lot of trades.
Okay, good. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, we were just
follow the money.
It's just down,
follow the money, guys, and interest rates, right? Interest rate sensitive names always move. Like, let's say like Open, right? It was such a great looking name. We were like, yeah, let's go. The chart looks great. But then the interest rate outlook changes. Look at Rocket chart now, right? That's how quickly it changes. Got to stick with the flow.
Okay, yeah, good analysis there, Mitch. Thank you for that. We've been wanting to talk to him about SoFi. I mean, I just think down 60%. I mean, we were when that stock was at $32, maybe we were expecting one interest rate cut, something like that. Now it's down to 0. So I still think it's a very dramatic move to the downside there and probably oversold. And if we're only going to buy it the next time we hear about interest rates going, I know you have that.
Yeah, I think that at that point
that might be a long time from now.
It'll be a little bit too late. I think maybe like even when the sentiment starts to shift on rates, that could be a bit, because you want to get at for these kind of things, you have to kind of get out in front of it at least a little bit. What's interesting, at least for me, like I go out to December, only a 3% chance that rates are higher. We're still looking at about 17% chance of a rate cut, and obviously overwhelming odds that no change. And then if I'm doing it in reverse, right? If I showed you guys April, well, there's a 97% chance we're right here, and there's a small chance of a cut. That hasn't increased. We've seen this in the double digits at one point in the last month. I think the high was 16% briefly, and it cut back to 8, then it went down to 6. Now we're down to 2.6. So a rate hike, those odds didn't jump overnight, although we should keep track of this. Let's keep track. Let's see if the VIX breaks 28, if these odds start shifting in the other direction toward a rate hike, that could also be bad for the market. But nothing too crazy yet in reaction to the overnight speech. We're still looking at no change, despite all of the fears that you could get a rate hike. So, the other thing too is when Mitch talked about the travel names, one that's on the radar for me today is going to be CCL, if only because it's got a pretty defined range the last month. Like you've got a defined bottom at 24, just slightly under it. You've got these rejections at 26. See, this is another name that was a potential breakout today. It's disappointment because 26 had been the line that it couldn't get through, but it would break and fail. Yesterday, it spent the entire day above 26, holding that prior resistance as support the whole day long, even the afternoon dip, it bounced off there. Classic setup for a continuation long, and then last night happened. But that just means it's like a fade till proven otherwise at the 26 level, and it's got room to revisit the bottom. So it just gives you different opportunities. Like stocks, this is how it is. Like stocks that seemed like breakouts yesterday, you got to be able to pivot. That's why I try not to write down too many things on the iPad the night before, because you never know what's going to happen gapping up. But this was one that looked to me like it was going to be a breakout, and today I think it's short. So go figure. Oh, shoot, we have a super chat. Andre, can we throw that super chat up? I'm not on the page. We have one from Omen. That's a great movie. I actually love the Omen movies, not the remakes, the originals. Hi, just logged in and saw the major gaps. Well, it sucks. Yeah. I am a new trader, and new scenarios give me pause. It should. What plays should be in your quiver? What do I look at? Well, on any day, like any of your normal trading strategies should be in your quiver. It's just when you have this type of volatility, the kind of things you might adjust are, okay, well, maybe you'll be a bit more patient at the open. Maybe you'll have wider stops and fewer shares so you can risk the same amount on a trade when you have increased volatility. Those are the types of things that you adjust to overall. But if you play trends, then maybe the trends today just aren't in the direction that you want them to be. That's sort of the thing. But I think we can expect a little increased volatility, especially at the open. But don't forget, it is a holiday shortened week. I'm not sure. I think the open will have volatility. I'm not sure how much there will be in the afternoon. You never know. We could be headline driven there. But there's nothing wrong with if it's the first time you've come in and seen a gap down 2% day, that you're just more cautious off the open and you're not as quick to jump into trades. Maybe only look for your A+ setups. And another one here, another super chat from Cater. SKYZ low float oil play looks amazing. Thoughts? There's a bunch of these today. Yeah, it's there's a few. Put a couple in the watch list. TDME, and then there's that Battles also going. This one SKYZ. Is it Amex? Is this Amex? SKYZ. I thought I tried New York first. Where can I call this up? Did we get this?
SKYZ.
SKYZ.
Check on the e-signal.
It's not in my drop down. Can you pull it up in e-signal?
No.
No. Okay, so if
Must be a different
Yeah,
name.
sometimes you might transpose some symbols, some letters, and that happened yesterday with the super chat. So if you can just let us know, maybe someone said it's Sky Q.
Yeah, I'm trying to find.
Okay, here we go. Maybe it's this one. If it's Sky Q, this
There
is
it
up
is.
110%.
Yeah, that has to be
I'm going to
what
make
it
the
is.
assumption that
Yeah.
this is it. So we can do a quick. First thing I always want to do is let's get an idea what the float is that we're looking at here, because I think that usually it matters to a certain extent. You can already see this is a habitual line stepper. 28 mil float, 6% short, so decent size. It's already turned it over 3 times. Over 75 million shares have traded. It has rejected its prior high. So that would be, the only concern is there's two long-term concerns. One, rejecting the prior high is not the best. Also, this looks like a reverse split kind of name. So it's like a post-reverse split breakout. I don't think I've ever seen a stock that is like one of these reverse split culprits that doesn't eventually get back to the lows. Now, maybe this conflict can have these run for days. But the cautionary tale I would use is, remember Battalion? Remember Battle? Remember Battle going from $3 to $30 when the conflict started? See Battle at 5. Like, it was all the way back as of yesterday's trade. So when you're looking at these low float energy names that are going to make these moves and squeeze institutions and squeeze short side traders out, understand that they tend to be relatively short-lived. And you can't, who knows? Like, did you know Battle was gonna, like, from this breakout, February 27th, did you know that the third day was gonna be the top? Could have been the second day, could have been the 5th day. Who knows? But they almost always end up looking like this. So keep that in mind with that name. But for now, volume looks good. It's holding the trend. As long as oil doesn't fall all over itself, should be okay. But if USO does some kind of a crazy tank down, understand that you might see a halt down on some of these stocks.
Yeah, it should be a volatile day today for sure with USO. UVXY still up that 10% here. Here's what the oil contract looks like right in front of our face right now. Up 10, 12. Was up 9% when we started the show. Now up 12%. So I have USO written on here. We have long, short in market, short silver, long USO, short IBIT. I mean, pretty simple stuff. Today, not even looking at individual stocks. We are going to run through a bunch of individual stocks coming up. We're going to go over to the front, go to the back on the big desk there. We did have a problem, obviously, with the watch list. A new one's been sent out, so we want to thank everybody for their patience with that one. Man, oil here, guys, still going higher, up 12.25% right now percent. USO trying to push out through 140 right now on USO, just hitting its head against 139. What a wild ride we're about to go in for today. It's only 9 o'clock. We'll get those imbalances and we'll see where we go. Okay, SoFi launches. Okay, what's up, Mopar? I don't know. SoFi has to launch itself into the orbit first before we do anything with this one. Big business banking. Okay. I mean, that's good. Look, I don't know anything about that story, Mopar, but we just talked about this with Mitch, and I think he's right. It's very easy to call stocks that you like, especially when they're near the tops. Take something else to, recommend buying something near these lows. And I just, there's probably lower to go, unfortunately, on SoFi right here. I mean, as this market gets a little weaker, we are right now at that $15 mark and looking, it looks like a decent area, but I mean, I don't even see, it was pretty choppy the last time we were up into here. And then we lost a bit and we actually went sub 10 for a little bit. So sub 10 would be 50 more percent, or sorry, not 50 more percent, a third down from where we are right now. So we still got a little ways to go, I think, on SoFi. Give a couple more days like this, and I think it might be time to nibble in and add just a bit there. I don't think headlines are really going to matter for SoFi right now unless it's something completely extreme, right? I mean, because we also had, Muddy Waters, right? I mean, those guys hit this stock down when it was $19 or whatever it was, and then it got into $16.50 or something that day, and then bounced back the next day a little bit, and then since then it's just been like, you look at the chart here.
They can't get back above that 16.5.
No, I mean, this is I think it's even got to get above this 19. But, you go right here, just since March 9th, so we're almost a month in, there's maybe like 3 or 4 green days out of the last 20. So SoFi getting kicked as well as Robinhood. Right
and the last time it had a down move that resembled this, it was down there for months. Like the bottoms, so if you look at this outside of the IPO, when it's been good, either you get a wipeout bot, like a wipeout bottom like this, who cares? Because the next month you get a good price anyways if you buy it in this consolidation off the wipeout bottom. That's a huge bottoming tail, and then you get that reversal. So there you don't have to catch the bid. Then you look at the other consolidations where it made a bottom and they lasted multiple months. So those you don't have to have the bottom either. Like I can't tell you how often you will look at the charts of stocks that have been destroyed and actually bounce back to get to new highs, and show me the ones where you needed to have the bottom, where it actually mattered that you caught the falling knife. It doesn't matter. In this wick, you can be long here on the 13 area, maybe even 14. Does that matter that you didn't get 10? And in here, like anywhere from, like when I was buying SoFi myself, like I love SoFi, all that stuff, that was during this little hold. Like when it showed you was holding these lows. It was all 6, 7, 8. Or just 7, 8, because my daughter hates it when people say that now. But you just don't have to always catch a falling knife. Like, let it prove it to you. They're all guilty till they're proven innocent, I think. And I think we have Tesla delivery, 358,000 unit deliveries, missing by, it was like 368 expected, 358,000. So a slight miss there for Tesla. It would have been nice if they didn't miss, but I mean, I guess it was already weak, so Tesla's down 3%. It is moving slightly on this, down a couple of dollars further. So even Tesla, well, yeah, the deliveries aren't going to come and save us, unfortunately. Yikes.
To be expected, once again, for Tesla. But yeah, downside a little bit here. Better part of a couple of dollars on the back of that. So we'll recap coming up here for Tesla. We were so into everything else that was going on this morning, we bypassed a couple of numbers that came out there at 8:30 this morning. Balance of trade data for February, negative 57.3 billion, which was a little bit higher than expected. Import and export data basically in line with what was expected. Initial jobless claims for last week, 202,000 versus 212,000 consensus. So a nice downtick. Same story on this number, 1.84 million versus 1.84, slightly to the downside for that as well in the forecast anyways. More Fed speak today to be aware of. We get natural gas inventory at 10:30, a couple of debt auctions coming up as well. And then the big one tomorrow, remember, no market tomorrow for the Good Friday holiday, but we'll get non-farm payrolls in the morning. We'll react to that, or the market will potentially anyways react to that coming up at Monday. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab this. Every single morning comes out to you. Again, we apologize. There was an issue this morning with the email platform. It has been resolved. We have sent a correction. Everything should be as per usual with the watch list. Link is below if you haven't grabbed that yet. Second link down below in the description will get you the free watch list every single morning. Yeah, if you missed it, 358,023 on the Q1 deliveries, 358,023. Estimate was 372,160. So substantial, I guess, better part of 20,000 on the miss side here for Tesla. Let's shelve that or put a pin in it for a second. Talk about energy here. Oil, as the guys were just talking about, absolutely ripping right now. That's the XLE. I mean, you can bring up any oil stock or USO if you want to talk about that as well. Basically back to highs here right now.
$110 a barrel right now, Brando. Going to probably continue to climb. U.S. economists saying worst case scenario, you can see that run into the 300s, which would be absolutely absurd. And then also diesel starting to increase in price as well to around $200 a barrel. So Donald Trump's sales pitch is looking better and better as oil prices essentially continue to climb.
It's been a couple of weeks of this war already, and it's first time I can remember. I'll go back and check, but West Texas Intermediate above Brent. It was the other way around for a better part of a week and a half right now. But WTI, guys, taking the lead here for oil. What do we do today?
Yeah, and by the way, Tesla's now much lower. So it's almost hitting 4%. Like it just hit 66.5. So we're continuing to fall in that delivery numbers from Tesla. And interestingly enough, like the move up in oil, like there was I think it was Auto Trader was saying that they had like 28% increase in inquiries of EVs, which makes sense. But then, none of that's mattering to EV company stocks.
No,
not right now, obviously. And you guys can see what USO is doing. I think the trend sort of speaks for itself. I think we're back into the volatile stage for USO. Yesterday was a very much sideways day. I'd be a little bit surprised if we did that whole consolidative type of nonsense day that it had, where it was back and forth. For now, though, the way I want to play this is, it's been more of a revert stock. Like, the biggest moves have come when you have like some kind of a change in action, or you have like a trend break, or like these consolidations and change of action. So if I don't see a strong trend, hold to the bottom and trend break higher, that's the way I'd want to be long this thing today. And if I short energy, it's not going to be USO. If there's a trend here that breaks, or if there's this kind of a trend breakdown, I've already said that I'd rather be looking at the thing which is weaker and not breaking out highs. Like Boyle yesterday, while it was an inside day for USO, this actually just trended down for the entirety of the day, and it's still weak. It's gapped up, but it's under VWAP and all those things. So, yeah, if I see a good trend break south side, it'll be playing in Boyle. Otherwise, we got to look for some of those lows to come in. I'm not sure how much I'm going to care about VWAP at the open on USO, given how volatile and how much volume we've done so early. VWAP will matter to me like a little bit later on, like if after 10 o'clock or so, closer to 10 o'clock. For then, I think you look to the 135 spot, just all the way back in, because I expect some serious volatility today in USO. Like whatever you think the range was, whatever the range was yesterday, minimum double that, I think should be your expectation.
I'm expecting a very volatile day. I have it written down here as not necessarily, I just retweeted our video from yesterday. How traders decide not to take a trade. Oh, I got a beard going on there. Maybe I should get that beard back. Okay, so yeah, I just said watch out for VWAP basically in this 134 level. I mean, I thought early dips to get long. No reason oil should fall today. Now that I've been thinking about it though a little bit, the only reason is profit taking. We got those questions earlier and thought like, okay, what are we going to do with this call option or puts or whatever you have here? I guess if you have puts, you're not doing anything. But if you have calls, I wonder if there's going to be a little bit. I mean, I think that's a big move, right? I'm not sure what was priced in overnight for USO or for oil, no matter what contract you're looking at. Boyle, nat gas, like everything in the energy space right now is ripping. So I would say that, sometimes when a trade looks too good to be true, it's often the opposite of that. I could see oil coming back down. VWAP right now is at 137.50. That's going to be way too close. We just talked about that video, and if you want to go watch it, maybe I'll put this link in the chat right now, how to avoid taking a trade. So if we do that, I got nothing to see here. Okay, well, I clicked on it. We'll have to figure that out. But dung right there. I was watching it before, so I don't know what the problem was. But anyways, down into 134. So I said, if oil does make a move back in, I was kind of just using, I don't even really know why I looked at 134. I was just kicking it back underneath around that 10% sort of a gain back up there to the upside for oil. I kind of predicted that this 200 period moving average would be around 134 by the time this opens up and we get a couple data points kicking around again. So 134 to 133 area for a dip buy on USO. That's where I'm going to be sitting, waiting for it. Just see if we do get a little bit of a pushback into this area. Looks like we are coming back just a little bit. I could see the market rallying, just, again, some covering off the open. And if the market rallies, oil, people will think, it's time to sell oil because the Nasdaq's rallying. I think that's going to be false. I think what we'll wind up doing is that'll create some sell action in USO in which we'll be able to sit there and buy it. I want to be long this name today. If something does come through and we get a huge announcement of maybe the troops have left. I mean, they just deployed, so I don't know if that's going to happen. Or something that can really spark this move, either the straits somehow open up. I can't even know. But at the end of the day, we're going to watch out for USO today, and I'm playing dip longs. So I don't think VWAP's going to be a thing right now, and I did mark that down. But if it holds, then we know what we're playing off of. And right now it's 137.50. Just there's so much time left. And you don't have to wait for the market to open up. I mean, I'm still bidding right now 134. If we do flush in, we can take that. But it wouldn't be a surprise to me at all if those moves happen. I mean, it's only $4, right? I mean, even just yesterday, if we sort of zoom in to see what we what we saw yesterday, that bottom of 122, you know, immediately goes up to 126. That's $4 right there. And then it comes right back in $4, up again, back. So we didn't have a crazy violent day yesterday in USO, but you could see, man, there is lots of opportunity for this thing to pull right back in. So I'm going to be bidding this one. And again, around that 134 area. Tesla's still going lower. I mean, I'm sure we're going to, we have that story next. Okay, let's go over to Brendo and figure out what's going on with Tesla.
Here's the actual number for you right now, 408,386. 408,386 was the production side. The delivery side, 358,023. From what I've seen, it's 11 to 12,000 off estimates. Remember, the S and the X officially dead as of 2 days ago. So this is going to be just the Model 3 and the Model Y. So it's a miss, but I mean, it could have been a lot worse.
It could be a lot worse, Brenda, but we can see that the majority, 90% of it is coming from two models. It needs to diversify. I think we need to get that mass production of the RoboCab coming out soon. There's a lot going on with this name, especially in the options activity as well, too, guys. Let's take a look at some of these contracts here that I wanted to pull up. And a name that was moving with the overall market continues to slide a little bit more. We know that they're losing market share left, right, and center to these Chinese EVs in Europe as well, too. So it's a little bit tougher of a look and down substantially off of its previous all-time high. As for Tesla, guys, look at this specific contract, 385. We closed around 380 yesterday, continuing to slide here this morning. $11 spread, relatively wide, and then also a lot of volume coming in, substantially more considering Brando, and implied volatility up 2.7 million contracts open and closed on yesterday's session.
Tons of volume, tons of volatility across the board. Session lows right now coming into play for Tesla. Remember, the narrative that Elon wants everyone to concentrate on and focus on is they shelved the S and the X to free up production facilities and space for the robot side of things, let alone, as you said, the Cybercab.
Which, with this name, we remain forward-looking. We know he's optimistic with his timelines. He's produced the first vehicle. We need it on mass production now and him really start spitting some of these vehicles.
It's that time. You found that number yesterday, 30K starting for the Cybercab as well. So it's coming. Whether or not it'll be soon enough remains to be seen. I guess time will tell on that side. But yeah, we are accelerating right now to the downside here, guys, for Tesla.
What bid? No bid on Tesla. Now 4 1/4, 4 1/3 here for them. I don't want to say it's a broken stock, but this is at least it's letting us down gently at this point, right? Like Tesla's got a very sort of, we talking about this all week, like very gentle. Maybe it's not that gentle, it depends on your opinion, compared to some other things. I guess it is a downward trend. So I can't see any reason. Delivery is fine. You know, obviously I think their earnings would be more important than that, but I can't see A, sentiment, B, these delivery numbers leading us anywhere back to a retest of the bottom of the channel, which now, if you set a lower low, sits at about 348. So barring some change in the sentiment, I'm talking about what's going on in Iran, you know, this number probably heads us lower. I was just sort of looking at this because I actually added it to the iPad. When I zoomed it out a little bit here, you kind of get a good region around probably more 68 to 73, but I call it 70, 71 in here. That if you think that we're going to have any kind of a big reversal, that should be a really large test. Like if it comes back to those prices and is able to find buyers up there, regardless of what the market's doing, I think that would be pretty bullish. But you know, what just happened now is USO right back into highs, slight pullback, right back into highs. That's going to put further pressure here. I talked about how there is more sentiment for EV names in a general sense, at least in terms of people searching for new and used vehicles and having some interest in them. That's not, in a really short run here trading, I don't feel like that's going to matter with Tesla, unfortunately. And because this is usually the only time we get to talk about Rivian, just a interesting sub-note, at least it is to me. As the market's been continuously going down and Tesla's making fresh lows, you can see, and USO just spiked a high, Rivian's actually bouncing for some reason right now and close to going green on the session. It could be because there's been support down here. Anytime it's breached the 200 period moving average, it hasn't really lasted more than like a day or two, so it could be that. But it's worth keeping an eye on. Like if I see the market try to turn around here, I'm just looking for some like risk type names that look a little bit relatively strong. And oddly enough, didn't expect to find it here, but you do find it to a certain extent in Rivian. Would need to punch through 15. I'd need to see the market show some strength. We're not seeing it. Would need USO to break trend. That's not happening either. But if they do, I think Rivian looks a little bit better. You don't have to worry about the Tesla delivery numbers with this one and having its own bad news. Rivian doesn't, and like I said, it's a fraction away from getting green.
Look, as far as Tesla is concerned, Rob, thanks. Rob just brought me coffee in this nice cup.
Yeah, you got the tasty coffee.
I got the tasty coffee cup here.
I got the flowers.
I was talking with Rob there about traveling. Now the coffee's cold. Damn it. What have I done?
How's that possible?
Yeah, so down 4% here today. I mean, everything Neil said, I just, dropping back through here, I feel like you may test some of these lows. Like, it's 9:15. We'll have to wait to see when those imbalances come out. But yeah, right into there. Tesla's not going well, man. And the thing is that anybody that's really buying Tesla for EV purposes, we know that that's lost away a little bit. And, despite what oil is doing right now, you think that would have rallied Tesla. And I heard you mention Rivian there as well. Like you would think that with oil up at another 12% right now today, people would be flocking towards EVs. And now there's a lot of competition in this space, and we've seen stocks like NIO and some of these Chinese names also get hit a little bit here over the last little while. And although this one ticked higher, they had actually a great report. But just right here today, ticking back down in. I wonder if we look somewhere else, if we're going to try to trade EV names. And NIO, the chart looks pretty nice, man, holding base at 550. Above the 200 period moving average. I think if EV names get hit here and you can sort of trust the Chinese here, I think this might be a pretty healthy look back up to $758 for NIO here as we talk about onshoring some of these cars here in Canada. I don't know, with the current administration, obviously, with Trump, there's not going to be any Chinese EVs or anything like that rolling around the United States to masses to hurt Tesla, but there's just so much competition now. We saw GM and Ford. I know Ford's laid back, but hybrid right now is what's pretty hot. So, all right, let's go. We're running out of time a little bit here. All right, Intel. You mentioned how hot it was yesterday. Not so much today. Let's go find out the story.
Yeah, a couple of people echoing that sentiment in the chat as far as Tesla is concerned and the hype being gone to a point where my neighbor had two and recently got rid of a Model 3 and replaced it with the Ionic Fiber.
Yeah, I've seen those. So they look pretty. They look pretty cool.
I noted that. I was driving by. I was like, huh, interesting choice. All right, Intel downside here this morning to the tune of a few percent. Anyway, we were sitting here yesterday when that story came out about them buying back 50% of their. It was over in Ireland, I believe, one of the joint ventures they had going. It was in the billions. Day before that, it was spending in the billions. I mean, we're back to the millions, but 15 million investment into this Samba Nova. It's been a expensive week for Intel, but the stock likes it.
It has, and I mean, things are starting to turn around here for Lip-Bu. Hasn't been as in office as the CEO for quite that long just yet, but the stake, obviously, within the Donald Trump administration, that 10% is most definitely helping this name. But things are really starting to turn around here for Intel, it seems.
Yeah, we'll see if it can hold anywhere, guys, on the way back down here. Huge range yesterday, obviously, so we're stuck in the middle, basically, of that currently.
Yeah, it is technically it's going to be in the middle of that insane gap that it had yesterday. That being said, if you look at the 15, there was one red candle in the morning, and it was right here where it found like 46.5. It's actually 46.65. A little bit of support there. So give it that to 47 was a little bit of a checkup that it had, and there's room down to 45. So this does have a market wants to fall. It's got a short area here where you can press into this 46 half area, maybe 47, and then we look for the 45 to retake the entire thing. The other bad news is, well, I guess it's not bad news yet because you haven't technically broken the 50-period moving average until we really lose it today. We're right there. There's been a bunch of rejections at 48. I think yesterday counts as one. for Intel. So you had some good news. You had 2 days of just parabolic, let's go from 42 to 48. And we rejected that 48 area yesterday. We're heading lower. So a retest of this consolidative area makes some sense to me. I don't know if you're not going to get to 42 today, barring some kind of abject disaster. But the 45 level looks like just to fill the gap back into where it broke out from yesterday. As long as the market wants to cooperate, I can't see why it doesn't do that. So yesterday's positive news stories are just not mattering today. And the positive news today is kind of a smaller one, if we're being real.
Yeah, there's not too much positivity there. I mean, Mitch gave some ideas, fertilizer, food names, and so on and so forth, potentially starting to go. I mean, I was just going to look at Marvell. You know, it's a very similar kind of concept here where we've been rallying on this name, and it's not going to be. We said this yesterday. Like I'm pointing to this price, not this level here. Yeah, Marvell's not getting to 130 today, but maybe a couple weeks. It's just the story works for them, and the problem is right now you take profit, right? I mean, there's going to be some traders that come in and they want to sell things that they've made money on, and so right now the big shiny sort of thing with NVIDIA, they've just put in $2 billion into Marvell, so that got them rallied there for 2 straight days. If you take away that story, yeah, Marvell's probably down into here right now, like $80, right? Because like the story hits around $87. Yesterday was a good day, so maybe we bumped up anyways into 90 and change. But you lose 5% off of 90, you know, but then now all of a sudden you're back into this 85, 86 area. So I could see some sell pressure come into Marvell, right? I mean, this is just an NVIDIA bump that could ease off a little bit. But if sell pressure does come in, I mean, I really like the name. I like the space. I loved it before that announcement. I wasn't even here when that announcement happened, and I was like, what the hell? And that was a nice move. So this is 98.50 is where I'm looking at right here. So if this does pull back in, I could see us breaking 100, right, almost right away off the open. And then I want to just see this area. That's where we opened up to yesterday, $99. We'll see if we can hold in and around there. You take a 99, you give it a couple pennies. These tops are 98.50. So I think that's worth it. I don't know if it's worth, like I said, I'm not sitting around anywhere right now and bidding or offering anything. My order log is blank. I was going to bid USO, but I'm going to wait to see what that opens up as. But Marvell, yeah, 99, 98 bucks. I mean, I think that's a good deal, considering we were at 108 yesterday. I like the long in this name, and I don't think it's should be affected too much by oil. But again, oil has everything to do with input prices and global demand as well. So we're going to have to wait to see what happens with Marvell today. But I'm a buyer on a dip south of 100, but not by much.
All right, not even metals getting a bounce here this morning to the downside in a pretty big way for gold and silver, everything related, also looking similar. We just actually made a new low on the session here for SLV, bounced off 63. Not a heck of a lot of volume behind this move, however, today, but even the safe havens aren't too safe here this morning.
Not currently, and I mean, we were talking about this as of late, Brendo, is that with silver, you have this massive run up trying to catch up to gold, even though it's not going to get anywhere close, but it's moving in tandem essentially. But then you have this period where you have the massive dump, crazy liquidations as well too, and then it hasn't really been doing anything as of late. So a lot of choppy price action in silver, but it's the same thing as this oil trade. It's all fun. You're climbing higher, and you think you can continuously buy high, sell higher. That's not necessarily, and that hasn't been the case because I mean we're still down substantially, more than 40% off of that previous high.
I mean, part of the problem with these types of headline-driven markets is going to go both ways at any given time. Individual names maybe not as bad as some of these ETFs. That's a weekly chart for SLV. We're back at the bottom end of the range, guys.
And if you're looking at the gold's like 3, silver 6, the gold miners are worse than gold. I think we don't always talk about GDX, but sometimes the miners will give you a bit more of a move. You certainly would have seen that in the spike yesterday. Look how this broke out, like just downtrend and then huge breakout in GDX yesterday. Well, today's a different day. There's not much you can do about it. It's got a bit of a head and shoulders type of look where you can set up the left, I guess, I don't know how you're looking at it. You set up this shoulder here, left or right, mirror, or are you looking at it in a mirror or are you not? Doesn't really make a difference. 92. I think if you get up to there to like the prior highs, like yesterday, speaks for itself, and you had that wipeout top. But when you have this happen, it's almost like, okay, let's throw at all of that stuff that happened above the gap, and then let's just look at the chart as if it didn't exist. And what I see is, let me zoom in a little. Is that as far as I can go? Okay, what I see here is some overhead resistance. You got 92, and then you have a little bit into the prior high at 94. So if this does pop, I think it's a fade on GDX, barring some kind, like if this is the thing about this. If it just glides up there, normal trading, and gives us a reversion, great. If the reason it's going up is because USO goes from up 12% and then is down 6% and is tanking, we get a headline, that's not some, oh yeah, well, but you said you like the short in GDX. Well, things can change. And if USO flips on its head and oil futures flip on their heads, you have to be willing to adapt with it. But for now, this to me is a fade at 92.
All right, so for me, I wrote down silver here, SLV. I know we got that super chat before about silver going long over there, Mr. Golden Thong. But I had, 66.50, man. You were down 6%. We're actually down 7% now. Looking to see if we bump up near yesterday's open and fade this thing into the weekend. I'm nervous about stock right now. And I talked about it being a risk-off day. As I wrote this message, we were at $64. I said we were down even in the note there. It says we were down 6%. While we're down another 1.5% right now. The 200 period's at 65. Here's the look from yesterday. I just thought if we could, again, we were at $64 when we're writing this note. I thought maybe we could get up into here where we were yesterday, where we were consolidating, and ripped, basically. So I guess we're not, but $66, if that ever happens, great. Watch out for this pre-market high now of 64.30. Again, it's about sitting on your hands, I think, for the first 5 minutes. Let the market either flush out, and then maybe we can pick up a bottom and or continue with the momentum. Or if there's that little buy take here off the open, I think there could be a little bit of a relief rally, and that's where we'd be sitting here looking to get short. So right now, 65 looks like a much better play than that 66. As I said, when we were writing this note, that's where the 200 period is. Now we're down to $65. So I like that short for SLV. And yeah, it's not spot silver, but it's SLV. So close enough to that. And then Neil just went over gold. So I'm not going to do that. COPX could be another name here today as we continue to watch copper. I think copper does have a really great story to tell, especially because of data centers. So I still like copper, and that's been hit as well down to the downside. And then I think Mitch mentioned, or someone in the chat, he mentioned aluminium. But I was talking about coal. There is a coal ETF. It's just coal. And I don't think we have it, so unfortunately we don't. Anyways, COPX, not a bad play as well for copper. But I'm going to be looking at silver today, short. The imbalances are out, and then we're going to throw it right back over to the desk. So let's just have a quick look here. On a shortened week, we go today. Not much right now. There's nothing really on here that's of any interest to us. There's IBIT. We were going to talk about Bitcoin. No, so I do have IBIT as a short as well, 38. So that could come in here. That's your 200 period moving average. But nothing on here of any interest that we talked about today. Maybe NEO or something. There's Occidental there's Occidental right there with a quick bid. None of these numbers are going to be significant enough to do anything. So we'll pass it back over to the desk and find out one more time about industrials. Here's a sector that could rally. It did not have a great month in the month of March. Let's see what happens in April. Let's go over to Brendan and get the story.
Yeah, there's all kinds of strength if you look under the hood in some of these names. We were talking about it with Mitch if you were with us at 8:30. A few of them, anything in the chemical space, anything in the fertilizer space, going to look much better than the overall market. That's a daily chart of Dow Chemicals that Mitch was talking about. There's some of the fertilizer names, NTR, CF, Mosaic. I saw a few people in the chat talking about these all starting to get going once again, and it's on the back of this oil trade.
Yeah, if you take a look at the XLI, and as you mentioned, Brando, if you take a look under the hood, we have the Caterpillars, the GE Vernovas as well too. GE Vernova still performing, only down a percentage point or so off of that previous all-time high. We know the run that Caterpillar has been on as well too. Just considering this AI build-out, if we're going to head over to the picks and shovels, that's where you're going to essentially start. And Caterpillar also able to take these massive data centers off the grid and build their own, which helped this stock continuously climb significantly higher. So as you mentioned, looking under the hood, there's a lot to find within the industrials right now.
Yeah, if you zoom out and just take a look at the sector itself, going back to yesterday even, it was relatively strong versus the overall market. We're in that kind of world, guys, where we have to understand that, yeah, it's red, but there are things still rallying.
CF's a good example. I don't know that anybody's going to day trade CF, but When you talk about the fertilizer companies, this is probably going to be one of the better ones. No questions asked. Since the conflict started, it's got a very clean trend. It just bounced off it yesterday. So I think you have something to watch here on the daily chart, which can give you an indication, like some support to buy out in front of. Just simply, it's easy to connect the lines on CF here. As I said, it's not much of a day trading stock given the low volume, so I think you probably want to stay away. A couple of things that we didn't get a chance to talk about, just going to throw out there. Actually, we did. We mentioned Nike, but if you weren't tuning in right away, it's not that we glossed over it, but yeah, on a normal day, if we had a repeat of yesterday and we had an up day, then Nike's down 1.6% and continuation short would get a bit more press because the market might have been strong. But instead, it's down less than the overall market, despite that terrible, horrible, bad guidance and poor trading day that it had. But this is clear trend down. If it pops, about to 45 is as far as I'd be willing to still like the short. If it does, it's too close to VWAP to care, and VWAP this early on a Thursday, which is also in a week, I'm not going to care too much about that either. I'm going to be looking at the pre-market highs and the 45 level to fade Nike. And once it sets up lower highs, it just turns into a short to pops. Once it does this once, it's like, okay, we'll just try to play it short every single time after that. I too am like pretty much every day still like some IBIT to the south side. Yesterday was one day where I liked it long. Sentiment obviously is going to shift that. So my first spot is going back to Thursday's lows, 37.7, but also the gap fill to 38.2. We have 30 seconds to go. Quickly, nothing changed on the imbalance locator unless you really like a couple of penny stocks there, which we don't really care about. Remember, Tesla had their delivery numbers. If you're just tuning in now, why is Tesla down 4.5%? Well, because everything's down, and B, because they missed slightly on deliveries, and they're down 4.5% going into the end of the week. The holiday shortened week, we're going to ring the closing bell, or the opening bell for the last time of the week now.
All right, here we go. Welcome, everybody. I'm on IBIT rate. Oh, it looks like the market's trying to go. So here we go. Look at that. Nice little rally right up to the upside. We are getting close to potentially getting short here. I'm going to try a short on the NASDAQ right now. We were waiting for 41.25 as we had written down there on the note. But let's just try a little bit here into the open, and we'll just try it. I'm at 09s as well, so we should get a little, there we go. We should get a little more shares if we do that. And then I'm going to wait for 41.25 on these TQQs, but the market is bouncing here early back up to the upside. Just kind of clear ways, man. If we take out, 41.40 or something here to the top side, we can get out. But right now, we'll go short on the NASDAQ and see what winds up happening right there. All right, so that's it. We're short right there. Quick check in to see what's happening on oil. I know that's what everyone wants to look at. We want to thank everybody for watching today, for sure. Still down 12%, or up 12%, but as Neil mentioned, potentially coming back just a little bit right there. And then SLV. I mean, we're in our first position right now, and that's the TQs. Silver not doing too much. It just looks like a little bit rip higher here in the market, and I'm short right now. The NASDAQ looking to get a little bit more at 41.25.
Yeah, it looks, well, I mean, USO's almost at VWAP back in there.
Okay.
IBIT did come into that local high here, so we'll take every single peak until it proves otherwise. Boyle is at the low of the day and breaking lower. Nat gas is just different right now. Nat gas is down Boyle's down 1.4%. Not up, down. So that continues to head lower and be relatively weak. But going to make sure we get some profit out here if we head back into the low of the day. On IBIT, want to get my orders out. You already mentioned USO. Just want to quickly throw everyone over to Tesla, which did do a big spike. Got all the way to 367, but just gave about a couple of dollars back. Remember, Tesla had their delivery numbers, so even as the market goes, there's a chance that it could be relatively weak. That's just a chance. We didn't talk about the memory names. Micron hit $340 and underneath 340 actually, down 5.5%. It's already back to VWAP and pressing through the high. So bit of a reversal. $8 reversal on Micron. I'm saying a bit of a reversal when Micron just went $8. An $8 reversal here on Micron. I know we didn't talk too much about the memory names there, but they've typically, on days where Intel and Marvell aren't making the biggest moves, it's usually been SanDisk and Micron that lead the way. Right, so IBIT's back to the low of the day here, but keep in mind, the first move was up. For now, it's holding the trend. You go to resistance and head back to the lows. We'll try to rinse and repeat if it comes back in here and see what is next. This Boyle is just so weird. It is so bad. I thought there'd be, like, it would catch up to USO and pop, and I wrote down short 16. It's at $15. It already dropped 7% this morning. It's ridiculous.
Man, it's we were so close to getting our 41.25s up there, guys. But we can ring the register right now, and there it is right now. It's 18 cents as we short the NASDAQ. We talked about shorting pops right there. So we take that money and put that in our pocket, and we'll see if we can reload a little bit here as well if it does pop back up. So we'll take a little bit there, and then we'll see USO and other oil plays go boom, says Scott H. Yeah, man, I mean, let's see what USO is doing right now for you. Yeah. Not doing anything for me right now. We said maybe a playback to VWAP, as Neil mentioned, 138 coming into play there for USO. We'll see, man. If the market goes upside on the NASDAQ, we know USO is going to be coming back in. So this could be a good one. I mean, underneath the 50-period moving average right now, underneath the 25, there it is. There's a move. So here we go. Move down now on USO. We'll see what we can do with that one. I know you're in IBIT. I'm looking for a higher on that. Good fade right now on that one as it's following the market, it looks like. For IBIT. I said yesterday, I mean, I really liked Apple if the market could bounce today as well. So Apple, yesterday we had that move there higher. We were long at 254. You guys saw me get out too early on that one. And then right now we're trying to battle with Apple. I mean, I'm not going to short the market in long Apple. So just another look right there. We did have talk about an industrial name. We had Boeing yesterday, had a nice move higher as well. So this is only down 1%. So this might be a little better of a look right there as well. Did SoFi hold $15? I mean, that's another question. No, it's right. Well, it is, yes, but it's trying right now. And I don't know if we broke it or not today. It says 15.01 low, so I'm assuming not. Decent size there at 15 if you wanted to play off of it. That could be something. But, we know the market can run through this million shares.
Spoiler alert.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Nike's making fresh lows.
Yeah, okay, what, 40?
If you were concerned about whether or not the Nike was going to go to the upside when the market bounced, it absolutely did not. It just hit 43.4. This is going nowhere near prior day lows at this current rate. This is ridiculous. All right, okay, well, we just got another fill on IBIT. That just broke the low. Yep. That just busted through the low of the day, so it continues to fall here. USO is at the volume-weighted average price. I'm just trying to reassess if Nike goes up, where do I want to get in? It'll have to be VWAP for now. But yeah, market's coming right back into the downside, although USO is still falling. So interestingly enough, this is coming into VWAP USO, and the market's falling along with it. So far, so good. Just wish we had gotten a Nike short. That stock is a dog.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Almost got the daily goal already here, and we got a new position as well with Intel. So look at this market just fall down, man. We wrote down 41 to 4. I mean, it's right here. It's on the sheet, right? I mean, every day we talk about the sticky note and we talk about what trades we have on it. The number one trade today is a TQQ short between 41 and 41.25. You want to know what the high is? 41.20 right there. So, I mean, we absolutely nailed that call there. There's 41, there's 41.25. I mean, this is the range that we said would be the high, so we have to take some profit. Now, we just took some out, but now it's even getting lower. So let's take a 75, 76. There it is right now. We remain undefeated right there with the Qs today, and let's just see if it goes lower. I mean, I don't want it to. Obviously, I'm long only in the long-term account, but and short to every account. But here we go. Let's see if this continues to bleed down. It sucks to celebrate it, but there it is, man. We're day traders, and we're putting some money in our pocket today. There it goes, man. Nice move down on the TQs, and let's see if we can do the same type of thing here with INTC and get a low bid. I mean, we're just bouncing. I don't know why we're bouncing off 47. We'll bid some 97s there. Now let's bid some 95s and see if we can get something. But so far, so good here on Intel. Shot up. So I really wanted to short somewhere around this 40s or 50 marker. So if it does come back up, I'm going to re-engage in that short. But yeah, so far so good here as TQs making that money right now. Oil dancing, we're short on Intel. We've got everything cooking right now on this side. Yeah, big day alert happening again. So yeah, welcome to the show, man. It's 9:38.
Yeah, markets are heading right back down. Looks like it's going to be good because USO just bounced clean off VWAP. So if that gets back to the highs, like it probably should, at least in the sentiment range, I think the shorts are going to continue to work. We'll try to get some Nike. But the other thing I want to pick up is I got to get the short on Boyle. If we don't bounce here, if we don't bounce on Boyle when this gets back into the high, I'll be a little bit surprised. But whatever that pop is, I'm going to try to fade it because Boyle is looking like an absolute dog. I do have a target on IBIT. It'll be the week's low. So if we hit the week's low, that's where I would like to take the money and run. And then let's go back over. What is Nike doing? Still not really much of a bounce in Nike. Still 2.5% to the downside. It's trying to put in a green candle. About that wick. Wanted to come back in, retest the prior lows in the volume weighted average price. Just going to get my order out so we can try to pick it up. Let's go and show you guys what's happening over. This is the first pre-market we didn't actually pull up NVIDIA at any point. I think so. NVIDIA was breaking and holding the volume weighted average price. Now it's starting to come back in. So a little bit of weakness over there in NVIDIA, but I just got picked up in Nike, so I have to quickly pop over there. It just went right to VWAP. Nike sucks, man. Mm-hmm. Like it was just at VWAP, basically spiked it, and then right back down in. So they're just not doing it again with Nike, unfortunately. Sorry for the pun. I know people love Nike still.
Yeah, like you said, it has nothing to do with
the other thing, I'm just going to say, this is one of those, it's not even a value trap. If this thing ever becomes like a value, I would consider at some point trying to catch a bottom on Nike if I saw its PE be good relative to its peers because of the brand loyalty. But it's not. Still expensive. And it's at 10-year lows. Maybe even 11. Maybe 11.
We could get stopped out here on Intel. I mean, just a huge move higher right now. So yeah, I know it's fine. I mean, I want to go short up here, and we said we want to be short up here, so we're short up here at 30s right now. Obviously, okay, I just took some out at 35 because yeah, nervous right now. So we're gonna watch out for. I mean, our TQQ trade. I mean, let's fucking go again right now, man. I mean, this is what we're doing. We did it yesterday. You got a good trade there in IBIT. We've got this TQQ monster trade on right now. This is an absolute monster. I mean, unfortunately, we don't share our P&Ls or anything with you guys, but I can just tell you right now, we've got a good trade on right now with these TQQs as it continues to get to that downside. And bang, there it goes, man. $40.50. We got that. And boom, as we get lower here, this is exactly what we wrote down today. We don't need no Mitch. We don't need nobody around here. We got what we got, and that is right here. Risk off tone, short 40. I mean, there it is. We're almost $1 in right now on this trade, and there goes Intel back into the downside. Oh boy, man, we say traders got to trade, and that's exactly what we've been doing lately. We've been putting on some bangers for you guys. I just want to thank everybody for their continued support and continuously watching us here on TikTok, on YouTube, wherever you guys are. Thank you so much. Boom, Intel. This is exactly what we're talking about. These are the markets that we love, baby. So Intel to the downside, exactly that call. Wait for it to get to the upside there, short it. Now, whether or not this continues to fall down, I don't know, but I think we got it pretty good. Let's start to rinse it out. I mean, I was not expecting that huge move right back up to the upside. So I think Intel eventually stops me out. So let's take some profit where profit lies right now, and it's not even that much profit. We'll take another 30 bid as we just wait for this market to completely come crashing in. So there it is, man. Big time trading right now. Neil's got short GDX, IBIT, and Nike. Yeah, finally GDX calmed down a little bit there. That's actually, this is the one that's looking obviously a little bit stronger. Nike just came through VWAP, so that'll actually be, I'll show you guys Nike. It came back through VWAP, so it'll be a small win, because we didn't get the low of the day, but I still think as long as it holds this prior consolidation level in the pre-market, what's what I'm going to call it here, just consolidation level at 44, I'll look for another curl. IBIT's doing the same thing as before. It's right at the low of the day, but GDX, and if you don't know, GDX is gold miners, right? So you can look at gold or silver. Just did a couple of lower highs. I want to play this off the lower high. I don't know why it's so strong right now in GDX. It's kind of like it has the same chart as Intel, and I looked over, like GLD is weak and under VWAP. It's not as if it's like SLV. SLV's climbing, but GDX is uniquely strong. So I think there's a catch-up trade there, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself thinking it has to be early. So maybe let it make a couple of lower highs in here and revisit it a bit later. But as long as gold itself isn't doing a huge breakout, I'll probably revisit that one in a quick second. IBIT, I haven't had a chance to reload it because it didn't really pop. Hasn't come back into VWAP. It hasn't even come all that close into the volume weighted average price. But this is one that we'll hang on to. As long as it trends down, we'll continue to try to short the pops as USO literally at the high of day. And the other symbol I'm looking at is Boyle. That's my fourth. It just won't move up. Like USO goes back to the high, and Boyle can't even get to the lower high. It's such, like, net gas is not moving.
It's only going down, and these moves up aren't really doing much of anything for us here. So I'm sitting at VWAP. I just don't know if I'll actually get picked up on Boyle.
Look, yesterday, guys, at this point, man, we had a $4 or $5 winner on Microsoft. Today, we're doing it again with Intel. We're doing it again with Qs. We're doing it again with iBit. We're doing it again. I don't know. You had that Nike trade. I'm not sure if that one would wind up happening there. But the market is still making lows right now. So trying to bounce a little bit there. We have been taking some off. I mean, Intel's been an absolute banger right now, but as I said, I'm not confident. And sometimes when I say that, it's actually the opposite, and the market actually starts to turn for us and really work it out. But 47 is VWAP, so I'm going to start to cover a little bit here. Hey, look, man, I mean, you can see I got 30 cents right now on Intel, and we've got 60 cents on the Qs. So on the TQs, it would even be more, of course, on the Qs if we had traded that. But yeah, we're just going to continue to do us, right, and not worry about anything other than that. AM right here. Silver, not doing anything. So I think I'm in the right space, man. I think that's all that matters. We talk about being prepared every single day, and we are definitely that one more time here today, as there goes 52. See ya. So there it is, man. It is our first daily goal met right there, and it's 9:43. Yesterday it hit at 9:37. Today it's 9:43, man. I've been, watching some people on Instagram, and everyone's talking about, wanting to make those trades, make the quick trades, make the good ones. So there it is right there, man. You're now done. This is the life. So shout out to everybody that's enjoying this kind of a lifestyle for a trader, where you make your money and you get out right there. So hopefully you guys have done well. That trader that was long on UVXY probably still printing okay. Yeah, so 55. So you haven't had too much volatility in this space right here. Right now, market trying to get a little lower right now, but bouncing. So yeah, really happy, man. I mean, Intel still here, 47.39, covering against VWAP, and just waiting to see if anything's going on right now. I'm not seeing anything on the scanners. I got Intel on there, which is why we shorted it. And that's about it right now. But we are cooking, man. I appreciate everybody in here. What's up, Mike Peter Ryder? Just looking at the chat now. Katina, man, there it is. What's up, Sam? Oh, Shawnee. Okay, that's nice. What's up? Go get him, Sean. Yeah, you're welcome, Chris, as well, man. We're doing it here, and we're doing it daily, which is awesome. So, join us every single day right back. I mean, there's Intel right now again, trying to go a little lower off this level. So I'm going to cover a little bit more of Intel down here at 40. As it just pops up, down there at 47.10 I was going to do. So let's put another bid. You can see how...
USO just hit 140 and pulled back.
Yeah.
Even dollar, that's all happened.
Yeah, no problem. We could see how aggressive Intel is, right? And so I'm going to put some more bids there to start to cover just a little bit right there. So yeah, man, it's been an awesome week, and awesome end of the week, it looks like, trading-wise.
Adam Jones abroad. Happy global recess. Sorry. Oh, just as I was reading it, that disappeared. That said, sorry Easter all. God bless. Why sorry Easter? No, happy Easter, everybody. I guess it's some kind of a joke that it's a sad day when the markets go down, but that's just the stock market, man. You got to be able to play in either direction. Son of Daniel Cheese Tycoon, thank you for the super chat. Tesla better get its act together. My team and I arrived on the moon yesterday, and there's no way I'm going to be able to get all this moon cheese back to Earth without more robots. Katy Perry can only carry so much cheese. Thank you for the update there. Obviously, a little bit tongue-in-cheek. Artemis, thank you for a successful launch. Didn't do anything to any of those space stocks, unfortunately. Blunder, it's good to see I fooled somebody yesterday. Good to see you, Neil. I punched my computer out of rage, hearing how they shit-canned you, decided to check back in today, and here you are. I'm happy. So basically, the lesson of the day, I just did a bit of a gag. And I thought I fooled nobody because the chat didn't seem like they were fooled. But yeah, obviously April Fool's was yesterday. The real April Fool's joke was what just happened to the overall market overnight. Although we are bouncing. Why?
Yeah.
Because USO's right back into VWAP. So pulling right back into the volume-weighted average price. If Boyle is not going to go any further, then I just got to try to get it where it is, if I can. But if the first time we bounced off VWAP in here, this time it looks like we're trying to plunge back through. So big drop in oil, biggest one of the day. I have not heard a story. I've got the earpiece on. I've heard no crazy headlines or anything. Could just be that we hit the high and it rejected the high. It's bringing the markets back into the upside. And iBit is still, for now, holding. Hit enter twice. For now, it's holding. It's trying to come into VWAP here. I'm still looking for the reload. That hasn't really changed. But I want to see a topping tail. Like, there was a rejection of the high that got me in. So if I see that again, then we're good to go. But yeah, it's the oil drop that's causing this market to come back in here. But it's not headline driven. If it's headline driven, then something would have really changed my opinion.
Okay, we got stopped out of Intel there on the top side of it, and as we had just talked about it, like this is literally why we were emptying out the clip. So Intel will be a fine trade, but definitely did not get that going to the downside. I mean, as soon as it was funny because it was at 10s, and I was like, I better get some out there, and then the next thing you know, we got some out at 25s, and then there's the top break there. But of course, we reloaded, so. Right there. So we'll take another piece out here at 94 if we can get it. Then we'll go down to 84s and see if we can get that. But yeah, man, the market right up to the 200 period moving average again. There it is. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. So that's not a bad trade there. On the reload of our TQs and our NASDAQ position, short side. Now. But yeah, welcome to the party, everybody. Let's have a look at the broader market just real quickly to see what's going on right now and have a quick look. Yeah, I mean, this is what's going on. Not great. Where's some strength there? Costco, Walmart, upside, J&J, the healthcare technology. We talked about a little bit about this yesterday, the XBI, places to hide out, right? I mean, I like the biotech space. So Eli Lilly got a little bit of a bump yesterday on a new oral pill there approved for obesity, the first one.
Farmer names are in play because of the whole Trump. If you don't have a deal, then we're looking to punk you. And Lilly's one of the ones that has a deal. Okay. So I think they're relatively strong.
Yeah, I mean, I like farmer names as well. Easy place to hide out. Yeah, so here we go, man. The financials as well, 2.5 downside, right? JP Morgan, these guys are going to be reporting on the 14th of April, so we're close to that. These reports now coming back in. So, I'm wearing the ICE vest today. ICE up 0.9. Nice to see that. Maybe I'll call them and let them know if I wear it. This maybe happens to their stock. American Express, WFC. Okay, so those are the financial space today. Just what's been good here, a Broadcom downside. Oh yeah, we should have looked at Marvell. We wanted Marvell at $99. So let's go have a quick look to see what Marvell did today. I haven't even looked at it. We should have instead of Intel maybe. MRVL does go into only 101, so Marvell actually does not fall. It actually takes off in the open up to 104 as the whole market does, falls back in now, and now I was trying to think about that 101 and change. Yeah, so we are still just short here on the TQs and, really burning it up here today. So there it is. Thank you, easy peasy. Hey, this is exactly what we're talking about, man. There it is, man. Get the hell to the beach. You're all done right there. It's easy peasy. Happy Easter to you too, man. I'd be out of here if I didn't have to host, but we're hosting, and we're going to find some more trades for you.
That's the thing about
congratulations,
trading.
Yeah.
You don't actually bank until you check out, right? Like at the end of the day, if the money's still at risk, then it's not in your pocket. It's like, and if you're a prop trader, for prop traders, if you don't leave the month with that net intact, then none of what you did matters, and that's the sort of a different sentiment. Obviously, for retail, like you can check out anytime you want. Whoa, okay, that was just interesting. USO was bouncing. 2 seconds ago, USO was bouncing off of the lows, and it looked like we might actually break this trend. I realize that this is shorting the low, and I'm shorting a trend break at the bottom, which is usually not something I do. But we took Boyle the first opportunity it gave us. I don't think that was that's like a B entry at best because of how low it is, but we scalped it to the low. And if I see this consolidation in USO continue lower, A, that could spike the market, but B, I would feel like Boyle could go, and then USO could really accelerate to the downside. So keep your eye on oil. It's kind of at a cresting point underneath VWAP, which makes me want to double check. And let's go back over to IBIT, hit enter twice. That's coming back above the volume weighted average price. Still looking for it to show me a reversal candle. Otherwise, I'll let it hop through VWAP, get out while we're still positive. Like, don't want to turn this into a loser. I said to myself, if USO is underneath VWAP, that's probably a good place to get out and reassess. That's exactly what happened here. So sometimes it's just how it is. If USO is leading the market, you got to be able to react to it for sure. And JL8, another thing we didn't talk about, the Blue Owl redemptions are getting aggressive. There was there's some more headlines there. They just are continuing to get hit. That's why we don't love those financials right now. They're kind of under a lot of pressure. I know the one we keep coming back to is SoFi, but it did hold 15, by the way. Yeah. Because that's this week's low, if anyone is curious.
What else do you want to look at here? DraftKings.
Whoa, Intel's at 40.
Yeah, so right now DraftKings has made moves down again here right now. Sorry, moves up. Nothing but love for DK. There we go. Now we're back. Okay, we're back. I was muted there. Okay, so DraftKings, nice move up to the upside there from 21.75 up to 22.25 right now. So nice move there for DraftKings. DraftKings didn't even have a pullback, right? I mean, it pulls back into $22, but nice upside move there for DKNG as we try to find some strength in this market. Tesla, though, this morning absolutely cranked down there, man. It got to 363. I mean, was that how low did we get this week on the lows? We got much lower than that. Okay, 355. All right, so there's still some downside pressure there coming for Tesla. Okay, here we go, man. I am finally reloaded the last piece, man. 41.25. So if this market goes, I'm only giving this to 41.36s. 10 cents worth of a risk right now on the TQs. It's actually not setting up at all for a short. We're over the 200 period moving average right now. We've bounced pretty good off VWAP. We held the pre-market low. There's nothing about this trade that is screaming that this is a hold all day or anything like that at these levels. So we do have to punch out. And what I mean by that, it could come right back down in, fine, but there's no support up here, right? I mean, you have basically clear sailing all the way back up. So if this doesn't work out for us, we are going to stop out for a 10-cent hit. Just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention there because this is our last straw. It's the TQs. It just got filled up there. Looks like we're going to start to just reverse right now, back up to the upside. So here we go, man. I don't know what oil's doing. We'll have a quick little look.
It doesn't bounce a little.
I was going to say, it doesn't really matter. My order's already in, so we will get stopped out here of the NASDAQ in just a penny. So yeah, there it goes, man. The short is now out there on the NASDAQ. So there it goes, running the day's high goes the NQs. So, hey man, we said this earlier, like on a day where you're thinking this is going to be like the worst day ever, sometimes it can flip it up. And there it goes, upside there on the TQs. I'm not going to get back into this yet until we at least get to 40, like where we just showed you guys, 42.50, something like that up here, where we can actually base it off of something. So that's 42.80, yesterday's little bottom there. So yeah, not a great trade. Good trade early, but then you got to take your profits where and sometimes when they lie. But yeah, I guess it's just Intel right now.
Intel's going nuts.
I know, and that's what I was going to say. Like that break there of that high, good thing we had gotten out. Saved ourselves a whole bunch. And there's another example of it's like, you don't just want to sit in there.
It's another example of yesterday's video. Like you can like the initial trade, but you don't have to re-short it up there on Intel. It's going absolutely ham. I'm quickly gonna. If this is the market move we're gonna get, I should have paid for locates on Battle on the off chance this happened, but. Look, now you have USO underneath VWAP. So on these types of days, if you get a big time reversal in oil futures, then it's those small cap gappers. I won't say, Shreve calls them crappers, but whatever. I don't even know the company, so I'm not going to call it a crapper. Maybe they're good. I have no idea.
Who knows?
But if USO is going to hold under VWAP, then I want this one as a bit of a fade. So I just paid for locates. Not going to jump in at the low of the day. I'd like to see it try to put in some kind of a lower high. I still like Boyle, and I don't think Bitcoin's done. The NASDAQ broke the highs.
36.
IBIT hasn't broken the high yet. So far, this would still be setting up for a potential reversal short again. And I would need USO to bounce. If USO can make a bounce, then maybe we can turn around at that top. And then IBIT hasn't broken highs, so the thesis there is still somewhat intact for sure. That's where I'm looking. Going to be Battle, BATL, that's Battalion Oil for anyone that's interested.
Yes.
And then this IBIT. But need to see a turnaround in USO in the futures before I kind of pop into IBIT just blindly. I think BATL will probably set up first. Of course, it's an Amex stock. Why can't everything just be NASDAQ in New York?
Yeah.
Or better yet,
hopefully
I don't even have to guess the symbol. It just remembers it in the database, and I don't have to type it.
We're long at 137 here on USO, but this is just a pullback play into basically the 200 period moving average. But I'm going to drop this out at 136.50. If it breaks too much lower, we're going to get out on the 5-minute chart right here for USO. You've already broken back down through VWAP. There's our marker, 136.50. There, your 50 period moving average. So we're going to see if it winds up holding that or not. We're basically flat on this trade right now. Now we're up on it. This is just how wild USO is. So let's give it a couple seconds to pull up. Oh God, my whole system has. There it is. Let's go. Yeah, my computer is just. I can't even move this chart. That's how much RAM I have
right now on this computer. So, yeah, I can't do anything. I'm frozen now. So there you go. But there goes oil right now. It's a 40-cent trade right there. Props it up. I'm going to put some orders out. I just can't move that off my screen. So there it goes, man. We gave it to you. We gave it to you good right there on oil. So bang, right there. Good trade there on you. Oh, boy. Here it goes, man, on USO. We make all that back now from the futures trade into, we go from the NASDAQ right over there into oil with USO. So, hey, man, we're doing it again. And unfortunately, I don't know what to do here, Fabian. I can't do anything. This chart will just forever be here now. So,
yeah, you probably,
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I've had that issue before. I think it's the stuff we're running in Chrome, in my opinion.
Of course it is. It's these things that Fabian's building.
Yeah, so if you close them and restart them, it should be absolutely fine. So oddly enough, I thought, like, I'm looking over, I'm seeing USO pop to the upside. And you know what I was sort of saying. USO pops a little bit, and then Battle comes into VWAP because it goes up with it and then short it. But Battle just went down. So it didn't even, it's not even following the bounces in oil right now, which makes it even weaker in my opinion if it can't go to the upside. So the first chance I get, I am going to want to fade that. I don't think this IBID is going to be, I don't think this IBID is looking awfully valid right now. But if we're getting this turnaround, then you got to go over, like SLV is trend up and looking pretty solid. I know one of the names that I was mentioning for potential rebound play was Rivian. It's got a wedge, but I'm looking for something that's setting up as we're going through the highs because I like reversal plays. So Rivian actually beat on their deliveries. It was very small and it probably doesn't matter, but you're getting a couple lower highs and holding the volume weighted average price. So if this can hold on to VWAP on a couple of candles, I think there's a scalp trade there. But my first attention is to, if the market's going to continue to rip, then I really do think it'll be to the chagrin of these gap up small cappers that are just, they're all just world is going to end, let's squeeze on energy kind of plays. So I'd rather get this into VWAP if we can. I'm going to try and nibble in front of 5 on the next move up, because if it loses VWAP, that's about 5.15, and if it, that'll be a moving target, so I can get in at 5 and have reasonable risk to reward. Just need it to pop a little bit. And locates were basically free on Battle. Man, what a move in these. I know we always go to SanDisk because it always does this. 50 bucks, the stock is an absolute rocket ship. All it does is punish shorts, these memory names. Micron, SanDisk. Unfortunately, we had mentioned deliveries on Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's not participating at all. As the market hits the high, Tesla just hit the, making some local bottoms here. They missed slightly on deliveries. This tends to not matter that much, but it seems like it's mattering today a heck of a lot for Tesla. No strength here. Intel's at 49. Like, Tesla can't get above VWAPs here.
The market is rippy. Yeah, so here we go, man. Oil just drops down again, and we emptied, so we still have half, and it looks like we might just wind up washing this trade after all there, because we still got half of this. Okay, well, here it comes right back up. I'm going to take advantage. Okay, I'm going to take advantage of this little bit of a move higher here right now in oil, and we are just like, well, maybe we're going to get shut down or shut out of that trade. Obviously, you're not going to get shut down on anything. And there it is, man, back into the 30s. So okay. All right, man. Here we go, man. Nice move to the high side. We're waiting at 66s now for oil. And yeah, what could turn out to be what was a maybe not a good trade turns out to be an absolute banger here for, there it is, we get that 66, yes. All right, nice move there for oil. So there it is, man, now it's 70 cents in the money here now on USO. So yeah, man, so far so good over here as we just continue to trade. Again, look at what's going to be going on in the broader markets just real quickly for everybody. NASDAQ now pulling up 1.25%, down 1.25%, but up from its potential lows. It was breaking over 2% when we opened the show, so that was not good. XOM, some of the energy names up 1.3%. There's CVX up 3%, so that's nice to see that one going as well. Some of the utility names higher today as well. Duke Energy over there, Southern upside, so Pembina Pipelines up. So some of these utilities like in Enbridge and whatnot working out quite nicely here on the electronic technology side of things. Wow, there's a dollar club. for oil, man. I guess it doesn't really matter. Like, charts don't lie. I'm just going to sit here and read the charts and hopefully give you guys some of these trades, man, today. And there's USO. So there's the Dollar Club over there on that name as well. So, yeah, man, so far so good. I mean, we didn't screw up, but we got short on Intel and out. We did get short on the Qs and out right there. That was a mistake. I thought I was on USO, but I was on Qs there by accident. So that was in and out there. And it's just right now, it's just USO. We did take another piece out there near the highs. I'm going to take one more now because with this market, we just don't know. This could fall back in a heartbeat. Like, we almost got stopped out. There we go. Take another fill at 44s. Our stop, we didn't get it actually. Our stop on USO right now is 136.50s. So if that breaks lower, then we're going to be out. So 30 cents worth of risk. We just took about $1 there, and we're looking to take a little bit more on USO. It's just 10 o'clock. There it is. We get that 45. So we'll just say, we'll just go money storm. Because that's kind of what it's been like right here for the long on USO pretty much all day. So there it goes. Yeah, the charts don't lie. Exactly, hamster. Thank you, everybody, for that.
If the charts start lying to you, you got other issues. Let's be real. Because ball don't lie, chart don't lie. Joey options doesn't lie either. But what I'll tell you what doesn't lie. Relative weakness doesn't lie at all. So I'm just watching USO go higher, and I'm looking at Battle falling off an absolute cliff as it continues to go down. At some point, you would think it's going to catch a bit of a bid. If energy bounces, it's supposed to bounce with it at least a little bit, but there hasn't even been a green candle yet. Once we get some kind of an indication where the buyers want to step into and how far they can get it, then that's going to be the fade. So just got to be patient with it. I still think it's going to be pretty valid.
Yeah,
if USO continues to go, like, there's no way this isn't going to at least cast some kind of a bid. So not going to be shorting any bottoms in here. But as you're watching some of these names, Intel pressing $49, this feels a little bit too far, a little bit too much for me on Intel. It's like, to be able to do this, 1.8% to the upside, like, that is an absolutely insane move here on Intel. Like, you get $46, you get $49 stock that has basically gone $3 straight up since the open. So I said on my note that I wanted to look for a fade at 47. But you know what? We talk about sometimes, do you make the trade? No. Like, at no point did this even look like it was going to be short. It still hasn't set up yet. So until it looks like a short, then I'm not going to touch this with a 10-foot pole. No way, no how. But Battle is starting to come back up and should be able to give me a fill. I'm sitting at 80s to try to nibble in the first time. And just to give you an idea, you know, everyone's going to have a different style of trade. Like, this is that first, like, this is the move up here in USO. If this isn't busting VWAP, effectively, it's done not as much as you would think. Like, we dropped $2 to get down here. We've had about a 60, 70 cent move to the upside. So it's not extreme enough to get me away from the fade in Battle or get me away from the fade in Boyle just yet. And this is really just coming down to relative strength and weakness when you talk about it. Like, Boyle is still trading lower. Nothing too much has changed here. So I want to get any chance we can at a pop. And when everything lines up, then we'll be good to go. The market's looking entirely too strong at this moment. Shout out to Jacques in the chat. You're saying look at Lunar. I wanted some of these types of names to be good today. And it looks like this one at least is running. You got 9 points to the upside on LUNR. This one's a breakout on the daily at the $23. I don't know if you can break. I don't know if you break out today. It feels like it's a long weekend. It's the end of the week. We always talk about it's difficult to have these types of breakouts on a Friday very cleanly. That's another reason I'm skeptical of Intel. Like, if Intel's going to get to $50, like, this is the end of the week. 50 is a monster number. There's no way I'm not looking reversion at 50. But let's let it press up into it. Impressive by Intel. We had it on the watch list because it had a small story that I didn't think would override market sentiment, but now it's got the sentiment with it. This is not going against the grain. It's actually firmly going with it currently. And I haven't heard a thing about it. Like, there hasn't been a headline as to why crude is coming down or why some of these stocks are going higher. It's been all quiet. This is just pure market rebound, and maybe the president's speech wasn't as bad as we thought. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the market is what it is.
Its own beast.
Look at Intel, just an absolute monster. Okay, NVIDIA too, and everything. So we've done real well getting out of this USO trade. So I have nothing to complain about here right now with USO. So all aboard, man. If we break this I'm not going to average into this. If we break this 200 period moving average, we're going to get out. I'll actually take an opportunity right now to take another piece at O2s, just to give us back to 1-to-1 on this last piece. I only have now like 20% left, maybe not even. I don't think left on that trade. So little pieces out there on USO, and it can't be bad for us. Marvell, wow. Let's go have a look at Marvell right now. There it is. Right back upside again, 105. We talked about like if you wanted to find a name today to possibly go long on, Marvell might be the thing. Up 2% or up. Down 2% still, but was down 5% at its lows, right? So now you're all the way back up from 101 flat up to 105. That was its high, kicking around 104 right now. Israel said U.S. won't deploy ground army, so that would make sense there if that is exactly the headline. Thank you so much. We're just reading headlines and super chats that people are putting, right? So if Neil and I do hear anything about something more official, obviously we will be all over that. For that moment in time there. But I was wondering about NVIDIA, which is why I first came up to this situation there, 174, 174.50. That's 175. I don't actually mind looking at that short now on NVIDIA. I know the market has really rallied here today, and I'm not about going long on anything. It's just, I'm not afraid to go long. I know I'm only really looking short. Like I was long oil, short Intel, short the market, and just basically a flattish day right now, especially with oil is going to break, it looks like below. But I think NVIDIA could be a short in and around this 174.50. So I'm going to start it now and then just see if we're able to. There we go, we get the short now. And I'm just going to stop out, man, if we take out that high, which we had just put in now. We'll give it a little bit more room, 174.60. So we'll give it.
Maybe at 50.
Yeah, we'll do a little bit higher than that right now.
The 50 break on Intel was hilarious.
Yeah.
Like it didn't even, usually Intel will have a few million shares on the offer. It'll sit there for a while.
Yeah.
And think about it. They didn't think about it. Someone just smoked it instantly, and then it like levitated to 50.10. Intel's now up 4% from down. A complete recovery. I finally got into Battle. I think Battle's SSR, of course, right? So you can't hit the bid unless there's an uptick on BATL. That was my bad. I should have said that from the beginning. So it's a little bit more difficult. You have to get an up print to get into position. Like you can't just automatically go short. But Intel is at that 50 mark. So far, there's nothing really standing in its way. What are some of the other ones doing? We haven't looked at AMD. Is that also relatively strong? 208. We're seeing, you don't need a daily chart. It's strong, but not as strong. It's still pulling into prior resistance. Like you haven't busted prior resistance. Not that convinced just yet. It looks like it's really just Intel doing it on its own, at least in terms of how strong it is.
All right, NVIDIA short. There's 40 cents. You guys like 40 cents or not? Right there it is right there on NVIDIA. So like everything we've touched so far today has really banged out for us. Intel there was good. Everything was good early and then not. So that's why I'm like a little nervous about this NVIDIA trade because it's working so well for us right now so early. I mean, this was right there, 30 cents and 2 minutes to the downside there. So maybe we should cover a little bit more because, the TQs was a good short until it wasn't. Like that was a good one until it wasn't. Intel was a good short until it wasn't. USO is still fine. We actually did really well on USO. But there it is, the break through 50s. And wow, right back up. Wow, what a volatile thing USO is right there. So yeah, every trade worked out for us and then didn't. So that's the volatile market that we're in. So we'll just cover a bit there of NVIDIA down at O's. And that was right there into some of these bids. This is where we'd love to cover more if possible, but we just bounced. We didn't even come close to touching any of these bids. This market could be really for really in for a ripper here today. I mean, I was not expecting this. We've recovered half of their, I mean, look at this. See ya. I'm stopped out at 60s here. Like, I was just saying, this was just at O's right there, and we were happy. And here it goes, man, straight up to the upside right now goes NVIDIA. So bye-bye. This is definitely not a risk-off market at all today. This looks like a risk-on market big time right here, as there goes NVIDIA ripping to the top side right now. So yeah, man, we might have to change up our opinion right now. We're short. I'll take a little bit out here as there comes right back in. We're hitting the keys like crazy because bang, from doom to not doom as we go back to the downside for NVIDIA and put on what is looking like a decent trade now. Wow, man, how everything can change so quickly, literally on a dime right there, as NVIDIA short looked like we were getting stopped out moments away from that stop out, and now it's my most profitable stock.
Yeah, and well, some of the trend, I'm just going to try find things that are trending in the right direction and follow the trend. So battle, even with USO battling, this one continues to go down. There's a lot of these small cappers. If you're watching, most of the small cappers, I think TMDE, Anna, like all of these are like energy names. So when we did have that pullback, the overall trend of those pulled back in, probably a little bit too late. You couldn't get short 5 because it's that stupid uptick rule isn't going to be in effect. But if we break out, if USO can break back out here, it'll be really telling if this breaks out and battle doesn't. That'll be an obvious reload for sure. I think this is where the shorts come in. Here comes Intel finally. All right, some sellers are finally getting into control on Intel through that 50 level. And just as they smoked, see the topping tail? They just smoked it down back under 50. It was at 49.98. It's like the second they saw a number under 50 on the offer, someone bought it back right back up to 5s. So it can't even hold underneath 50 for more than a couple seconds. Let's see if it can do it again here. It looks like it's trying to, so I'm going to try to jump in. This time it didn't immediately snap back through that 50 level, so let's look to see if this 50 is the top. It was always going to be the 50. Unless it showed a lower high or some kind of a reversal candle somewhere else that was obvious, the 50 level was going to be it or not. So stop is going to go through the top as the usual. Let's see how far this one can go. Intel on a solo mission to the moon itself here. Although my daughter was very disappointed when I told her the actual mission doesn't take the astronauts. Like the astronauts are just flying by the moon. Mm-hmm. She's like, they're not landing on the moon. I'm like, well, no, sweetheart, it's baby steps. She's like, but didn't we do it like a long time ago? I'm like, yes, before Daddy was born. Yeah, it's like, try to explain to them why we're not landing on the moon when it was so easy a long time ago, but we can't do it now.
Yeah, did you tell her we actually didn't land on the moon? Okay.
I try to stay on it because there's, you know kids, right? So there's always one or two in class that say that stuff.
Yeah.
So like goes around. I'm like, look, we landed on the moon. The Earth is not flat.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
We are just, we could talk about all that, but there's NVIDIA, man. We just got 17s right there. This is a big trade. Markets have been extremely active lately. For traders, this kind of environment creates opportunity. Big moves mean more setups, means more momentum. But to really take advantage of these conditions, you need two things: discipline and access to capital. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your own personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early and worry about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com and please scan that QR code right there and you get your 10% off whatever you decide to sign up for at Trade the Pool. So go make sure you do get that QR code. And thank you everybody for watching with us here today. Shout out to everybody on TikTok. What's up, Bravely? I hope you're doing well over there as well. Hit your like button no matter where you guys are. I'm trying to pull down the DXY. Hopefully this doesn't freeze everything up again right there. So here's the DXY right now, making a move higher to start with. This is a 1 hour chart. Let's just go into a 1 minute chart so I don't tell you it's going higher when it's going lower. So there it is, man. The dollar getting lower on a strong NASDAQ tape. Makes sense to me. We talked about weaker dollar, better for the NASDAQ names as you repatriate back in, and there it is right now, another move down in. We'll look to see if the DXY takes out 100 right now today. Nice move up. We almost made it, back to its recent, I think it was quarterly highs or so, yeah, right into here. So almost back up to $100.60 there for the DXY, which goes all the way back to June. Talk about, a dollar that's been lagging through these levels right now. There goes NVIDIA, so we make money on it, then give it right back. This is the story of today. Wow, the market is really blasting now. There goes, we just looked at the dollar, there goes NVIDIA, so take and out. So quickly in and out there on NVDA. We just got filled at 17s, man, down there on NVIDIA. So I see Intel's giving its a love back through 50, eh? That's good.
It's holding for now, but I don't think it's going to hold. Nothing's going to hold if USO breaks this low. We're just basically trading the same range. It gets up to VWAP and it can't break through. So if oil's going to hold under VWAP, of course, being a pretty strong
the market
indicator,
almost got there.
It's like over-under is going to be pretty important. Battle, good news is that anytime oil goes up, Battle's still heading down. So I still think I've got the trend right, but I won't let this break past like the prior bar. Just let it try to continue to the downside. I got one takeout on Intel. I haven't reloaded it yet. I want to see confirmation. Like if the following candle blows through the top, that's not a reason to add to this position. You need to see a lower high, consolidation lower. Like when this ran yesterday, look at some of these tops. Like kind of good, much better. Follow through, lower highs. Like this is not, like this is more like the open here at 939 yesterday than it is like these other turnarounds for now. So just got to be a little bit patient with it here for Intel. Keep your eye on the future. Well, keep your eye on oil futures here because every time we press this 24,000, it seems like it's because USO wants to press lower. And don't forget that you have individual stories. Oh, Tesla's back. I was about to tell you that Tesla hadn't been participating in the move. Factually incorrect. Tesla's double bottomed. This has a chance to get through that 370. I wrote down after the deliveries, 370 to 371 would be key. It just can't quite press through there. I'm not a believer unless you can press through, right? They'll slap the fail on Intel, but I'm glad I didn't reload this. This one is an absolute rocket today. Absolute rocket, 5% up. Unbelievable. This one I definitely didn't see coming.
No, Intel's a good one
Like if
there.
you had told me, well, I mean, who had the news like recently? If you had told me that we turned around and then Marvell was 5,
Yeah, Marvell.
it's got more momentum behind it. Yeah, it's not even green yet. Like it's just a little bit surprising to me that Intel's doing this. Nvidia's not even green yet. AMD I showed you guys earlier, that's not even green yet. It's just it's like an all Intel story. And we're not hearing anything specific about them. They literally made a $15 million investment. That was the headline. Million. Like that's what the change that falls out of Lip-Bu's pocket. Oh, by the way, it was in a company that Lip-Bu Tan, the CEO, is a chairman of.
Google, I mean, things are starting to get close to set up for shorts here. But again, like it's just a matter of, do you want to trust this short? I mean, I took a little piece there on the TQs. I'm waiting for 42.50s on that, and I can go over that in a minute. But yeah, Google maybe getting top heavy as well. 295. I mean, all the way back. Like that's crazy that we got all the way back on Google there. Like literally all the way back. So here it is right now into these levels. I mean, that's 296.25. I mean, I'd rather short 296 than 295, but it's not a horrible idea, I feel like, to think about possibly that this market's just a little too heated right now up near this 95. I mean, I could go short against 95 right now. Maybe we should try that. Let's try that a little bit here with Google against 95s. I didn't even get that fill, so hopefully we get it. There we go. I'm at 64. I'm also at 75. And I'm just going to punch out if we do break 295. So easy peasy trade right here. Shout out to Easy Peasy. As there we go. We go short on it. And remember, most of the shorts have worked and then they hadn't worked. So we'll see if give this one a little bit more room right now on Google, see if it wants to come back in. I mean, that 20, if we're going to go short at 75, which is eventually hopefully where we get this trade, well, I guess our average will be about 70. That'll be about 30 cents. So that's 9, and that's perfectly comfortable because right where we could bounce from is this low again, which is 94.30s. So if we get into 94.30, I'm just going to put a bid there right now and see if we can grab that for 20%. And then we'll work on the short after that. So short right now on the NASDAQ and on Google, just thinking that maybe we've extended just a bit too much to the upside right now. I want to switch the bias though. You know, I mean, it's been wrong going short. It's just I don't know if that's the case right now.
Well, I'm going to ask everybody.
Oh, there it goes, man. There goes Google.
I'm going to ask everybody this right now. We are less than 1% away, 0.7%. That's exactly what it was yesterday.
Yep.
0.7% on the ES to the downside.
Google's gonna take
so
it
it
out.
started the voting. If you're in the chat right now, then you jump in and vote. If you think the SPY can get green today, you've typed 1 for yes, you type 2 for no. And remember, if you're not in the chat, it's a subscribers-only chat, so hit the subscribe first. Water is warm. Jump into a fantastic community, the best trading community out there, the best in the world, the only good trading, only real trading show you're going to find. And then I see we're so 50-50. I'm just looking for a day where we put something up like this up, and we're not close to 50-50. We got already 112 votes or so, now 130 votes, and we're 47, 53, 55 is as much, and no is slightly leading the way. I'm surprised. Because of the long weekend, if we go red to green, that would be a bit of a shocker to me. But the market sentiment is what it is. I'll check back on this. We'll end the voting, call it at 10:30 or so before we go into the midday with it'll be OB because obviously Sharif isn't here. Reloaded some battle. Intel's finally looking a little bit better. We got a bit of a double bottom that just formed, topping tail candle, and it's back through that 50. So the second salvo at the 50 I'm about to take a shot in. It's going to be the 50 level or bust for me on Intel, because I can't see any other obvious round level setting up, and there's really no good trend breaks when it's this steep. So we'll have to be a little bit patient with Intel, but it just did another topping tail, so we're back into it. Battle we're holding on to as long as it doesn't seem to want to do much of anything. USO rebounds and it doesn't do much. Intel, strong move. And I saw in the chat, yes, I love the fab play for them. It's an important business, but they've already said themselves, even if things work out in terms of meaningful revenue, they're talking a couple of years out. So I have thought it's been a little frothy, and I say that as somebody that owns shares of Intel. But Ball doesn't lie, man. Look at where this is on the daily. This is kind of breaking out on the daily chart, but 50 is a monster level in here. This is the spot to look for. Busy Trader says that USO support is right here, which is true.
USO. Have a look.
Well, it is.
Oh, this is where I've been. Yeah, this is where I got stopped out.
It's been holding the same level this entire time, for sure. It's proving to be support, but if it loses the bid, I just think you get more of a movement down in Battle. If USO loses the bid, I think Battle closes the gap and ends the day at $4, because it's already proven to you once that it can go the entire way. I can see it doing it again. That's all. Like, look at this thing. I mean, come on. It was $33 at the height of this. We bounced to $5. If oil goes down, this thing's dying.
To 18s on the TQs? Oh, okay. I was waiting at 25s there to get a little more short on the Qs there, but no good there. All right, we've averaged it back there. We did take a punch out there at O's. It didn't go any higher. Noticing that we have 95.20s there. I'm still going to stop out if we take that out, but we did have less risk on now because we just covered a bunch on this little flush down there. And yeah, man, I mean, USO, I've been on USO today, and that was my breaking spot right here. So I think you might be right about looking at that level. It's where I stopped out at, and then it ripped back up $1 on me there. But we only had 20. I know we might have had less than 20%, but we did mention that. So there it is right there. We'll have to wait to see where we go from here. But I'm going to stay net short. I just, looking where this market is right now, especially, I mean, I'm shorting the NASDAQ. So, we've just, obviously this week didn't happen. We just made a little bit of a level there. If you go back, maybe on a 5-minute chart here for this. We do have natural gas coming out very, very soon, so we'll have to see what that does. But you're running in again into the 200 period moving average on your 5-minute chart. These levels right there, 580. This was yesterday's sort of starting point, 580 and a quarter or so. So you have about another $1 or so to the high side before you get to Yes, here we go, Neil. There it goes, man. It is Google. Nice little move to the downside. Oh, boy, man. We're starting to print a little bit now, guys. Nice move lower there on Google. Oh, yeah. Let's go right now. Nice move lower there on Google. So we finally found one here. We picked it up, and, yeah, Bob's your uncle there. Yes. All right, there it goes, man. Props it up, man. There goes Google to the downside. There goes the futures. We just talked about it, so let's take some profit when it lies there. So we'll take some more out here on these plays as it's more downside right now. It's Google downside, it's the Q's downside, and it's giddy up time. Here we go. Let's see how low can we go. Is that it for the NASDAQ? I do not believe so. We may find this jump off right here, 23,950 or so. But let's cover some more Google down here in the 30s. Again, for a 20-cent risk, we've got 60 cents now. So Google, so far, so good. The big trade, man, a big net trade for me here on Google. So yes, man, very, very proud and happy with that trade as we get to the downside on Google.
Yeah, nice. I actually just tapped out of Intel. I took the 50 pennies on it because I actually thought that oil was going back to the upside. Going back to the downside, which would make the markets go up. And the reason for that is Battle lost the bid. So I made a bad assumption, but it doesn't matter. I'll take the win no matter what. And then we're saying, hey, Battle is weak, so trade something that's trending down. It puts in a lower high and then just continues the trend and is continuing to fill the gap in. So sometimes it's a little bit easier to follow the crowd and just jump into something where everyone's piling in. I still think we can get to 4, but 420. Let's respect the quarters here. We're short in front of the 75, so like the 3/4 mark. It's at the half. We just took it out there. We'll look first. I'm just actually sitting at Larry Bird, which I usually do, and then I'll probably bid down here at Will Clark on the 22 mark. So that's working. Intel, like I said, I took the scalp, but it's probably going to head all the way down into the volume-weighted average price. That's going to bring me back to IBIT, though. Finally, this could be breaking trend. I started with IBIT. I waited and waited. It broke the trend, immediately retook the high when it broke the trend line, and now you're getting a bit of a confirmation here. So see this utter nonsense? If you take that trade, like you just get rinsed out of it. Now you're getting the confirmation that we're on the other side, I think, here. So patience is a key, man. It's one of those like yo-yo type of days, but it just took a little bit of patience, following one trend trade and then waiting for that top on Intel. Took a couple cracks at it, but green is green. And thank you for the super chat, DPK. Let's throw it up there, Andre, if you can. It is simply reversal now, please. Yo-yo is the super chat.
What's
yo-yo? It's been a yo-yo type of market. There's no questions asked. So you got to wait for those reversions to come in. And then hopefully you just got to catch one, right? Like you should just be able, if you catch one, then you can be good to go. But if we get back to the bottom, remember, it works both ways. One headline, and you can reverse the other way. Not that we've gotten any headlines today. It's been pretty quiet.
Yeah, it's very, very quiet.
Actually, it's eerily quiet on the earpiece.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything, man. I mean, I'm still paying attention. We do got the Benzinga news service here for you. We normally have a Dara coming in with random stuff, but today we don't really have anything going on. It's already 10:30, so yeah, so far so good on that one. Yeah, not seeing anything here either. This is just financial juice. Whoopsies, I just closed it. That was financial juice. That's not a bad website to watch out, and I got to call that back up here on my history, which of course I for some reason don't see it. All right, well anyways, I'm still watching out for Google. I just sort of looked at that trade. I took another bid there at O's. You know, realistically, this 93.50, I'm going to just wait for that now. I do have another bid at 80 in the 80s and then back down into the 50s. So if we can break through, these little wicks get us into 75. So maybe one more push down here on the market gets us into the 80s. Then we can get that fill, and then we'll get a 50 fill. And then I'll talk to my friend Phil, and we'll wait to see if we get 290, 250s down into here. But again, the market's gonna have to go down. Will it go down? I don't know, but I'm sitting here in a beauty short and willing to hold it. So let's see how low we can go right now. We also do have this trade as well, which seems to be a face slapper, a money maker. I was gonna love Ric Flair, by the way. But here we come in to the downside on the TQs. I thought I was bidding 80s, or we were. So there's the fill there. Now on the 80s, man. Yeah, it's been one hell of a ride so far today. Tesla, what a ride back up to the upside. I just got the note that, hey, regardless, my car's full now downstairs. I want to thank Trader TV Live for putting in I
guess you don't really get it down that low.
No. Like this morning, I was into Mississauga yesterday. My daughter and my wife had their gala yesterday for hockey, ending the season. So they had their season-ending gala yesterday. So I drove them into Mississauga there, and they had a great time. So yeah, no, the car was at like 80%, and then it doesn't take that long. It's like maybe it takes like 10% is like an hour.
Can we throw that super chat about the IPO?
10:07.
It's kind of a weird one, Andre, or I can't see. There's now a thing in between, so I can't even. Yeah, this one. Oh, yeah, till TMCR, which is Metals Royalty Company, was supposed to be an IPO today, but I'll show you exactly what I'm looking at here. I don't see it as priced, and the expected date says next week. So I wouldn't expect there to be a tap. Like, again, like the expected date says next week, and it's not priced yet per my information, and I can't call it up for a tap. So all that leads me to suggest that maybe it's next week. If you have alternate information, then show it to me. But yeah, we can't call it up, and I wasn't really expecting any IPOs today. But if we had it, I'd let you guys know. But if you have like an article or something you want to show me that says it should be today or that it's been priced, fair enough. And either way, it's not supposed to be that big. Like that's not an IPO that either one of us or I think anybody would be that interested in taking. Obviously, SpaceX is going to be a totally different story. They filed yesterday. Yeah, yesterday was Wednesday. I keep thinking because today's Thursday and it's the end of the week, but they filed yesterday. We should get them at some point this year. Don't know the exact date. We get that question a lot. Nobody knows the exact date we're going to get SpaceX, but believe me, whenever it happens, you know where you're going to want to be. Because we'll be actually on it live when it opens, regardless of who's on the show. The second SpaceX opens, maybe it's June, maybe it's July. We'll be all over it. It'll be like the biggest event of the year.
Here we go. What's up to HiAPQ right here? Because this is Google. Mm-hmm. So there you go. So Goog right here is a different symbol, of course. So I just, look at the volume here, 3.6 million for Goog. Oops, that's Tesla. I was going to say it's not 20 million for Google. That's for sure. 3.6 versus 5.4. And I've always traded Google, so thank you for the question there. And I don't have any problem right there to tell you guys all about that kind of a trade. And again, thank you so much for that question. It did get, actually, I thought I put 25 break. What is the high there? Yeah, okay, so if we do break the high, I'm going to get out of this. But we've emptied out our clip. I don't even have, so actually not completely emptied it out. I still have 25% left of this trade, and it looks like it's getting sick with it to the upside right now. Wow, the market blasting.
Just blasted.
I'm not hearing anything. Like there we go. Now the guy's just saying futures going higher. That's all he's saying. Thanks. Right there. I am going to reload Google, but I didn't really think about it because it came up so quick. Right now, let's just try a little bit here on that move higher. And then our stop out still remains where it is, man, that 295.25 area. So it looks like we potentially could get stopped out in and around this area right now. So yeah, there goes Google, just upside play there. You see it just elevate, right? And sometimes when stocks get oops, there we go. So when stocks get, now we're even more short. When stocks get elevated like that, there's huge buys underneath. There's a lot of money on the side. There it goes.
It was so broke.
There it goes. Yeah, there's a lot of money on the sidelines, sort of what I was sort of going to get at there, waiting to buy, and it looks like they're buying right now. So there it is, stopped out on Google. Oh, well, we make money, give it back. That's been the story of the short. Get in and get out, man, if you're into something like that. There goes Google. Nice move. Fed's Logan.
Yeah, we have speaking.
Yeah, they're speaking now. Fed's Logan. I don't know what he's saying exactly, but
he said basically he's talking about holding rates steady. Well, okay. Tell us something we don't already know, Logan. There's a cooler Logan, and it's a fantastic movie. It doesn't really matter. We were already at 2%, 2.6% chance of a rate hike. We're not going to get anything with rates. At this point, I actually don't think it even matters what happens in the next month with the conflict. Over or not, rates are staying exactly where they are because of the uncertainty. That would be my guess. But the highs just got run. We took the trend break. We left it at the prior high. I actually got a pretty good fill in there. 1 cent of slippage on IBIT, but it's going in the other direction. USO very briefly broke that support level, that 136.5. It's underneath it still, but it went right down to 136 even, which is this level here.
Go back down.
30. So it's continuing to trend down. That probably means, like Battle's going to hold trend. It doesn't come back for a reload, but it just continues to fall. Nothing's really changed. This feels like it's just going to close in the rest of the gap here. As long as USO falls, this should close the gap into $4. Can't think of a reason why. And shout out to Army, Kalen, Rico in the chat, Nathaniel. Although Nathaniel, you didn't type a $sign when you put in Meta. Shouting at all the runners that are going right now. Meta is blasting, NBIS is blasting. Intel's not blasting. It's at 49 right now.
Yeah, Marvell's
Marvell's
106.
blasting. And now all of a sudden Intel is shy and only at 49. NVIDIA, high of day and continuing to go higher.
NVIDIA,
Amazon with the Global Star. They could be buying Global Star. It's not for sure, but that's the rumor. So GSAT is probably having a good day as well. There's Amazon trying to go green. Hey, GSAT's falling. That's interesting.
They're drafting a protocol right now for the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz right now.
That's huge.
That's going to be good. There goes Google. There goes the market. There goes the TQ. So it looks like right now we are now starting to get excited here. Back to the upside. I mean, is the war over? I do not know. But what I do know is this market is turning right now on a dime. Right there, back up to the upside on this story about the Strait of Hormuz. I'm just going to go punch long now. Not huge. We are going longer now. Let's just wait to see where we can go from here. There it goes, man. We finally learned our lesson. Get long right here and upside. Thanks for everybody warning us to get long, by the way. There it goes. Finally, the TQs finally starting to go back up to the upside just a little bit. Yeah, wow. This is the market when you're here, right? Look at USO. Whoops. There's that little dip buy opportunity gone for you as we break lower right now. So here we go. We'll give it a breath, man. I mean, now the market's going back up. Let's hope that story is right there, and we're going to stay long on the Qs for now.
Yeah, and I think as long as that story is right, then I don't have to do anything. I just
reloaded.
I just tried to jump into Boyle to the short side there, and let's just say the quotes were broken for a quick second. I was looking at 15s when I thought I would be getting short, but it was apparently already down at the low of the day. But any bounce we'll try to get. But thankfully, we're already in something which is going to continue to go in this direction because we just broke a fresh low. USO just went down to 132 on all of this. So the flush just absolutely continues. So, it was already good in this trade, and it just continues to get better. Thankfully, the headline went in our direction this time. Now, you're in it, and there just happens to be the first big headline. That is huge news. Huge. That's what you wanted to hear going into the weekend. Big time. Well, it looks like I finally got that Boyle fill. So remember, we did just have nat gas as well. I think that's why. Like simultaneously,
Market's coming back.
You had that headline come in right when the nat gas numbers were coming out. It basically broke the quotes for a couple of minutes because it's like you have simultaneously news coming in. So I'm going to play this, grab the short here, but I don't want this getting through the volume weighted average price. And now that we're bouncing, I'm going to take another leg out in battle. I just saw USO bounce $3 in a single candle. Yeah, I'm just going to take another leg out here on that gap. If I can get this at the low while USO just kind of drifted from 132 back to 134.5, like you kidding me? That was a huge reversal. It hasn't closed the candle yet, but we're just at 132. We're back to 134.5, pressing 135. Huge reversal on USO there. Crazy volatility. See, everything is calm, and then you get one headline, oil goes crazy, and then it changes everything and flips it on its head. Insane. That's why you keep your ear to the ground.
Yeah, you have to. All right, 42, 24s or so. I'm trying to stay long right now. So we were able to get out. I mean, get out near the tops there of that most recent move. I mean, we just sort of zoomed out a little bit to have a look at where we were. We almost got back to yesterday's highs right there. So, all right. I mean, that would be good. So if we can get back to there, that'd be great. But we have those outs, man. Like my best out on this is actually 50s. So we got a decent fill on the upside there. But, that sounds like good news. Is it? Let's wait to see. So we did okay. We did reload it. We're going to go back up to the upside. Let's take a 24 fill there. 22 fill. And there it goes up again. Let's see. Bear Cave is out about Yelp right now. So let's go have a quick look at Yelp real quickly here. I'm not leaving any reviews. All right. Yes. Can go again, man. This is a good day. Yelp's going higher on that Bear Cave report there. So, all right, man. We're into the NASDAQ now. We're long. So there he is. We just bought that dip at 43. We're getting some more out here. Let's just play the fade. Play the fade down, I guess, the move down there as we're getting better news. The NASDAQ, when we showed up today, was down 2%. It's now flat. Now the ES is now up right now. So there we go, man. Wow, big time movement upside. So huge move right now. Iran Strait is they're trying to work on some protocol to start letting some ships through. So,
and what's crazy about that is we just hit green for a brief second. It was 50-50 on our poll. No won 54 to 46, and then we just had that tick up. It just goes to show how much action from a single headline can come in. That's crazy, and you're right about that. Like Yelp went up on the Bear Cave short report, saying more problems at Yelp. If you're bouncing on a short seller report, yeah, that's bad for the short seller because they want that as exit liquidity, and this stock actually has a breakout profile on it. I have nothing against the short sellers, but sucks to be you when you look at this chart here. If it breaks like 25 half, if it starts making fresh highs, you're in a world of hurt. Back over to, we were just talking about the market, but we haven't really had too much to look at gold and silver. You might have guessed this, but GLD, not green yet, but distinct uptrend and absolutely continuing. You're going to have silver breaking. It's still 3.5 down. It's just SLV is just a function of how far it was to the downside. But look at the spike up as it just got absolutely trashed. The only new thing was, for me, was trying to take Boyle in here. So it's holding under VWAP. I was able to get a reload just underneath the volume weighted average price. As long as we hold this trend down in oil futures and hopefully trend up in the market, I think we're good to go. But we cannot ignore the sheer absurd volatility in USO. USO was just 135 to 132 to 135 to 133 to 135. Like it is flying on these 3-minute candles. So for now, I'm still reloading Boyle at VWAP because we're going up to this top and dropping. And looks like we're going to be good to go. This is exactly what you wanted to hear going into the weekend. So whoever said it's not a happy Easter, I think that was kind of a tongue-in-cheek super chat.
was there super chat?
I know. I don't think it was meant to be like sad Easter or sorry. It was like sorry Easter because everything was down.
Yeah.
Right. It was tongue-in-cheek. Looks like it's going to be a better one.
Yeah,
we get to open our chocolate eggs early.
It'll definitely be a better one, but will it still be a down one? It could potentially be. Yeah, so it's a nice rally upside there. We just got some more out. We did reload it, and we got some more outs in the 40s again right there on that most recent reload. So we'll try it one more time. We did just pop up into 10s. I don't really want to take 10s. I want to get going a little bit more on this name. So we'll wait to see if the market does continue upside a little bit. Now, it's only flat on the day. I am a little nervous because the report is just, again, that they're drafting a... I mean, I don't even see it.
Better than not drafted.
I don't even see it on the...
I only heard it.
Yeah, I only heard the story. So maybe we could find... Where's Brendo at? Maybe we can find that story. But that's what it was. So just drafting a proposal there to open up the Strait is what I heard. I'm going to take an opportunity to get... There we go. We get that out at 09 there on the bump back up. I mean, this is what I want to do. We talked about trying to... I'm at 19s. And yes, sir. Holy... Man, this has been a crazy day today, right there. So there goes the futures right there back up to the upside. So I think it's great for China. I think it's great for everything if that Strait can get open back up. So let's go have a look at FXI right now. Yeah, okay, so there's the bump up there for China. I mean, China oil, they need it, right? So it's funny because yesterday President Trump was like, we don't need no oil. You guys go fight for yourself. And you might be right about that. But, the global economy is what many of these companies are worried about and what I'm worried about. So we'll have to hope that China can start to get some oil back through there, and that would be nice. I think the overall market would really, really appreciate a nice move like that. Google to 300, it looks like right now. So that was 289 or something at its lows today. Wow. We were short. Look, we were printing on the short. The short was fine until it wasn't. It broke higher. We didn't average back into this at all. We took this 295 short, and look, for good reason, right? I mean, I like that 295 short. It just printed really well for us. We were in a dollar club on this trade, and now it's like $2 the other way, but that's why you have to exit stage left. And here we go, man. Believe in your trades, and here goes the TQs. Let's see if it works, man. Upside right now on the NASDAQ, right back into the 20s. So I'll take a small fill here at 23. We'll take that, and now we'll see how far we can blast higher. Now I'm at 43.45s right now. Hopefully we get that, and then if we do, then giddy up, and we'll see about the highs from there. So nice movement here on the NASDAQ back to the upside on what is apparently a risk-on day after all.
Well, when it's risk on everywhere except for energy, and that's been sort of the trend trade. So the market looks like it's going to close We have 15 minutes to go. I was going to say we're going to be able to hand you guys over green. It's still not quite there. Well,
It'll get green.
The ES is actually green. It's the NASDAQ, which is back and forth. It's pretty close. Oil, I'm going to continue with this one. It holds under VWAP. We'll just play this to the low of the day. Battle's failure is almost complete. So this one was not much of a battle today because it's just these stocks. Let's look at the others here because I know I've only looked at this. TMDE was the other energy small cap. Why does it always default to Blue Ocean stock? Sorry, that's just me. It's not the defaults to Blue Ocean. It's just that it's the first thing in the drop down. TMDE, what happens when these gappers on energy news catch a move down in USO? It's been trending. It's been weak under VWAP, and then we get a trend down. Battle, I just felt like has been a little bit more egregious. Why? Look at chart. Chart explains why this one is a little bit weaker. So this one can't be a loser, but USO hasn't made a fresh bottom. I'm just looking for the complete gap fill to the prior high. But if it retakes this little dump zone at 445, which is, here, if I look at a 15-minute chart, it might be able to see like it's right in that prior low and kind of this level here. I'll be trailing out of this one at 445 on BATL, but I'm still looking for it to fall, complete this gap fill to the downside. Still up 8%, so if you bought it last night, you're technically not even a loser, although it has been a dog.
Yeah, I mean, the whole market today has been dumping down for the energy space, that's for sure.
Oh, never.
Yeah, just looking here, I kind of want to short IBIT at this level, but then, like, if I short IBIT, then I'm already long the NASDAQ, so that's not going to work out. But IBIT at 38, I mean, I wrote down 38.25 as a possible sell zone there for IBIT, so we're almost all the way at that level now. But I just, we'll stay long the NASDAQ. Silver I wrote down 66.50 right here for a short on silver, so maybe 66 may print on that one, and we can wait to see. But that 66.20 has been the high there for SLV. We did write down 66.50s, I believe. Yeah, 66.50 area there for SLV. But shout out to Mr. The guy that was, he was Golden Shorts thong guy there. He said he was going to go long silver. Well, guess what? You dumped your oil and went long silver. The smartest man in the room by far is you, my guy. It's not even close. So good trade on that one, man. Dumping, going long. I mean, you super chatted that exact trade. Long silver. Let's just say you gave it to us at 9 o'clock. It doesn't matter when you did. It's up. So there's long silver. That's up 4%. It was down 7% when you tweeted that at us or when you super chatted it. And oil, obviously, you know, when you mentioned it to us, had to have been up here somewhere. So that's a nice move there for oil as well, back to the downside. So congratulations on that right there. Great call. For you on that trade, and obviously wishing that we had followed that, but we didn't. So that's what that is there. Nice move. Robinhood, Meta's probably on one, right? I mean, a lot of these stocks that have gotten back to the upside now, big tech, we talked about that earlier, and I said, and I was mentioning about Joe mentioning that, it's like you go through the pain of a lot of these names when the market's not working because there's so many people in them. And, you know, they get nervous, they sell off, the ETFs have to sell them off as the NASDAQ goes down. Like there's different sort of levers that are being pulled here. But Meta, you know, nice couple days, man, trying to hold out near these highs, breaking higher than 550. We'll see if we can hold above 550 now for Meta. Damn it, man, we should have taken those shorts in IBIT and in silver. Instead, we wait. Now this is getting a little different.
USO was bouncing.
Bounce. I saw USO bounce there, yeah. So right into there, 42.60 right now for the Qs is an area that I'm going to have to look at. And maybe we stop out if it comes back into there. But I'm still looking to get a little bit longer. I'm going to wait for that price down there in the 60s, see if we get a little bit longer, and then just play off of that. And then really, I'm trying to get out if we break the 50-period moving average. So that's going to be something to look at. There it is right there. There's the headline that we've been looking for, drafting the proposal there. So we'll see what winds up happening there. It doesn't say anything about letting American ships go through. So, you know,
I mean, right now it's like if you're waving the right flag and going through like what are they calling it? There's like a little safe zone in between one of the islands and the coast that they're letting some ships through. Okay. Which is pretty meaningless because it's such small numbers, but. I guess it's not.
Man,
it's not good enough news because as we're watching USO continue to battle, it's battling its way back. So the initial spike down held 132, distinct higher low, and you're looking like you could break. If this breaks back out above the 135, remember the prior resistance at 136. Not that that's going to matter too much if we're going recovery. Yeah, as it's blasting higher, I won't reload Boyle until I see a turnaround, but Boyle is holding underneath VWAP at least. And my trail's in on battle, but this might just be done here. If USO gets all the way to VWAP, this is probably going to be done. I've moved the trail when we made a fresh low into this bar, so I'm just kind of moving the trail a little bit higher. There's only so far that you can let oil futures go before some of these small cappers decided they want to follow them back in to the upside. USO is wild. Volatility is pretty crazy in here. I'd be really surprised if we came all the way back up and then started breaking out through VWAP. I'm anticipating that we make a curl here and there's a reload forming, but until it happens, you don't want to rush into it. And this is exactly the kind of day. It's a 1050 right now. Like, you don't want to start. This is not the time to overtrade, I don't think. Oh, no way it's not. Bovin just said Swarma's going. There's a name we haven't looked at in 24 hours.
Right.
This continues to punish the shorts. I mean, really punish the shorts. They're getting moked on this. If this takes out the high, I thought this one might have been dead. You see these things come to market, and then the IPO, it's like, yeah, they might go for a couple of days, but then reality sets in. It's in the right space, of course, being a drone play, and it really wants to try to break out again. I can't tell you it's valued right. I can't really tell you anything in that regard, but it is a pure momentum play and has really been working. Anybody that's been shorting this has just been finding a way to the early grave. Yeah, good look for it today. I'd just be really careful. This would not be one I'd want to hold over a long weekend because it started out at what were we, $12?
Yep.
Like, what happens if this gaps down over a weekend? That's a scary proposition. It could be at 30 again. But ring the register, anyone ringing the register there, congratulations to you. You won't find many day traders trading it. I promise you no one at Real Trading would be a fan of that stock.
Which one?
Oh, Swarmer.
Oh, yeah. Well,
what's the real name of it again?
Yeah, Swarmer. I think that's right.
Is it?
Yeah, Swarmer, yeah. Good look there. Yeah, often those are tricky trades, man, especially when there's a short float and then constant halts, right? I mean, right now, today, we don't have too many halts. What's HTCO right now? Neil, you got to get ready. There's people asking. I don't have the what's for lunch. It's Neil's going to get that for you guys very, very soon. HTCO has halted a couple times there right now. Oh, man, that's too bad. We almost got into a bigger reload spot. We did put some more on at 63s there, or whatever price I got. I think it was 63, but not enough, man. I was waiting for 40s to get longer, right? To use this 42.25 as our drop zone right there. So we are back into the long at a little bit of a better price right now. Let's see if we can get higher. We just touched out near 43, so let's see if we can put an offer there. All right, Neil, I'm going to hit it, and then you're going to discuss it. Here we go. It's what's for lunch. All right. It's Easter, right? So maybe we're getting turkey, maybe we're getting ham.
We're not getting turkey. I will tell you what the flag is. It's an Israeli flag.
Israeli flag?
Yes. I don't know anything about, I don't really know anything about
neither do I.
So I can't tell you whether this is some kind of customary thing. It is slow roasted garlic and herb chicken leg. So that's just another way of just throw a random flag and give you guys chicken anyways.
Sounds Jewish to me.
That's what it is. Roasted winter vegetables, which is odd because it's a spring. And roasted rosemary potato wedges.
I don't love rosemary.
And chopped salad, which is probably just the regular salad.
I'm down with chopped.
A little bit more diced. So that's what we're dealing with here today. It's like, let's just throw random flag, give you guys chicken. We get chicken every single day, so it doesn't. They're just making it up with the flag thing. I don't think there's any significance to it, but
no. I mean, sometimes there is.
But it's chicken leg. It's not breast. It's not chicken breast. So I'm happy. I prefer.
Yesterday wasn't chicken breast either. Remember, they said chicken breast, and it was cut up pieces of chicken. Might have been initially a chicken breast, but all right. Yeah, thank you there. That's what's for lunch. Sounds good, man. I'll. The chicken yesterday was pretty tasty. I'm gonna, I don't. If we're gonna rate yesterday's lunch, I'll give mid-7s. I think it was tasty. The pieces of chicken were. For me, it was bountiful. It was tasty. What was the side? I think it was roasted veggies.
We got but there was these potato.
Oh, I didn't even have the potatoes.
Yeah, so to me, it was like a 6.8 or 6.9.
Yeah, if it had better sides,
the side was a little bit better.
I'm almost all about just grading the main, whatever the protein is, because
fair.
The sides tend to be almost the same.
Yeah,
the salads can change. The salads can change. there.
Joke
but
is everything like fives, though. That's it.
what was
just joking.
Joe, you got your mic on? What was yesterday's lunch then?
We're 6'3", 6'2". I see, the thing is, you guys didn't like the potatoes. I thought that was the best thing, to be honest.
Okay, but I just didn't even really have them. It's not that I didn't like them.
No, like they're two big chunks. I don't want that many carbs. If I'm gonna have extra carbs, let it be vegetables.
Ah, got it.
Like we're on the salad lunch. If I'm on the salad lunch, I don't want that type of extra carbs.
I don't think there is a salad lunch anymore, man. It just means prepared. It's just it's the exact same as what everybody else gets, but it's prepared. I was actually thinking about getting off the prepared. Just get whatever the hell I want myself. Put it on the plate and get going with that. The problem is when I get back from the gym, sometimes it's like 1 o'clock. So Obi's already gone through all that at 1 o'clock. And there's nothing left at that point. I just say that because Obi is in the building right beside us. There's Obi. Got to put some smiles. Yeah, tracksuit Obi. We got it or sweatsuit.
I like it.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because yesterday he said his favorite Drake song was Pop Star. So there you go. Now today he's a track star. Okay, nice move up there for the TQs. Let's go, man. It's a face slap right there, as we did buy the dip on the 25 period. But you can see we are starting to get upside now. Isn't it so easy when you finally play with the trend? So hallelujah, man. I mean, what can we do, man? When you're short, all you can really do is stop out. So that's what we did. We were actually pretty good. Like there's short the Qs, there's the stop out at the high. There's the short, there's us getting out. Here's me building into the short. At that point, must have been against something, 42.50. There's our last fill, there's our out at 60. I guess it looks like we punched out at 68. So a little bit of slippage there, obviously. And then the market just rips up and then we just switch. Long, boom. So, all is well over there on the TQs, but would like a much bigger move higher if we could have that now. But yeah, we were definitely paying attention to the news. This just happened real quick, man. And we were, obviously look at USO. There was people in the chat that were talking about this level, and I had stopped out of this at 10.10. So, that was almost an hour ago. And I thought sort of there that if this broke, we didn't want to be in, and it did sort of sacrifice, we sacrificed about $1 as it did go back up to the upside. And then finally, once it broke, how do you predict when it's going to break, right? All you have to really do is look at this level. And if it does break, you need to make a decision as a trader. Which way do we go? Do we wait and say, hey, is this a support right there? Or is it more of a downside play? And then we had the news give us the answer to that. And then there's the downside. So easy to say like shoulda, coulda, woulda. But when you're stuck in a trade, all you can really have is stop orders. Some of you say you trade without stop orders. Crazy. All right, here's more outs, man. Let's go, man. This is a good trade. We'll go props up on this one as the NASDAQ keeps on going higher. My next stop, hands off, 43.45. We'll see if we can get that. That's near the high. And then we say when moon. Hopefully we come back and we have a 44 handle on the TQs, a minute and a half till the midday show.
Yeah, exactly. And market up, hopefully energy down. I think that's what everybody is going to be rooting for sure. Oh, you know what we didn't check? I didn't check out, that's not a bad sign. The defense names were actually strong this morning, and they're not pulling back in here. Like Lockheed, it was Raytheon, RTX was also pretty strong. That's pulled back and given a little bit. And then remember, we had Tesla on any other day. On any other day, we probably would be leading with Tesla. Tesla is the big story today with the miss on deliveries and down 3.5%. Unfortunately, that'd be the reason you would think that we're not participating in the move here with Tesla, down 3.5%. It would be nice if it could get going as well. Just doesn't seem to have the juice. But that's just how it plays out. Not everything can go up all of the time. And before we get out of here, I have to check. I'm contractually obligated to see if SoFi is doing something positive, and SoFi has gone green. Aha, what's up now? One of the biggest dogs is looking not as crap as it has been for the last couple of months. Pretty happy about that. But I just want to see oil continue to go down. Gonna hold on to energy names short as long as USO continues this downtrend, but it's now given us a reason to smile. So if it holds on to the downtrend that we set up, great. I think once it presses lower and proves this trend has been held, there should be some reload opportunities. But we're right at the crest of it breaking back out. So you got to watch out here. You want this downtrend to continue so that market goes up and you can hold your oil futures names or just energy names to the downside. You could be trading Oxy for all I know. That's probably a dog. So we're going to try to eat some chicken because we eat every single day.
Grilled herbed chicken.
Grilled herb chicken. We'll see how the potatoes are. I think it'd be pretty good. We'll throw you over to Leisure Suit Obi and Joey Options. We'll be back at 2.
Yo, yo.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to the afternoon show. It's your boy, Joey O. You know who it is. And next to me is the Jedi Master himself, Obi. He is the one, Kenobi, in the Jedi suit today, for sure.
It's the last day of the week.
It's the last day of the week.
You gotta be comfy.
Gotta be comfy.
You gotta be comfy, especially when
Gotta
you're
be
trading.
locked in.
But you gotta be uncomfortable in the trades.
Gotta be, ooh, all right. So you gotta get comfortable somewhere.
That's the flip
I agree with you. All right, guys, welcome. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Round 2, fight. Yes, sir. Boy, do I got a story for you guys here momentarily. It's gonna be a little Joey vent, and the segment that we love, also known as What Grinds My Gears. All right.
Okay, nice. I didn't even know we did that. That's from Family Guy.
Is it?
Yeah, right.
They do that.
They have like a segment, like, like what grinds my gears.
Peter does it, right?
Yeah.
Peter does it. What grinds my gears, Joey knockout options. Yes, guys, hold on, Assassino. Don't do it just yet, my friend. Let's get into this market. Volatility stepping in. Obi and I talking last night as Donald Trump was going on with his speech regarding the conflict in the Middle East. Now, nonetheless, guys, hold on. Don't do it yet, Assassino. Let's see what we got going on for trades here today. I'm going to kick things off. What's going on here with the TQQQs? All right, cue the screen, Assassino. So we go 0-1-1 here. So we take an initial stop out, no issues whatsoever. We're looking for the short end that moved back lower. We get out. I'm like, okay, cool. Then we have an isolated volume print inverted hammer candle. I'm like, let me give this one more attempt. I'm looking for a quicker breakdown, but we didn't get it. And sure enough, I just take that break even stop out. And good thing that we did, because look at that rip your face off type PA right there. So starting the day 0-1-1. And to be honest with you, I wasn't even going to trade Obi until the midday show. And I'm going to get to that momentarily. Now, moving forward, TSLA. We take the Tesla long. So what I had here position-wise was literally like over 200% more size on this TSLA. Yes, I know it's significantly cheaper, but I really hammered the shares off of the lows. Made a mistake yesterday not putting enough shares on the TQ short and not holding it long enough. So there we go. We hammered this trade, and then I only got stopped out about 5%. Now, why wasn't I going to trade this morning? Are you guys ready for the What Grinds My Gears segment? I'm going to tell you right now. Obi, full disclosure. Yes. I walk into the office with 2 traffic tickets bright and early this morning.
Boy. Two of them.
And
both at the same time?
At the same damn time.
Okay.
All right, at the same time.
I mean, that's not as bad as getting them back to back.
No. So listen to me. At the exact same place, at the exact same time a year ago, literally at the exact same place. So what happened was, let's run through the story.
All right.
I'm ready to head to the office a little bit earlier. Yeah. I go down a one-way street. Well, guess what? There's a garbage truck. So I'm like, you know what? Let me take my old style way where I previously got that ticket. I stopped taking it because of that reason. So sure enough, what happened what does Joey Options do? He's driving. I'm through the line, and the light turns yellow. I turn onto the street that I need to. The cop lights me up. No problem. I'm furious at this point, and I don't argue with cops. I hand them my information, and then I let them do their thing. I don't say a word. But this time, I was frustrated. I'm like, what are you doing? I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you pulling me over? Don't you have more important things to do? I'm just trying to head to work. Exactly.
Oh, no.
Exactly. So what happens was, the cop. She took my information. She took my insurance. She took my pink slip.
You told
my
her
ownership.
You got nothing better to do.
Yeah, I said that to her. I'm like, doing it because I didn't do anything. Sure enough, comes back, lights me going through the amber color, and then also an obstruction of license plate. What is going on? My license plate is fine. I have nothing. It's just literally my license plate. So she gave me that ticket just to kind of push her weight around, and I was infuriated this morning. I was boiling because I legit, if I do something wrong, I can admit. But I did absolutely nothing wrong, and at the exact same place, at the exact same time a year ago, I get this ticket, and I was just so mad this morning. I didn't even trade whatsoever until later on.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's.
But I'm fighting this to the fullest. I fought my last one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
So you turned on a yellow, so you're fine.
Fine.
Did you take a picture of your plate right away?
I'm going to. So
you should take a picture.
I should have. Right. I didn't think I was too infuriated. But anyways, they got their body cams.
Okay.
So if my license plate is obstructed, she should have my. My
as she's walking up to the car. Yeah.
So I'm gonna go and ask. I'm gonna go ask around because I live right beside the police station. I'm gonna say, hey, is my license plate obstructed? And I'm gonna get a couple answers, see if they'll answer me on that one, and then I'm going to go and fight that one. So that was just, so that is what grinded Joey Options gears bright and early in the morning. I never take that bloody route, and that is the last time I'm ever going to do that. Once again, it was a frustrating morning, but nonetheless, we get to put on
series of unfortunate events.
Yeah, exactly. But it's such a coincidence, like the same time last year at the exact same place. Right?
Yeah.
So frustrating. Aside from that, guys, we put this Tesla trade on. Give us a little bit better of a mood here where we got a smile on now. We're looking for some more potential trades as well, too. But man, oh man, does that stuff ever get you mad?
Yeah, no, that's a little rough, Joe. So, yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It's a good thing that you decided that you're not going to be trading in the morning or keeping it light.
Man, I was
because
too heated, man.
That's the thing with trading. You got to do your best as possible, especially like if you work at a firm, if you work at an office, or say maybe you even trade from home. When you step in through that door, you just got to physically just really prepare yourself and leave everything outside.
Yeah.
You gotta leave everything outside, and that's a very hard thing to do. Obviously, easy to say, but it's good that you're aware of that, and things happen. Ish happens, and it is what it is. But glad you're gonna take that up and be like, yeah, I've seen your car. That license plate is not obstructed.
It's not obstructed.
That was
dude.
just,
I don't
that was just a little bit of flex happening for sure.
She
She's just
tried
flexing
to flex
on
on me.
Yeah.
So now, therefore, it's not. If I'm gonna prove that it's not obstructed, her credibility. It's no longer valid in my opinion, so therefore I'm doing the full most. You're gonna ruin my day. Well, guess what? I'm filing a complaint, and I don't do any of that stuff. I was mad, and I'm prepared to fight this to the fullest, for sure.
Yeah, no, that's a good one there. Apparently, is there some fresh news there? Ramin saying I'll try to putting news on the screen, y'all. Thank you for that, Ramin. So what have I done today? I did trade BL last night, Blue Ocean. Kind of rough. Got a little chopped up, had the initial short on USO from 126s down to 124s, 123s, and then it shot right back up. Didn't really flip on the 126 long, which would have been absolutely beautiful because as you guys see, we were gapping up. We went up to 132s and just grinded at the highs all night long. So I stayed up till like 2 a.m. just kind of looking for that pullback. Never really came, so I didn't really get involved. Got chopped up twice more and left it alone. I was like, yeah, I don't need to be spending more risk on this. I am obviously, my idea is wrong, but the initial short went like instantly, like $3 in the money. So I was like kind of, hung strung on that idea of like, okay, well, I need to time the short properly for the next one. Didn't really happen, but the shorts were happening all over the place in the market, and we got that gap down today. We're getting an aggressive rip up just now on some news that come out just before 11 o'clock. So yeah, kind of missed this USO short here. I think miss on my part was that observing that 140 false break and then not getting involved here at that 138. Look at how well it holds below opening range low at that 138 and then starts holding VWAP as resistance, consolidating sideways. If I wasn't in then, the consolidation breakdown into 136 was probably the spot to be, and that's where that news comes in and we slam down. Now we're consolidating a little bit lower underneath 135. So I have no idea what I'm going to be doing here. The market pulls back. It seems like, Joe, that the correlation between the markets going up and USO and oil going down, or the other way around, vice versa, is back. It's back in play. And we saw that wasn't necessarily the case yesterday, and it was kind of winding up, which is very interesting to me as well. And I've said this a couple times this week already. Price precedes the news, and we already saw how USO and oil was consolidating at the high of its range, and then we get that breakout gap up, and I'm like, all right, cool. Price kind of was telling me what was happening. The question always is going to be, was I actually listening? Right? The chart and the price action is almost always giving you pieces of information. The question always is, are you listening? Sometimes, I'm a good listener. Sometimes I'm a horrible listener. So it really depends on the decision making on the day. But I'm still waiting. We'll see if I can catch any sort of reversions, or maybe get with the trend as well. Right? That seems to be that was working last night, and I guess it's working once more today. Some of the names that were sold off aggressively, I guess yesterday into the end of the day, I'm seeing strong bids on them as well. Marvell again, Micron, one of the ones I have eyes on. Memory names, looking for a potential lower high on that one, but aggressive bid happening there as of right now. Google, not really the main one on watch. Let's take a look at these Mag 7s here. NVIDIA at its high day. NVIDIA's almost at its prior day high. That's interesting right here. Pre-market high and intraday high yesterday was a little bit of resistance. Oh boy, see, I already have some of my charting in here from before. Maybe some levels coming in on the day yesterday, but let's put that away. But yeah, maybe some supply sitting at 177 halves roughly. We're just straight up beelining into that area. So the question becomes, do we break out of this here, or do we pull back in as well? So different iterations of price action that I have going through my head of what may happen, and if it happens, then maybe I make certain types of decisions. But Micron was the one I was talking about. Look at this. This one I like a little bit better for a potential pullback, because look, we already had that aggressive bid yesterday, pulls back, and right now we're retesting some of those end of day lows with current day highs with a decent little bit of a pullback here. So I'll wait to see if the market does anything interesting here. The first news catalyst of today just happened in around, when was it? Let me just go to the SPY. I think it was like 10:40-ish. When did that come out? The volume actually started coming in around 10:30, 10:35-ish. Yeah, right there. But here's the thing. The market already was telling us that, yeah, okay, we're going to stair step up, bid up, and then just slaps the long aggressively right there. SPY high a day at 658.20, so decent look there. A lot of you guys are trading the Qs as well. Let's take a look at those 586.01s. That's a clean high right there. That's a nasty wick. I didn't even see this one here. What happened at 1016 on the Qs? That's a little slap around right there. How much? 0.03% on a single candle. That's crazy. But actually, no, that's how it closed. Let's actually measure how far that was. Yeah, okay, yeah, I was like, there's no way that's 0.03. Yeah, almost 0.5% in a single candle, and then slams right back down on the Qs at, was it 1016? I don't know if that was real, but I guess whatever this chart shows tends to be pretty valid on the day. But yeah, let me know what things you guys are trading. I know some of you guys said that, KODK, saying Taylor Abdi 2596. KODK, that's a name I haven't heard in a very long time. One of my best trades of all time happened on this stock right here. I don't know if I've told you the story of my Kodak long. From COVID times, and again, it was in and around the time when Trump was also president. That was a funny story, but we can cover it in a bit. But Kodak, doing some relative volume today. Decent. Thank you for pointing that out. Decent trend here as well. I don't know what the news on this one specifically is. Let's see if anything shows up here. No, nothing here. Let me know in the chat. What do you guys, if you guys know what's going on here with Kodak? But increased volume for sure. We got about 10 to 11 times relative volume on a name like this. I think that's pretty significant. Take a look at this market cap here. It's almost $1 billion, 882 million market cap right there on KODK. So a decent amount of volume being done on the day. Let's take a look at the hourly. What are we coming up against? Okay, this is a daily, monthly, maybe even a yearly breakout here of the $10 level on Kodak. Okay, that's something, again, something like this I'm definitely missing if I don't have alerts on, right? Yeah, good look there. Yeah, Ramin saying Kodak black. Yeah, no, Kodak green is what's happening today, Ramin, on this name. Some of you guys were saying that, is Obi going to be shorting some small caps today because Sharif is not here? Maybe, I don't know. I was honestly looking at CYCN. I remember we were talking to Luis about this yesterday. Maybe the short's coming in on a day 2. I did have this on watch this morning, but nothing too crazy, right? We've been bidding up off of the opening range lows on this one. REXN, I think that was. What was that one? REXN or NX, RENX, yeah, that was the one from yesterday as well. Yeah, not really doing too much volume. And then AGPU was another one that I was watching here, but still holding up quite nicely as of right now relative to some of that end of day consolidation lows on AGPU. So you guys let me know. Netflix saying...
Netflix doing...
I really cannot pronounce that. NTUJTS Shiba. Yaj Kiab. Okay, cool. NFLX. Let's see what's happening here. Oh, wow, look at that. That's an aggressive trend.
Yeah.
Yeah, Netflix almost back at 100, man.
Oh, flicks, baby. Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see. Mike Peter Ryder. Ram. Oh, you got that message deleted, my boy. Yeah, that wasn't me, man. But we got to... What's up, Bravely? Hope you're doing good. I can tell that you're paying attention and you're listening. Excuse me, other than that, guys, I mean, Tesla has been lagging here. We had the delivery numbers this morning. See you later to a couple of models. The 3 and the Y are essentially what's holding this company up from an EV standpoint. I need to get myself into a robo-taxi. You know why I need a robo-taxi, Obi?
Why is that?
No more highway traffic act tickets, right? Yes. I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, that's a good question. What happens when the robot breaks the law? Like, have you seen some of those Waymo cars that I think I saw a video of, like this Waymo vehicle with passengers inside that basically drove into a conflict on the streets where they were having kind of like a shootout where a bunch of cops were standing on one side and there's a car there and then just drove into the intersection all
I don't know whose fault is it? It's not my fault. So, I don't control the software. That's Elon's fault. Yeah. Ticket him. Send the ticket.
I mean, if it's Waymo, then I don't know if it's Elon's fault, but
it's not my fault anymore. It wasn't Joey, man, that's for sure. Man,
wasn't me.
It wasn't me, man. And you know who was
turning on the corner? Wasn't me.
Was that NWA, man? That one song, The Police.
Oh, yeah.
You probably should
Fun song.
Anyway, aside from that, I didn't swear or anything, but yeah, hey, it is what it is, man. We take that one, we battle it out. It's Waymo's, it's not the way to go. Easy E, yeah, there it is, man. That's what I got to be listening to that. But I appreciate that, Sam. No, in all seriousness, guys, Tesla hasn't been I'm not angry. Tesla hasn't been participating on this rally up, right? Now we're just consolidating. We're not doing too much. I want to see a little bit more time. I need a little bit more data in order to determine which way I'm going to be taking a next potential trade. Considering I'm locked in with what we got going on with Tesla, flipping, we had an earlier loss on the TQs. This trade was substantially angry. Oh, man. I was mad. I was like, yeah, I was very, very mad. That's going to be on the camera this morning. But anyways, as for Tesla, right? It's just chopping around, guys, and we got to be a little bit more patient. We're starting to form a shelf around that 1180 mark. If that breaks down, then we'll look for some more opportunities to get long. But essentially what we have now is established a higher low, which is positive. Now we want to see a little bit more of a pullback throughout this zone here, and then maybe a continuation, especially if the market's going to grind all day. I had that feeling that we were going to recover. Headline, did you listen to what Donald Trump had to say yesterday?
Yeah, of course. No, I was trading that.
Yeah. I guess we were talking. So someone said, Joey, can it be on the next episode of Cops Toronto? That's crazy, man. Never. No, I didn't say anything bad. I was just like, I just didn't understand the reasoning. Anyways, trying to justify something like that is out of my control. Essentially, like what we got to do here in the market, we just want to go with the flow, essentially. We have NVDA continuing to climb higher. Google has been on an absolute monster run. Netflix has been trading relatively well, including a lot of the other mag names. Amazon up as well too, guys. So some positivity stepping back in here, and this is what we kind of want to see, just a slow curl over, especially with a lot of these names being down 20+%. Now look at that pullback. That's exactly what we were looking for right there. What's up, Jeremy LeBou? Joey, INTC. Yeah, Intel was really strong here today, right? I believe they're buying back around 49% of the Ireland fab, so that could be that's positive for the business there. The fab aspect, that is, still need to get some more customers. Other than that, 10% stake from the Donald Trump administration. That's why Intel's been on a pretty good run as of late. We're up 3.66% here this morning.
Yes, sir. I'm looking at this USO finally breaking out of this bit of consolidation high. Market taking a bit of a pullback here. So I am watching this pretty closely here. Google is taking a little bit of a curl at the same time. So I'm going to be a little patient here. We've been holding underneath VWAP on USO pretty decently. Is this the time we're going to finally break out? I have no idea, but I do want to get involved with some of this right here if it'll have me into, let's see if we can get to 136's VWAP. I have at 136 halves here. Market decently pulling back at the same time here on the USO. But yeah, I know I asked you guys in the chat, what do you guys are talking about small caps? Let me know. Give me a list of small caps so I can definitely cover them. We can take a look at them, see what's going on at the same time. I'll take a look at some of the volume scanners as well to see if there's anything interesting happening, relative volume scanners. That'll definitely pick up on a decent amount of small caps that may or may not be running on the day. But right now, man, I think the market is definitely in play. Oil is definitely in play. So that's what I have my main focus on as of right now. A lot of people talking about VSA. Joe, you want to take a look at that VSA?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at VSA here. And then we also got a super chat assassino from our boy, Danny Boy. We'll go over that one there momentarily. VSA, no, TSA over here. Yeah, Vision SYS AI Inc. Hold on, let me tap into Unity here because I don't think that I'm logged in. There we go. I heard you talk about it in here through my earpiece. Now, as for this VSA, we'll head over to the daily. I'm not overly familiar. What kind of play is this, Obi? Would you have any idea or figure that out real quick? VSA, visionary for me, TMCD Kids ITV Education Inc. is a holding company principally engaged in providing information technology, focused supplementary science, technology, engineering, mathematics, STEM education services, targeting young children. Okay, so an educational platform. I like those, but what we've seen from a technical standpoint, it doesn't look overly good if you ask me, if I'm gonna be frank with you. VSA. It's definitely a tougher look, and then you have the reverse split right here. So yeah, I mean, $212 down to this. I don't know if you'll ever have the ability to recover off of that there, Obi.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, got to keep a close eye on the on those ones, especially. 136 came in right away here on USO. So that's a quick little breakout. Breakout working almost instantly here. Decent push. And now I'm just looking for, well, you know how VWAP sometimes there's a discrepancy between different platforms. So I look over at my other platform and it's like, all right, we're already at VWAP just above 136. And so I'm like, all right, cool. If that's going to be the case, then I do want to take some off right there, but it seems like we got some Momo on our hands, and yeah, that's the thing. I want to get involved with Momo here if we're going to have a little bit of a push back up. You see on our platform P8, that VWAP is sitting just above that 136.60. We're only about 20, 30 pennies away from there now. So we'll wait and see if that'll potentially come into fruition. But I do want to kind of start the piece off a little bit here. That's all I wanted. See, if I was in at 135.40s or even, let's say, 135.25s, that quarter up there, I think I would be holding this a little bit longer. But I chased in with some decent size here on the 35 half break, and I got in 78. So that's like that is a very much a chase. So I do want to piece off pretty aggressively into it as well. So we'll wait and see if it can get to that half, but out of 3/4 of that right now on USO. Quick little scalps, that's what I like. Just gonna, a lot of times you guys are observing how I like to kind of transact here, but I'm finding more success, Joe, with just waiting and letting things just fall into my lap most of the time, and then that's just like
so right now.
Yeah, it's just I think that's the way I'm feeling a lot more comfortable. Like I don't need to force anything necessarily. Most of the time when I am forcing things, it's just not a pretty picture, right? So when things are working, I'm like, okay, they should go right away. Some of the best trades, they go pretty much instantly in the money, if not within a short amount of time. So that's something that I keep in mind and make sure I have that in the back of my mind while I'm in the trade as well. So that was a little bit of a VWAP test right there. We could, I guess, probably get to 135 halves, but we got to 135.40s, I think. I don't know what the high of that candle is. Let me make sure I know specifically. Yeah, the high was 136.47. So I was looking for 50s. I was sitting on halves, but if that's not going to have me, then that's perfectly fine as well. I'll take it all off right there. Thank you. Come again. Where's the next trade? So quick little scalps there. I'll wait. Let's see if we can get a back above VWAP. Maybe these are good reasons to sell, right? Maybe this is where sellers step right back in. Because Joe, guess what? We had strong bid right here. I tried to take the long in the morning. Here, I wonder if I blow this up here. There we go. So it's kind of hard to see on a white background. That's why I really dislike trading on charts that are white. I like gray or a darker color is definitely more like a black even is more of my kind of chart. But you can see here I tried the long and I was pretty aggressive. Stopped out, but here's the thing, man. I already knew coming in if I'm trying a long, I should get it off of VWAP. This is I'm getting in way too early right here. And then I stop out because I'm like, this is getting to VWAP. I don't need to risk another 50 pennies. It drops down exactly in and around VWAP and then bids right back up. So I'm like, all right, fine. I'm gonna get in more and then get aggressive as it breaks out. And then it starts to kind of stall a little bit around 39 halves. I'm like, all right, this is probably getting to 40, but I just instantly punched out of everything, which was kind of maybe not the best decision there, but I could have gotten an extra 50 pennies, whatever. Tried again on this turn, instantly turned back. So I'm like, all right, no. But here's the thing, it was telling me that it is a decent short underneath VWAP. That's what I'm trying to get at. And now we got right back to VWAP right here. So are these good reasons to sell? I have no idea, but this is where sellers have been since about 950 on USO. Now, of course, at the same time, I want to be watching crude oil. Let me see if I can pull up a chart of a live crude oil here. I forget what, someone told me one time what the CL, you know what? I think if I turn on my thing, it'll, the autofill, you have autofill on?
What's that?
Autofill when you type in a stock. I have to turn my autofill on 1 second. But I'll pull up the live futures chart of oil, and we can take a quick look at what autocomplete symbol, that's what I'm trying to do here. So CL, boom, 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 boom. Maybe not. Let me type in crude oil. Let's see. Okay, QM NYMEX. So we're looking at, I guess, April futures, right? March, April 26 futures. E-mini QM J26. Let's see if this will show up right here. That is not the right one. Okay, I'll have to ask Sean which one it is after he gets back. CL crude. Yeah, no, I know it's CL, but in our system it might be a little bit different here. We'll get it up. But regardless, I just want to make sure there's confluence. Is crude oil actually holding its volume-weighted average price as well at the same time, or not? Crude oil. What else? This all QM, ZG, and J's. Yeah, no, I'm not really seeing it here. I remember I pulled it up last time, but we'll figure it out in a bit. Regardless, I'm just going to be watching USO here. Let's see if it makes those higher highs and higher lows, because this could be stepping up if the market continues to pull a little bit lower. But you can see here a lot of wick action here on the 15-minute charts. Let's go back to a 3-minute. That's what I'm looking at here on USO. Wow, you see how distinctly different this is? Why is this so different? Come on. See, this chart is different than my other chart as well. USO. Am I looking at the right thing? This says it's above VWAP. That's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, my chart on the right side says we're right at VWAP, and that's my paid version of this platform. And then this is, I guess, the free version of this platform tells me that I'm on top of VWAP, and our platform tells me that we're still underneath VWAP. So there's a lot of discrepancy between where VWAP actually is. But we're holding structure above. We're holding above this consolidation.
Well, too, is that, man.
There's no consistency there.
No consistency.
Where is
it's
that?
like, oh my God. Crazy. Wobbly pops on Mike Peter. I don't think that was worth. I mean, a wobbly pop isn't wobbly pops. I mean, I think we can hold that one from being blocked there bravely. That's not nothing really bad. At the end, anyways, you do your thing. Yeah, Mike Peter Ryder. No wobbly pops for me though. We're just gonna be relaxing. Hit the gym after this. It's essentially Friday right now. We're getting the Friday feels. We have one good trade. We'll look to put on some other positions. Gaurav, we're starting to break down here in Tesla. I mean, if we look at some of the secondary and tertiary trends, right, we have this continuous downside. So, yeah, ram in full action over here. And then there we go. We're starting to get that breakdown in Tesla, and the market still hovering around these highs, a consolidation high. If we're looking to short this market right now, we got to keep an eye on, obviously, the larger participants. We talk about this time and time again and almost on a daily basis. What is Apple up to? What is Google, most importantly? I think it's just at times so heavily correlated with that name. But we are starting to form this shelf, right? I could get in mid-range, risk a little bit here. With a stop just above. We want to give it to 40s. Oh, okay, the volatility's in, so the ATRs on this have definitely expanded, and I'd have to size down in order to get involved in this here for the potential breakdown. We're gonna hold off just in case it's a bull flag too, right? Like we can take a look at the cues. If we're going to remain strong, we've already filled all of that gap. This is overnight trading in Blue Ocean right here. We've already filled all of that and then some, broke through the consolidation lows before we decided to move, before we decided to sell off when Donald Trump started speaking yesterday. And then sure enough, we wick up here, and then now we're starting to just form this bull flag. And the exact same thing in the SPY. So a solid recovery off of yesterday's losses there, considering stuck in this congestion zone. IWM not too bad, and the SPY doing the exact same thing. So S&P not looking too bad over there, guys. As for, I want to know what the banks are up to be honest with you. So let's take a look at JPM. All right, bull flag from a low of around 288 to 293. That's not bad whatsoever. DAL, Delta Airlines, that's incorrect from a VWAP standpoint. So disregard that. Moving forward, Caterpillar, we were talking about this morning. Just from an XLI, if you're looking at the industrials, Caterpillar being the heaviest weighted, and rightfully so in my opinion, okay? Here's my favorite stock, always knocks it out the park here. Essentially, they buy every dip. Shout out to Dana White and company, the WWE. We're only down 9%. This is a name that I'm gonna look to get involved with. I think that it only goes up from here in my opinion. Full disclosure, I don't own any just yet, but I'm looking to get involved with some. And the market's starting to head a little bit lower here, Obi. That 43.11 entry would have been pretty good when we were eyeing that one out. That would have been around just on the upper echelon of the consolidation range. I was trying to get as high as I possibly could. Not necessarily always the case, but hey, so be it. Maybe we get a little bit of a breakdown, or just avoid the short in general and just look for other long opportunities to see a participant step right back in. Here's Netflix. After Paramount Skydance won that bidding war between Netflix and obviously PSKY, winning that Warner Brothers deal, see you later. This stock just absolutely decided to rip, and I think that we're going to continue on that path. This is a healthy pullback, if you ask me, especially after that big gap up and that massive move in the post market. Now, as for the trend line, snapped. It's exactly what we want to see, essentially, right? And it's going to be across the board. It's no different for me. Regardless, I think a lot of people can agree it's just like, hey, it's all price at the end of the day, and we know that price is king. So when it displays that it's ready to start turning around or do something along those lines, it's time for us to take advantage of it, and that's why I'm not buying any more Bitcoin. I want to get it on the back end of this trend. Am I going to get it at the best price possible? No, but what it will do is allow me to put probability in my favor that the trade is going to continuously work, and that's all we're trying to do at the end of the day is put probability in our favor and not join the Hunger Games, because essentially the odds were never really in anybody's favor there, Obi.
Yeah, for sure. People pointing out that BATL is going as well. So yeah, I did pull that up at the same time. So we'll see VWAP maybe a little bit of struggle here. So I do want to correct one of my mistakes there. Earlier I did say that, oh, what's happening here? That was the 9 EMA, and I was like, that line looked funky to start off with, and it was the 9 EMA that was hugging so close. That was my fault. I apologize. I put that VWAP back on there, and you can see we are, well, now we're above VWAP, but at the time when we were talking about this, we were kind of testing in and around this VWAP area. So I do want to kind of make sure we're on the same page for that. But would you look at that, like right there? So I kind of flip short underneath that half. We'll wait and see if that potentially comes into fruition here as we pull back into 136 as sellers really stepping in as the market bids right back up here on the NASDAQ and the ES. The question now becomes, are we going to continue making higher highs, higher lows, or are we going to take a bit of a pullback here with the market bidding up the way that it is? I have no idea. We just bounced off of 136s here on USO. Market just went red to green on its 15-minute candle at the same time. So gotta be patient with some of these moves. On one chart, I have it holding VWAP. Now on this chart, I have it underneath VWAP. So keeping that in mind that we are in that VWAP area. So turbulence definitely expected, to say the least, here on this USO move. But it seems like sellers may be stepping in with buyers coming in on the market at the same time. And that BATL, I was watching that closely as well. That's pulling back slightly after doing a bit of a wick shimmy dance up into, what is that, 75s? Yeah, so we'll wait and see if that comes into fruition as well as VWAP continues to hold here on USO. And you can take a look at that. Look at that, I guess, hammer candle formation on the NASDAQ at the same time. That's all I really have going on, just watching this.
USO working out for you pretty good to bounce off VWAP there.
For now. Times, it's still right. It's still in that area, so I don't know. I could very well be wrong on this. At the same time, we have broken out of that 135, holding 136s. So if we break back above this 136 halves, then yeah, I'm probably definitely a little either too early or definitely wrong on this move here. So I'll wait and watch. I'll keep it tight.
Right on, brother, right on. Aside from that, guys, I'm thinking maybe we get a little bit of an attempt going here on Tesla. It did break that downtrend line. We're sitting on the backside of it. It is a secondary trend, right? It's not a primary trend. And this is the one that I'm talking about right now. If you ask me, we're moving sideways on this name. So if you can catch the lower end of the range or be as close to it as you possibly can, then by all means, I think we can put ourselves in a good position here for a potential breakout. Obviously, those delivery numbers, not boding well for Tesla. Essentially running off of 2 models here at this point. Get that robo-taxi out here so your boy can get one. It probably won't be in Canada for quite some time, to be honest with you. And I'm thinking, like, what are we gonna do for underground parking? Like, how are we gonna go about that? I don't know. I don't know enough about the technology, LiDAR, or the camera system that they're gonna be operating off of. So, I mean, underground parking, no signal. What do we do, right? What are we gonna do, ladies and gentlemen? All right, let's get involved a little bit here on TSLA. We don't want to give back too much on the day. It is Friday. We caught a couple of tickets this morning as well, so we don't want to get too frustrated. So if this breaks this pivot low and heads into 65, then we're gonna get out of Dodge on that one. Other than that, yeah, it's Thursday. Oh, yeah, sorry, KT, for the win. It is Thursday, but it feels like a Friday.
It is technically the end of the week.
It is the end of the week.
You guys know what I mean. Tomorrow is off. Tomorrow is Good Friday.
Good Friday. I hope you guys have I know. Gee, oh my God, jumped down my throat a little. I know it's not Friday. It feels like a Friday. Oh my Lanta. It's the market Friday. Thank you, Angelo. Aside from that, Obi, we're long a little bit more TSLL. I have about 10% of what I had on with this initial position. So just going really small. If it decides to break out and go on a little bit of a rally, then by all means, we can add a little bit more to it. I like that we got in off of that pullback. 75s would have been more ideal, but it is what it is. And yeah, there we go. A nice little pop there on TSLL, Obi.
Yes, sir. So I guess we're holding above some of those, there it goes, 137s here. So we're probably going to get out of this one and look for the next trade. Definitely not correct on that. As we continue to push higher, we pulled back into VWAP. That 136 hold, I guess, was a bit of information, and then 137s came in pretty soon, only about a few minutes later. So yeah, wait and see where the next trade is. Can't win them all, and it seems like USO is continuing to win to the upside for the longs at the very least there. But still, I usually like to give it like 50 pennies to like roughly, 50 to 75 pennies in and around that VWAP to really show me that, it's going to hold as a level. So we'll wait and see if that comes into fruition. But the market's just chopping around. You can see for the past, what is this, almost four 15-minute bars, about 3 to 4 minutes left to finish printing this one. We've just been kind of sideways, consolidating, chop, dojis, maybe a little bit of a red hammer here at 10:45, but nothing too crazy. But sideways consolidation, and as the market just consolidates sideways, oil is slowly creeping right back up. So I think 140 is going to be interesting. If we can get through 140 today on USO, that's definitely going to be something that I'm watching. I'll have a close eye on. But yeah, other than that, we'll see if we sustain above VWAP. This prior structure here, 136, 137s, 138s, if we can hold above that as well. Already, I guess right here was the best place to hold this trade from, that 135 quarters to 135 halves. Even the 135.75 starting to look a little bit better now as we push almost 137 halves, 137 quarters holding right now on USO. What are you guys up to? What are you guys trading? Let's see, oil needs to reject here and retest the 200 MA again, saying 907 Warrior. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm looking for a potential rejection, but if it's not going to do that, which it's showing us right now, that it's already bounced. It gave us a bit of a capitulation, right? That's the thing here. It gave us that capitulation. I tried a cheeky little short here at VWAP, but again, I think bigger picture of the trade here was, buying up the capitulation, taking the breakout of this consolidation, and then the VWAP push and the hold here as well was a lot of information. So wait and see if we can find a place to continue this long. Maybe try to accumulate some inventory to take into 140 on USO. People are saying USO and VIX slowly creeping up, saying Chris Onion. Yeah, I would suspect so. VIX was at 27 today. Last I saw. Take a look at what it's at right now on the VIX. Okay, 25. So yeah, gapped up 27s, 28s almost, and then coming into the open here, you can see a little bit of a reversion of volatility at the same time. Again, you saw how aggressive that bid was on these here markets in the first half of the day. So a lot of many hours left. So I do not think it is over.
No.
When it comes to this volatility today.
We could do this live as well too. Your boy Joey needs a haircut, so we're gonna book it with my guy Andy from Argentina there this morning. Whoa! We don't want that, we don't want that, my boy. We want the haircut there. Where is it? Haircuts plus wash. We don't want that. Just the haircut, my boy.
Nice.
Whoa. Time. See what we got going on for Saturday. We like doing things bright and early, 10 a.m. Go check. We're gonna book that one up there. Gonna pay in person there, my boy. Oh, I gotta do all this. A haircut, yeah. So we're doing it live, man. That's right. If we get a haircut.
You know, show. That's not the actual total, is it?
But I clicked two things by accident.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It says 120. It says a bill 20.
120, man. They're gonna charge me 120 for a haircut. I'm like, come on, man. I don't get a discount because I don't have that much hair.
Bro. You paying 120? Come on, bro.
No, I'm paying like 45, man.
You should just come.
Where's your guy down the street?
I'll cut your hair for like $20, bro. Come on. I'll give you a nice taper fade. Come on.
That's crazy. Let's go. All right, man. Neil, was that you, Neil? Who was that? That was Assassino. $20. All right. What, you cut hair, Assassino? Oh, it's not. Okay, all right. Anyways, aside from that, okay, Ram, whatever. Ram says I cut hair. Yeah, I would. There's zero chance I would. Yeah, trust me.
Ramin's gonna be charging you like two bills.
It's good. How much that gonna cost me, Ramin, for that fade, for that temp fade? I have videos. Okay, send them on. Maybe I'll give you a little business. USO bouncing. Yeah, let's head right back into these market, guys. Enough horsing around here as the NASDAQ is heading a little bit lower. Still in that consolidation. We're long a little Tesla. Bounce right over to that off of VWAP. We could have hopped out a little bit. If it continues to bleed lower, then we'll just get out of Dodge. But USO on the way up. Let's get right back into it and see what we have here on USO. Obi, you're no longer in USO.
No reason to be there.
No reason to be in it?
Yeah, long. No reason to be in it short.
But you're not long anymore.
No, I was long, and then I got short underneath VWAP, and it broke above VWAP.
Why'd you get out of the long?
Because it was holding VWAP.
Okay.
The initial push was just a scalp into VWAP.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
But I think the secondary trade could have been easily where it holds that VWAP, it breaks out of it. So maybe instead of adding and then stopping out right away, I could just be stopping out and then flipping. And then continuing that push right there.
But I think didn't even come back to your break even, did it?
No, it did. It because the thing is, I chased. I had 78s. I think ideally, I'd like it better into like 39s.
Can you zoom in on that?
I can try to make this a little bit bigger here. So this consolidation breakout was at, if we get really specific, I'd say 35 halves, 135 halves. If I had it anywhere near 135 halves, I would have been a little bit better, but I did get a little aggressive at 78s, so I just pieced it off right into VWAP here. But as we hold the structure a little bit higher, maybe I'm looking at these prior support and resistance levels at the same time to get involved with this one as of right now. Or maybe I'm just waiting for the next piece of news, right? That could also be a thing. But guess what? Something is distinctly different. You can see BATL not really following in suit of oil. And I mentioned this a little bit earlier yesterday as well, that some of these stocks that are oil related, even though BATL trades on the Amex, don't necessarily have to follow what oil is doing. BATL got all the way up to 30 on the hype just a couple weeks ago, a few weeks ago, maybe like a month or two ago. But we've faded off beautifully off of that. So shout out to anybody who's been swing shorting the battle, because that battle has been relatively easy if you got in on the backside. So it's still working out, right? Still very seller dominant, even on the pops. Every single pop on BATL, if we go back and look at a higher time frame here, we'll just go to a 30-minute, and you guys should be able to see how well this thing has faded off of its prior highs. Every single pop after we broke the structure. And look at the volume fade off as well. It did the most volume in the first few days of hype, right? Maybe here as well, February 19th, it does well, sideways consolidation, holds price. We're actually back into some of those levels where we broke out from, which is probably why it's going sideways again, because we went sideways there before. And then you had aggressive volume on March 2nd, March 3rd, March 4th, volume starts to die down. And take a look at this. How much percent of a move? Almost 550. So almost 550% from some of those lows. And this is definitely the backside of the move. But here's the thing, we're doing decent relative volume. Oil's back at high, so maybe it's going to get some attention and do some volume as well, but maybe not looking at it in the same direction as oil is how I personally would be kind of trading it. Just kind of on its own action is probably a better look than to really be like, okay, oil is breaking out or oil is catching a bid. Can we try to find a bid here on BATL as well? You can see here, the reversion of that downtrend off of the open was quite nice. Opening range low was quite nice. Some of these pre-market highs where supply stepped in, that's exactly where supply stepped in during the intraday as well. And then pre-market, this consolidation low, it's not the ultimate low, but I like to look at certain volume events, if you want to call it. This is a strong bid with a decent amount of volume here. So that low came in at 481, and you can see here, 481, if you hit that, doesn't look back. If you hit the opening range low, doesn't hit back.
Breaking structure here, Obi.
Coming
It's
down?
It's a little slow, but I mean, it's still breaking down. 5-minute candle opening up south of that consolidation zone. So now at this point, considering how slow things have been moving and the volume's not really picking up, it's just like wait for one more pullback. I'm going to get out of this TSLA trade. There it is. It broke through that level of mine, and the momentum is starting to pick up. There's multiple opportunities for me to get in here. Like, look how many times it touched up on that level. But I'm just like, man, I got out of that Tesla. We had the successful long earlier. I don't think it's going to be the case. Delivery numbers came out here today. And then also with the market. So essentially, if this volume really starts to accelerate, let's see if we can get a pullback to 43. At some point, we are going to come in within this range. And as long as we establish a lower high, then that might be our green light to go. But momentum really starting to accelerate. I just wanted to point that out there, guys. Tesla continuing to slide. NVDA heading to the south side. Google starting to pull back in as well, too. Apple, what are you doing? Exact same thing. So these bull flags are starting to fail, all right? Be prepared for that. Meta, same narrative. It's across the board on all of the larger participants. Now, let's see if we can get, there it is. Oh, of course.
Wow, there it goes.
Yeah, I know, man. I really, really wanted to short up there at 43.16s. But I was just like, man, I don't want to get caught in a bull flag, man. Oh, the hesitation can get you, but we'll be patient on that one. We give a little bit back, nothing substantial on this trade here. We get out at 10 cents worth of risk there, and now it's continuing its slide. Now we have to be patient to see if we're going to get that pullback. It may take a little bit longer than what we're expecting. Is USO still continuing to climb there? Yeah, it's ripping right now, guys. $138 there on USO. Yesterday at the close, it was sitting around $122. So we're up substantially on today. At this pace, I think we go and test this pre-market high, and then maybe we can continue to climb from there. So be prepared. Long USO and potential prolonged shorts in the market is what I'm thinking. Going to be patient and wait for some prime time entries and wait for a potential breakdown. Even as we inch closer to the volume weighted average price, I have to be really cautious on my risk to reward ratio here and only put on X amount. We give a little bit back. We don't want to get back too much on the day.
Yeah, for sure. This USO just keeps slowly creeping up. I mean, I guess the pullback to 137s was a place to potentially get in, but I'm watching it in and around here. I can show you guys what I'm looking at. I've marked up some levels here. Let me see what's. Okay, yeah, I can show this. So these are the levels I've marked up here, kind of opening range low, opening range high, some of these consolidation levels here as well. So yeah, it's kind of creeping up back into this level here. I want to see what it does. It's been stair-stepping right back up post capitulation here on USO. So that's kind of what I'm watching pretty closely. Yeah, that VWAP, this was a miss right here. I have to get long on this kind of action, especially after we get right back above VWAP and reclaim. Pretty decent, but you know, I like the reversion as well. We'll wait and see if that potentially comes in.
We missed Danny Boy's super chat twice.
Okay, let's see what Danny Boy is up to.
Okay, so we have actually Adam James here first, $2 super chat. Thanks, my friend. Hope you're enjoying the digital nomad life. Happy Passover and Holy Week, oh boy. And Joe Boy, what's going on? Love, thanks. A bunch of hearts there. Now, son of Daniel, Cheese Tycoon. Joe, if Obi was with you in the car when you got pulled over, he could have waved his hand and said, "This is not the droid you're looking for."
Yeah, that's true.
So, I mean, where were you when I needed you the most, Obi?
It's funny. One time I got away from, well, I wasn't in the driver's seat, but I was in the passenger seat.
Way to not obviously get yourself in a little bit of trouble by stating that you weren't in the...
Yeah, no, so this cop comes over to the vehicle, and it was funny. You know, I'm not going to say the whole story, but I don't know if you've seen. Wow, there goes some selling right there off of 138s. But I'll be a little bit more patient. But I don't know if you've seen the picture of me and my mustache. Have you seen? Have you seen the?
Yeah. I've seen one of those.
So it was funny. The cop is totally like bewildered by the mustache. As soon as he he's just like, hey, can you, he's just like, you drop the window down, and instead of talking about why we were kind of stopped, he starts talking to me about the mustache. Total distraction.
Easily. That's
and then I kind of talked us out of whatever he pulled us over for. But yeah, it was kind of funny. Yeah, cops love stashes, saying JLA22. Yeah, exactly.
Stash, eh?
You got to hit him with the stash.
AC with the $10 super chat. Let's see what we got going on. It's TCGL going to open. Says it's halted up at 300, but it's been T12 for weeks. It's a great question. Let's figure that out here and pull up with TCGL. I don't even have any data on this one. Oh, wow. For weeks. We got on the daily. T12 for weeks. Do you know the T12 halt parameters or anything along those lines, Obi?
What do you mean?
Like T12, so it's been on halt for weeks.
So news pending?
Yeah,
is that news pending halt, I think?
Maybe.
Yeah, no,
How long can that halt go on for?
Oh, until further notice.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a news pending halt. It can. Sometimes things have been halted for months,
okay.
if not longer. So until they figure out whatever is going on there, that halt is just up in the air. That's a scary thing about some of these types of halts, right?
Yeah, unlike standard volatility pauses, they typically last 5 minutes. T12 halt only ends once the exchange, usually NASDAQ, receives and satisfied with the additional information for the company. So there's no fixed time limit. So until they come to a conclusion, whatever the issue may be, it's going to remain halted. So yeah, that's suspicious activity, suspected manipulation, regulatory non-compliance as well too. So yeah, that is not good, KC. I'm not saying that obviously for what's going on with that name, considering, right? This thing might not open up anytime soon. We're getting that pullback in the NASDAQ here, Obi. We may as well take a shot at it here and see if we can get a little bit of a breakdown. We'll take that trade right there. Pullback failed to put in a new high, rejected the structure, and then now that's our green light to go. If it breaks through 43, then we get out of the position. No worries about it whatsoever. Going full size on this one. TQs, this is exactly what I was waiting for. to be frank with you guys, and now it's slowly starting to work. So we'll take that. Pullback, look at this, rejects this support level, acts as resistance, and now let's see if we can continue to climb a little bit lower here in the TQQQs. I have to be prepared to get out as well. Hammer candle at a structure level, and if the big boys want to climb higher, then we have to get ready to get out of the trade.
Yes, sir. So I did get a little bit involved here once again on USOs. It's kind of giving us a little bit of a chop here at 138. We'll see if this one comes into fruition here. VWAP all the way down here at what is this, 136.60s here. I'm in from 137.60s. So a little bit of a chop, definitely against the grain here when it comes to the trend that USO's been holding. But we'll wait and see if this one comes in to that VWAP, as again some aggressive sellers stepping in. I've been watching this thing all the way from 135s, 136s, 137s, and then 138s as well. So yeah, maybe some distinct difference. I could very well be wrong. It could be a misread as well, but I'm gonna stick with what I'm seeing here and how I feel about it. But wait and see, a bit of a trend break as well, on maybe not a higher time frame, but definitely a little bit of a shorter time frame. We'll see if I can catch a scalp out of this one here. Yeah, no, let me know what things you guys are trading. AMD, I haven't seen AMD in a while here. Let's take a quick look at AMD at the same time. Okay, cool. AMD, decent strength on AMD. Not really looking too much like some of the rest of the names here, but consolidating at the highs, decent push. I guess we held that 200 quite well here on AMD. Bit of a consolidation high at just shy of 215s, 214.89s there on AMD. Sideways consolidation. So we'll wait and see what this market is up to. Just chop for the past, 4 or 5 15-minute candles. So let's take a little bit of a break and let's see what Neil is up to with his lesson of the day, guys. We'll see you guys soon.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, or not at all if you're a trader. The importance of, you hear revenge trading all the time, and I think one of the things that people make the assumption about revenge trading is like, oh, it has to take on a certain form. A revenge trade, oh, it has to be that you took a hit and then you immediately jump into another position, the same position again. It's like, oh, so you've lost, you do the same thing again because you're mad. But the truth of the matter is, a revenge trade really can take many forms. And the most important aspect of it is something has happened in your trading. It could just be the market did something unexpected, whether you won or lost. You could have made a mistake. I talked about keystroke errors yesterday, and then your next decision is made on emotion. So it doesn't have to be I'm jumping into the same trade again that I just lost in. It could be I keystroked over here, I see another setup that's not really there because I'm mad and I'm trying to make that money back. The most important aspect of it is you're doing something based on the emotion of something that occurred before, and you're acting on it without a clear mind, a clear strategy. Something is askew. A small part of that is, I think, it's not really the gambler's fallacy, but there's a little bit of it that sometimes it's like, oh, I'm due. Like the universe burned me there, so therefore the next one I should be able to get it back. Like that kind of a notion. Or some people revenge trade because they have like 10 bad in a row. It's like, well, the 11th time that I short this, it could work. The 11th time I take this setup, it's going to work today. Well, remember, the market doesn't really care about what happened previously. Nothing is due to happen. Stock doesn't have to turn. The market doesn't have to start resembling what it did yesterday. You only have what's in front of you. A couple of things that you can do to maybe not revenge trade is have a mental checklist when you're making a trade. And the way I usually have that checklist go has something to do with, and you've probably seen me do this live on the show, where I'll just launch into it'll sound like a pre-recorded explanation of what this trade is going to be. And I say it so many times that you're like, oh, well, there it is again. I can kind of tune out. But that's the explanation of the story of your trade. If you force yourself to say, okay, I'll give you the example that I led with, and on my last trade in Boyle, we'll see if I get back into it. I'll keep it relatively simple, like Boyle and USO today. My whole notion with this thing was, all right, we're gapping up in energy and Boyle is weak, just like yesterday. So I want to look short. However, the one thing I have to keep in mind is eventually it could follow suit. As long as USO isn't screaming to the upside, I want to look for short entries in Boyle, whether that's lower highs on trends, or that's topping tail candle re-entries, or simply VWAP. That's the condition I want. But notice how there's a topping tail and I'm not in right now. You know why that is? Because what happened to USO? I'm explaining all of it. Like, while it was going down, I was doing all those things. I'm shorting it on trend. I'm shorting it on topping tail wicks. I'm shorting it at VWAP. All of these things I was doing before USO did something different. It broke the trend, and now I have to have a different mentality, which is, does it regain its downward trend, something like this, which it looks like it's trying to do. It can confirm under VWAP, and then I would jump back into the trade. Now, I say that to myself so that I'm not already in this short. So when I'm going through that explanation for myself, it's like, oh, that one thing doesn't fit. Oh, I don't put on the trade. It's part of what we talked about yesterday. Sometimes the trade you don't take is the best one, or talking yourself out of it. I have no issues doing that. If you don't talk yourself out of every trade, you'll take every trade out there, whether it's good or not. You know that line that it's like, someone who doesn't believe in anything will fall. Someone who believes in nothing will fall for everything. That's the place that I want to be. A trader should be like that. If you're not beholden to your trading plan, to the chagrin of, if this move ends up going back into the low and I miss it, it's like, oh, yeah, Neil, you missed a trade. I miss lots of trades. I also do that so that I'm consistently profitable and not over trading. You've got to have that mentality. I'm not trying to fall for everything. And sometimes you will. And then the other side of the coin is, sorry, excuse me for a second. When we're talking about revenge trading, oftentimes the other way that it can come out is if you leave something on the table. This is the other style of revenge trading where you didn't have a loss. But maybe, just maybe, you didn't get as much out of a trade as you thought you should have. Now, in this particular case on Intel, I didn't get all in on that short. I kind of missed like the topping tail of the wick. Sorry, as I'm choking on like a couple of pieces of lunch I had. It's not bad. I'll tell you guys later. But I didn't get all in, and I got out early. Like a lot of things that I think I could have done better with that Intel trade. And we come back up to the top. Now, at this moment, when it comes back into those highs, there's still a few conditions that have not been met. Like I don't see USO breaking out to help the short. So really, like that short's a momentum play more than anything else. It's just a $50 level. But here I care about the market sentiment. So am I going to jump into that short on a strong stock when we still have that downtrend over in USO? I don't pull the trigger there. Would it work? Okay, fine, it probably would have worked, but that's not how you should judge it. A trader who has that FOMO, a trader who has that revenge, will look at it and say, Intel owes me money because I didn't get all in at this price last time, or I didn't hold it all the way, so it owes me at that price. I therefore have to take it. This is an example of it didn't fit my conditions when it came back in, so I didn't make the trade. Would it have been right? Yes, it would have. But you can't get mad at yourself for that. If you're going to avoid revenge trading, then you have to have a plan of action. And if something isn't met, you don't take the trade. So it's easier for me not to revenge trade because I go through that process over and over again every single day for years and years and years. And that's just part of the trader's journey. Have I ever revenge traded? Of course I have. We're all human. And I mean, if you're a robot, let me know. It'd be pretty cool to meet one. But we're all human. All you're ever doing as a trader is reducing your mistakes to as close to zero as possible. And if you can do that, and you have a solid trade plan and trade positive expectancies, then you can be a consistently profitable trader. It's possible. It's not easy. That's why it seems so, if all this boring hard work that you have to do, and this whole process of, I have to be able to explain my trade. Well, if you can't explain the trade and why you're taking it, and why maybe you shouldn't, and where you should get out, and why you should get out, then you're just sort of out there like throwing you-know-what into the wind. And that's not what you should be doing as a trader. Because again, if you want to get paid, then you've got to make sure that you're not getting blown up and having those big hits, which is what happens when you revenge trade. And the most successful way I've found to avoid it, because it's not possible to stop being human and having emotions, is to have a solid trade plan where you know what it is that you're looking for, the what, when, the why, the how, and if that doesn't fit, because you've run through that with yourself, we do it out loud because we're talking to you, I then don't take the trade. It has to be part of your repertoire. I'll give you guys the update on the lunch. It's good. The chicken's great. It's a thigh, but it's only like one chicken thigh. And then there's like big old pieces of potato, which is fine. It actually tastes pretty good. Unfortunately, there's broccoli in the vegetables, and it's broccoli and Brussels sprouts. There's literally 3 vegetables in the world that I don't eat. Broccoli, Brussels sprouts, and cauliflower. And if you do cauliflower well enough, I'll actually eat it. So it's kind of disappointing there. Fun fact, I'm going to read it because it's in front of me. You can fit every single planet in our solar system into the gap between Earth and the moon. That is a fun fact. An even cooler fact is, if you ever watch the videos where you see the actual perspective of how big the solar system is, mind-boggling. It really puts things into perspective when you see that. The world is the solar system is absolutely gigantic. Let's throw you guys back to the midday. I'm going to finish my lunch. Enjoy, everybody. And yes, I know broccoli has a lot of nutrients. I eat plenty of vegetables. There's so many out there. You don't have to eat the ones you don't like. As long as you eat a bunch of vegetables, you're good to go. I'm just saying.
That you don't like too, right?
Whoa, hold on a second.
Hey, man, you see what I'm getting at here? I get some heat for no pie, but you don't like probably one of the healthiest vegetables on the planet.
You know what, Joe? This is fair. This is fair, and a normal, rational, reasonable person would walk back some of their criticism that you've never tried apple pie, that you don't like cookies, and all that stuff. But you know what? When it comes to pastries and when it comes to treats, I'm not a normal, rational person.
That's fair.
So I reserve the right to still absolutely hate on the fact that you won't eat apple pie and that you don't like cookies. So I'm going to stay a hater when it comes to that.
I like oatmeal cookies, brother.
Not with.
Do you eat them with raisins?
If I have to, I would prefer.
Well, then we still got an issue, bro.
All right, we got an issue.
And I love you, brother. But when
you know we love you.
See, and this is the thing. I can admit when I'm being irrational about it, and I'm really irrational when it comes to my pastry. So if you're not going to eat a pumpkin pie is delicious, apple pie is delicious, everything out there, and especially oatmeal raisin cookies. They're the. Pie? Come on, son. Fresh baked?
Like a peach cobbler or something. I think I could get behind that. I love peaches,
like
right?
Apple pie.
Nothing like a Georgia peach.
Well, then there you go. We all want to see you enjoy, like, just some kind of, like, pie. Anything. Anything. Just once, live on the show.
You want to know the honest truth? Neil, growing up as a kid, for some reason, like, my grandparents would give me sweets or my aunts would give me sweets, and it would always upset my stomach. So growing up, I was never really, like, a sweet and candy kid until I grew older and, like, into my 20s and stuff like that. I don't know. It just always upset my stomach, so I never ate that stuff.
Well, you know what? That's fair. To each their own. Like whatever you do. So I'll end with this because we should always say this. You always got to do you. At the end of the day, don't worry about what other people like. We joke around about this now, but let's be real. Don't worry about what other people like. And I always bring this right back into trading. I know I say this more than any one thing in trading, and I could say this every single day. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter what you trade. It doesn't matter the style of trade you do. You can be some people say futures traders or like the pinnacle and penny stock traders or blah, blah, or are not real traders. Do you get paid?
All that matters at the end of the day.
Richard Pryor said to Eddie Murphy, maybe he did say it, maybe he didn't. It was in Eddie Murphy's act. He's like, when Bill Cosby would criticize him for cursing his stand-up, Richard Pryor was like, hey, well, when you tell your jokes, do the people laugh? He said yes. When you tell those jokes and finish the show, do you get paid? He said yes. And then he said, okay, well then tell that dude to, have a Coke and a smile and shut the you-know-what up. Because at the end of the day, as a trader, that's all that matters. At the end of the day in your life, as long as you're enjoying your life, that's what matters too.
That's all that matters, brother. Hey, Project Hail Mary. Project Hail Mary. Ryan Gosling.
No spoilers.
You saw it?
No spoilers.
I've seen it. What do you
No
think?
spoilers.
Have you seen it yet, Neil, or no?
I haven't seen it.
Heard mixed
I've read the book twice.
It was
Okay.
great.
My wife just finished the book recently, so we can go see it now because I'm gonna watch it. She's
Book's
seen
always
it.
better than the movie, though.
Oh, yeah.
The book's always better than the movie. I think the book was way better than The Martian, though. So I'm excited to watch it. I hope it's.
Okay, no, great movie. I can tell you guys how it ends right now if you want.
Well, I've seen it, so I don't care. I'm
okay.
sorry, I've read the book. I know.
You
I
read it?
know.
Okay, so you don't need me, because I know
Saying no spoilers.
Ram and Fabian want to know for sure. So I figured I'd.
Don't spoil it.
Obviously not. There's that thing I dislike more. My one buddy in my group chat always spoiling something for us, and it's like, man, come on. All right, guys, enough is enough.
Sure.
Let's get. Yeah, I know, Rocky, man, Rocky, my guy. Anyways, aside from that, guys, let's hit this. Where's our boy? Nice little short there on the T-triple-Qs as it heads down into 42.60. We're still hovering around this. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't have much left. I think like 20% of my remaining position, and that's okay. No, I'm not, Derek. So if we get stopped out 20% right here, that's no issue. We take the most of it off. It's just keep getting bought back up. So it's choppy. We get the break through the support level, and then sure enough, we continue a little bit lower and then immediately met with some defense. So there is somewhat of a supply zone right here, and we have to be prepared to get out when we're supposed to. Obi, you were short USO.
I got out for break even. Here's the thing: I was more than 50 pennies in the money on this, and I actually got pretty aggressive adding into this here underneath the 138, and I was like, boom, 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 137 is gonna crack. And yeah, it did crack. We went down to, I think, what was that low right there? 136.79s, and I was looking for more, maybe a little bit too greedy, shorting this piece right here, expecting too much, but I got to take that off. But I took a break even on that. My average ended up being like, I think 42s, and I took it off at like 42, 43s, something like that. So I was just like, all right, cool. If it's not going to work, I'm just going to take a break even. I'll get back in if it shows me more. But that 138 level is probably what I'm ultimately risking against here. We'll wait and see if that comes in. But if the market's going to, do a little bit of flush right here after consolidating pretty much for, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 candles now, just sideways consolidation here on the 15 minutes, 24 ones to 24 twos roughly, and so about a 100-point consolidation on the Nasdaq. I guess ES looks a little bit more bearish as we're breaking down this consolidation here. A lot of these wicks had higher highs, and then the top wicks were relatively even, coming in and around 66.23s, and now you can see flush, flush, flush. Let's see if this third candle in a row now with, let's see, give me a 15-minute. So this 15-minute just started, right? So with this third one, let's see if we can get that continuation. If the market breaks down as well, maybe we do get that breakout of that 138 here on USO. But where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking right here. Wow, Intel actually got to 50 today and is pulling back nicely off of that $50 level. AMD as well. You know what? AMD might, if someone was calling out AMD a little bit earlier, I might take a look at this one and see what AMD is up to. Why do I need to have a filter on this. Okay, cool. Yeah, AMD, a little bit of a slowdown here at the same time. Maybe this is the one I want to take a reversion on. But again, there's a lot of stocks here that could potentially set up for a bit of a pullback. Wow, Tesla is relatively weak. Have you seen this one?
Yeah,
it is
yeah.
So relatively
deliveries
weak.
came out today,
Sideways
this morning.
chop.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's what that catalyst was on Tesla. You can see here, I'll pull up Tesla. Yeah, it does not look anything like the rest of the market. Deliveries, definitely one of the stronger catalysts when it comes to this stock here. You can see a nice little, flag consolidation. I don't really like to say bearish or bullish because that gives me a bit of a bias, but a flag is a flag, and Tesla coming up with a bit of a flag. Now, which way it goes, probably going to be determined by what levels it breaks, right? The range of the flag right here. So the range highs coming in roughly at 370s and the lows at 363s, 364s on Tesla. So if the market breaks down and if it follows in suit, then maybe we do have a breakdown of that 364 area roughly. So be watching that as well. But let me know what you guys are watching. NVIDIA is holding the Qs, saying North Boy. Yeah, maybe. NVIDIA is the one that is it the relative strength right here? Yeah, it is the most extended off of its lows as well. So yeah, I guess NVIDIA is the one. Let's take a quick look at Meta. Yeah, Meta is nowhere close to anywhere there. So you're right. NVIDIA is definitely the one that's holding it up. There goes 138 here on USO. Seems like that was a nice VWAP hold here on USO, so it did not get long on that 137, unfortunately, there. But you know what? I think if we continue to do this and the market takes a little bit of a pullback, we were talking about a 50% retracement of some of these legs here, 24,000, maybe even 23,950s potentially, if we do come into a 50% retracement of this leg that we've had all the way from 23.7s to 24.2s on the NASDAQ. And if that comes in, I think oil definitely poised to push that 140 level. And that 140 level, I think if that breaks, that's definitely pushing some players out there. And that could give us some explosive moves as well on USO. So that's all I'm really watching. CCL, let's see what's happening. What happened with CCL here? I guess that Claude sold some CCL today. I don't know if we've been following that Claude portfolio where they have Claude trading a portfolio of names, and it's buying and selling different things, and people are just following what it's doing.
On Claude, you're making that?
Like it's like an agent that's doing this. I think.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know too much about it, but it's managing a portfolio and it's buying and selling relative to what it thinks. I guess is correct. But yeah, we are going down.
Yeah, we are.
Here's my opinion on MU.
Lower. I tried silver long here. As long as we don't break 64.90s, I'm going to hold on to this position. I'm willing to add at 64.90s. I mean, the market is sliding. Tesla's breaking down as well, too. The NASDAQ putting in a new low. We got out of that one there. Momentum slowly starting to pick up. I'm assuming USO continuing to climb. So if you're looking for the longs, I think that's going to be where the play is on today's session, guys. Heading towards a key pivot level there on USO, 138.19s. I think I'm going to try a long there on this one for the break of that 138.31 level. We'll start small on it.
Yeah, I like that.
So for that break of that level, that's going to be a key pivot. Pull back, we engage a little bit here, and then maybe we can get a continuation of the momentum. If it breaks 37.50, then we might have to get out of the position. So yeah, let's just go. Let's go long some USO here, Obi, and see what we can muster up. Bang, instant. All right, we take that one.
Yeah, the market's pulling in pretty decently now.
Yeah, so silver not working for us. This short was working pretty good for us right here, and then it pulls back just a little too deep, and then now starting to slide. Just hold on to the position, my Lanta. All right, 10 cents on USO there. We'll take it. Not yet, anyways. We'll see if we can continue to climb a little bit here. We'll head over to my current positions, guys. Just kind of thinking in my head here as we're long silver, short USO. Our shorts are long both silver and USO. So we could just keep this on over here. We grabbed 20 cents on USO. If this breaks this level right here, then we'll get out of the position here on SLV. But we're going to hold on to this USO. No reason to get out right now, considering the market is continuing to slide. So not too bad. We almost had there 10 cents. Now it's starting to pull back in a little bit there, Obi. I expect this here, especially in USO. Extremely volatile, continues to climb. You punch through that. You get a little bit of a pullback there. Did print 41s, though. Ooh, we should have took that. But that's all right. We'll hold on to it. I think we can get a little bit of a bid back up here. Keep an eye on the tape and see what it's going to continuously print there. Bang, back up to 30s just like that.
It's holding that trend. It has like that. Yeah, I mean, if you throw up like a eight moving average on a shorter time frame, that's kind of what I'm looking at here. It's been holding that roughly well. Even the 21 is extended above the 21, but I'll go to this chart here. Yeah, it's holding pretty decently as of right now. I think I have the moving average sitting at 138.14s here. So every time it's pulled back into this moving average since about 12:17. So that's about a few minutes ago. It's held quite well on USO. But yeah, no, keeping a pretty close eye on this one. I do want to get involved here. Yeah, I'm not really.
In which direction are you thinking?
I mean, I'm going to be a little bit more short biased than anything, but I even said before, like this, that low, this was capitulation, right? This right here, that was capitulation. So realistically, now we are in an uptrend post capitulation, and it's been doing everything that you pretty much want to see to get long post capitulation, right? Break out of this consolidation, even holding that 134 quite well, stair stepping up onto 136, then 137's held pretty well, and even here, like when I was in this, and it was. Neil was doing his lesson, the flushes into 136 and change, 136.79s, 137s were pretty aggressive, and it got bought up right away. I'm like, all right, cool, they're absorbing this. That's why I was just like, okay, well, if I see information that it's getting absorbed on top of 137s, then I don't need to hold it to my stop all the way at 138s. I just take the break even, because I'm like, okay, it's very clear right now that even though it's getting slammed into the bid, buyers are willing to step up and just soak it all up and rip it right back up. So when I saw some of that absorption, I was like, all right, cool, take the break even. This is definitely, as of right now, with the limited information that I'm seeing, not headed in that direction at all. So that came out to be true, and we're continuing to push a little bit higher here. So yeah, every little pullback getting bought up on USO. We'll wait and see if it actually gets to that 40 level. I think the likelihood of us testing that 40 pretty decent if the market continues to pull back the way it is, slow and steady right here. But that bid definitely wasn't slow and steady. So the reversion of that bid from the morning session coming in now during the midday.
Volatility's in. I'm just looking at some of the supply here. 140. It's nothing substantial, but we keep running into this 138 level. I don't see anything really there. It's just not being absorbed. We did pop up into 35s there. I'm thinking if I can get an additional pop. It's pretty volatile right now. Market pretty choppy. I'll hold on to it for as long as we can. But another pop, just not continuing to climb. You break through that previous pivot, and it's just like, come on, let's go. Let's rock and roll here and see if we can get this trade working out for us. Another pop there. Let's see, keep an eye on the tape. We're back at that. See, yeah, someone keeps selling here at 17s.
Yeah, I'm watching that pretty closely.
Watching that? Yeah, someone keeps selling 17s.
There is definitely a little bit of, I mean, this is where it was sold off prior, right? It got up to 138.30s, like you said, and then we sold all the way back down for about $1.30 from the same area. So yeah, it might take a little bit. If we are going to continue pushing, it might take a little bit to kind of lift some of that selling if it's still sitting there from before. But you can see here, still holding trend pretty well there, Joe. You can see just a quick little trend line, and maybe I'm waiting for the break of said trend line, or maybe even a retest from the bottom to get involved. I think the long definitely was on the VWAP hold and much before as well, but unfortunately not really involved in that. AMD does look like it wants to curl over here, but I'm going to be a little bit more patient. Someone was asking me earlier about Micron, and I was like, yeah, I really like, I looked at it. I like that Micron for a bit of a short scalp, but the thing is, look at how messy some of this action is, right? It's so choppy. We've been in this range from, say, about 360s to the highs, 365.80s since 10:30. So been in there for roughly about an hour or two, coming into 2 hours there. And yeah, the breakdown of the 360 was quite nice. That's working out decently. Maybe we get a pullback into VWAP, which is starting to confluence with this prior low at 356s. So yeah, I'll keep an eye on that. Decent volume bar as well on the push of this prior high. So we've already gotten below the low of that candle with the high volume bar. So I do like that. That's sitting right at 360s as well. And with the market pulling back with the way it is, that could very well be something at the same time. So yeah, no, shout out to whoever called out that Micron, but it's not going to be like the short that I took yesterday, right? Yesterday, look how much cleaner the bid was. It was very consistent and clean relative to today's bid. Very choppy. Some of these legs and candles have quite a range, and there's also a lot of inside bars at the same time. So don't really want to be aggressively involved with any of that. I'd like to look for things that are like, the trend is very distinct, and then it starts to act differently. If there's a lot of sideways chop, if there's a lot of inside bars, sure, there can be a reversion there. I do sometimes take those as well, but I notice over time that I have to be a lot more focused on some more nuances on some of those reversions when it comes to that playbook.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, yeah, it's not breaking through that level. It's going to be the deepest pullback here. I'm going to hold on to this. I mean, we added into a full position now, and there it goes. It's really starting to come back in as the market's taking a little bit of a pop. I think this just might be a little bit of a fake out, to be honest with you. So we'll continuously hold on to it. Put a little bit more on over there. Don't typically do that, but just considering it's just a liquidity grab through a support level. It popped up. Let's see if we can get this pop up here now. OB, it's 97s, boom, we're printing. Oh, it comes right back down into 90s. That's not too good of a look there. As we hold on to our silver position, let's see if we can get this continuation here in USO. Oh my God. Aggressive move to the downside.
On break of that trend as well that I just pointed out, right?
Yeah, it did. It did break that trend.
See if it kind of continues.
See if we get buyers to step
You see
back
these
in
swipes,
here.
they're swiping it right back up, right?
Yeah, exactly. They're buying it right back up. So let's see if we can get a little bit of a pop here now, guys, in USO. We're still in silver. Market climbing a little bit higher. So you're that inverse correlation coming into play a little bit here between USO and SLV. I mean, there it is. Boom, some strength in the tape. That's exactly what we want to see. A clean push up there, guys. So not too bad. Silver, we're still around that break-even mark on that one. So we'll be cautious on this. Considering the trajectory that USO has been on, I think we just have to go with the flow and just try to put ourselves in at the right place at the right time. If this closes as a 1-minute hammer, I like our chances even more for it to continue to bounce. So we'll keep our eyes on it. We'll continuously monitor what we got going on here on USO, and hopefully we can find a nice bounce and a place to take some profits out at the break of this previous pivot. So silver still doing the exact same thing. Let's pull this up here for you guys. Yeah, see, I mean, we're not too far away, and we only went half risk on this one. So let's see if we can get that pop up here in silver, Obi.
Yeah, so I did kind of participate in the breakdown of that 138 there. I drew the trend line right here. Could have definitely been a little bit earlier, but yeah, selling starting to step in just slightly. But again, every dip has been bought up, right? So I think depending on how you're looking at this and how you're sized, either way it's up in the air, whichever way it can go right now. But we'll see. We'll wait and see what it does with this 138 area. As I said before, this was a little bit of supply zone earlier. See if it continues to stay the same. If not, then more than willing to kind of get hit out of this one and move on to the next push as well. But looking at some of these, the 15-minute chart just started as well, right? So at the beginning of a 15-minute chart, or I like to watch candle formations as well sometimes, where, how have the 15 minutes and the 5 minutes and everything else, how have they been forming? And when we start and end a candle, what kind of action are we more poised to do, right? So watching this one, we've had back-to-back green candles on USO. So if we do make a bottom wick, this could be that bottom wick on the 15-minute candle here as we pull back into 138 and then maybe push right back through as well. But I'll be watching this pretty closely. Market is pulling back a little bit here, so do have to be wary about that. And the market did get aggressively bid, so I think the reversion on the market is definitely a lot more valid in my opinion. So I am kind of going against that a little bit here, getting involved with the USO the way I am as of right now. But let me know what you guys are looking at. Yeah, Tesla's definitely ugly. Charlie Taff in the chat there. Just straight chop. Just they had deliveries today. I guess market didn't really like what happened there. We gapped down or we sold off aggressively, and it's not looking anything like the rest of the market here, where you had this aggressive bid. Like, talk about a crazy bid. 23 sevens all the way to 24 twos on the Nasdaq. That's pretty aggressive, right? And to do that within 4 15-minute bars, that's definitely something, right? So The fact that Tesla does not care about that at all, and it's just in a sideways consolidation, says everything you need to know about what may or may not be going on there. Maybe it's just digesting some of that news as well, right? So the INTU HRB competition from Perplexity, because Perplexity Computer can now help prepare your federal tax return. That's interesting. Okay, so here we go. A little bit of selling coming in, some more aggressive selling coming in. Let's see if we can break through that 137. So talk about a nice trend break. VWAP sitting all the way down here at 136.7s. I don't know if we're going to get all the way down to VWAP, but we're catching a bit of a bid here on the rest of the market. So let's see how that potentially comes in. And I guess 200 moving average, where is that sitting at? I guess sometimes when I'm thinking too much about some of the price action, I start using way too many indicators, just because I have them on the board. Like I like to use my 8 moving average, my 21s, my 50s, and my 200s. And yeah, sometimes they hold. And the only thing is, like, if they're holding, then I give them more precedent. If they're not holding, then I really don't care about them. I'm just going to let the market tell me what it's respecting, and then see if I can kind of, we talk about like listening, right? Listening to what the chart and the price action is telling you. If it's holding a moving average, then it's holding a moving average, right? If it's breaking a trend, it's breaking a trend. If it's been holding the trend, like here, it's been holding since what? This was about 12 o'clock all the way to 12:30. We've been holding for 30 minutes straight into an area of supply, and then all of a sudden supply comes in. Yeah, I just have to kind of do a little bit better at listening to what the chart and the price action is telling me. So a little bit of covers there just on top of VWAP. Let's see if we can actually get to VWAP. If the market starts to catch a stronger bid, then maybe we do get to those 137s. But here's another thing, more pieces of information. The past 2 times we've been on top of 137, we have caught a pretty decent bid. So I do want to respect that as well. If that 137 breaks down now, then that information becomes slightly less, less valid, right? More, it invalidates the thesis that, okay, cool, 137 was holding as support in the most recent price action. You can see here the reclaim of 37 pulls back into 37. Boom! I really did like this short. I got really aggressive on this short here, 138s down to 137s, but it held 137s. Right? So if we're going to continue in an uptrend, and we're going to continue to kind of consolidate, stair-step higher, consolidate, then 137, I expect it to hold, but let's see what happens here. With the market bidding up, this is kind of distinctly different from the last 3 15-minute candles that were printed, but this is only 5 minutes into this 15-minute candle, right? And this is what I'm looking at on USO as well. Look at this 15-minute candle. This is the first red one, but this could swipe right back up. Take a look at this bottom wick that happened on the 12 o'clock candle, right? So that could potentially be some information at the same time. If this is 137, well, you know what? I'm thinking about maybe adding to this, but that could be a little bit cheeky. Maybe adding to it if it gets below VWAP. Again, market has to bid up, right? Market has to catch a bit of a bid there for all that to come into fruition, because we are observing today that the hedge is back on. When the market bids up, oil comes down. When the market, I guess, drops a little bit lower, the market, oil starts to bid up as well. So that relationship is back on. And we saw a bit of a disconnect for a few days where that wasn't necessarily the case for a little bit. So we'll wait and see what happens here on this USO move. A little bit of relief here for the market, I guess.
Yeah, not good. Yeah, bad trade there on USO on my behalf. Should just hopped out of that trade there. So that's probably going to be it. No bounce. Thought we'd get a nice break on this level here, but that wasn't necessarily the case. So yeah, not a good trade there on the USO by me. That's all right. We'll see. We can hold on to it a little bit more. Nice pop up there. All right, let's go. Come on. I know we're going. I hate that. Like, this is what I don't like, though, is that we're both kind of going against each other. I mean,
I'm not going against anything. I'm just trying to. I drew the trend line.
We're going off. I was like, I'm long, you're short.
Yeah,
I'm not saying we're like doing that intentionally. We both have opposite trades on, essentially, right? So, Yeah, let's go, man. You had it anyways. You have the successful short going on, which is positive. So that's what we want to see. A nice pop. It bounced off of VWAP, which is pretty good. But you're right, Obi. It broke. The
137 is still holding, right?
It's still holding.
Like
let's see if we can get a.
That's the thing. I've covered more than half already on top of this 137, and if it can break down, then yeah, that's going to be a different piece of information there.
For sure.
It's going to be distinctly different than. But right now, it is kind of bouncing. You can see top wick forming on the 15-minute candle on the Nasdaq and the ES as well. So if that candle goes green to red, then we're just back in, and that 137 has a higher probability of holding, in my opinion. So and it's already holding as of right now. So we'll wait and see.
There is a base being formed there, bounced off it, but then it just kind of ran into the backside of this trend and then rejected that one. So let's see if we can get a little bit better of a bounce here. It did tank, man. Got to get out of that trade way quicker than what I did. So. I should have just accepted it. So USO, haven't been trading it well as of late, and sure enough, play the break of this pivot. You get a nice little pop-up. Should have took the scalp. Should have, could have, would have. That's what if history. Silver working out for us here. So let's see if we do give back the majority of the day, which is going to be unfortunate, as I have to take a stop out momentarily here on USO, and I'll just get out of silver as well. So. Yeah, it's breaking down. Market really heading lower back in though. We never got that sustained pop, Obi, in USO. So that inverse not really working out how you would think.
No, it's not the same.
It's not the same as what we were seeing a couple of weeks ago. That's for sure. Market heading lower. USO doing the exact same thing too. So just be cautious on that one. Don't make those mistakes, and just get out when you're supposed to, essentially. So. Yeah, a bit tougher of a trade there on USO by my half. Yeah, here I thought we would get the continuation up in here, considering, but not necessarily the case there, guys. So yeah, bad trade. We don't like that one, but oh well. You learn from the mistakes and you move on. You look for the next opportunity if there is one going to step in here momentarily. Like it keeps hitting the ask. I mean. Not horrible whatsoever. Okay, there's another pop, right? So they're going to pop up into 26s. The options chain's not telling us really much, but I don't know how much of an effect that's really going to have. We talked about this on multiple occasions, just the fact that it's like, hey, essentially, with being extremely newsline sensitive, and I think a bigger picture than what we have going on from a liquidity standpoint with the options chain, I don't think it plays much of a factor in what actually happens here. So
it'll go more off the futures, right? Because I think those are weighted a little bit more.
Exactly. So yeah, let's see, man. If we don't get a sustained pop here, then we'll probably have to get out of this trade.
Yeah, I'm just waiting and watching. I added a little bit there, but nothing too crazy. Not back to full size that I was in, but we're consolidating on top of the 137. If we hold and push the half, then yeah, I'm more than willing to hop out of this one and move on to the next trade. But yeah, that Nasdaq candle going green to red and then green again. Yeah, a little bit of a chop happening here. Wow, there's a bit of a bid on the market. There we go.
Whoa.
Holy, here we go. There's a little bit of selling happening here. Hello, wow. And then we pop down. Wow, that's an aggressive low there.
Yeah, big
low
time.
of 136.69. That's crazy, dude. And then it gets bought right back up.
Immediately.
That's the thing. It gets bought right back up. That's so crazy. Come on. Trump just talking right now saying there is nothing left of what could still become a great country. That's what Trump just said right now. So, yeah, I guess that was a little bit of volatility spike there on his words. As he's, what is he saying? Biggest bridge. Time for Iran to make a deal before it's too late, and there's nothing left of what still could become a great country. That's what he's saying right now.
Yeah.
So, getting a little bit of, probably going to get a little bit of
there's the pop in
oil.
There's the pop in USO. Crazy.
Watching some of this crazy action.
Watch the tape. It just pops up 50 cents just like that there, guys. 52 now on it. All right, nice little move right there. I know silver was working out for us a little bit there. Not too bad of a pop higher. Donald Trump brings some volatility into the market. Wow, what a big time move right there, folks. I might even just hop out on this pop, considering my positioning is not that well, and it's giving me an opportunity to get out here. I might just do so, to be honest with you. Let's see, if we drop back down a little bit, then maybe there's no reason for me to get out just yet. I have to be cautious on what's going on. But yeah, Donald Trump bringing us something. Trump threatens further destruction, urges deal. Trump claimed major Iranian bridge has been destroyed and warned that more strikes are coming. He urged Iran to make a deal quickly. Why would you? Why would you? Anyway, signaling that further escalation could leave the country severely damaged. Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be the case. I think everybody's aware of that. Considering, right? Like he was prepared last night. Throughout the week, he's been talking about, hey, we're going to get out of here in the next couple of weeks. It's going to be over regardless of a deal's done. Then he says that it's going to be on a lot longer than what we're anticipating. So, I mean, a complete mixed bag when it comes to what he is saying about it. Trump is, it's time for Iran to make a deal before it's too late. So there's another warning sign. Market continuously, it's not doing anything, but USO right back up to the top side there. It'll be on the opposite side of the trend.
137's held, yeah.
Pardon me?
Even through that craziness, 137's got bought right back up.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see if it's going to continue on this path. The bid continuously lifting up there down to 160, now to 137.68, 70s now it's printing. So, I mean, not horrible whatsoever, considering. Let me do this here. Okay, that's not too bad. Oh, another big spike right there, Obi. I mean, don't do what I did there, Obi. Get out if you have the ability to do so. That's for sure.
Yeah, no. Like I said, I'm not in the same size I was in at 138s. I did add at the lows there, but it's still kind of chopping around here. So I'm going to be a little bit patient here. But the information that I was given
I reduced my size on that one, so I'll still hold on just in case it wants to continue to grind higher here. But I'm also prepared to get out when I need to. Silver working out pretty good for us. So there's a clean flush to the downside. That's good for you. Let's get out of this. Let's get out of this USO. Too volatile, all right? We got silver working for us. Let's head over to that one. We're gonna put USO to the back burner and just go stick to things that really rock and roll for us. And that's gonna be silver right now. Oh, boy, do we wish we had some more size on this silver trade here, Obi, as that USO trade didn't work how we wanted it to. I'm not going to piece anything out here on silver just yet. We're going to allow it to continue to climb. Load up oil. I am from me. War is not stopping. ME. Oh, okay. I guess that's somewhere over there. I don't know where you're referring to. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to cool down anytime soon. Silver working out for us. USO. We'll put that wood to the burner. It may continue to move to the top side, to be honest with you. So we'll keep an eye on it. But I think that's it for attempts on that one for me, Obi.
Yeah, so what I was saying before is that the piece of information we were given on that price action was that, yeah, it slapped down into VWAP. It slapped down to 136.69s there on that flush down, and then it got bought right back up. So I guess, that tells me right away that, okay, when we were here before, I observed a little bit of absorption on strong flushes down, and then right here on a catalyst, there's some strong absorption once again in and around that level. So definitely a level of interest at the very least is how I'm interpreting that. We'll wait and see. It's still kind of not really, it's still chopping around the same range it was doing a few minutes ago and still underneath that 138. So I'll be patient. I guess he's still talking, saying things. Trump threatens further destruction. I think you talked about that, about the bridge there. So we'll wait and see what I can do with this here. Only like dancing around about 20, 30 pennies. Roughly, so nothing too crazy as of right now. But the second, I mean, you see the markets are bidding up decently here as well. Second green candle after 3 consecutive reds on both. I guess 4 consecutive reds on the ES. One of those was a doji though, so don't know how much you want to weigh that one. But second green 15-minute candle happening after 3 consecutive decent red candles on both the ES and the Nasdaq. 137's coming back in. Are you going to break it? Was that just a ping? If we break that ping low at 136.69s, then that's definitely something as well. Because again, you had aggressive buying that bid it right back up off of VWAP, and if that cracks, that technically, in my opinion, is a support breakdown through 137s and then even further. So we'll wait and see if that comes into fruition here. 137s retesting as the market attempts to take a little bit of a bid, but chopping around 50 pennies to $1 on USO, man, is not, you can see in terms of the volatility, it'll eat that up within seconds, especially if it's some sort of a catalyst. Like yesterday, there was just, I think there was a strong sell near the end of the day. I was trying to look for news, and I was like, yeah, no, there's no real news on it. So sometimes all it takes is just one trader being like, all right, I'm just going to punch out of this position, or I'm going to act a certain way on a certain catalyst. And yeah, of course, depending on how much liquidity that participant is pushing, it can definitely push the market around, and the market can be like, all right, cool, we're just that was just one guy, or we can correct that right away. Or maybe sometimes that one guy or trader can just start a chain reaction of events as well. That's always fun to observe at the same time. So maybe one day that's the goal. You're the guy who starts the chain reaction. I think that's definitely it's up there with the goal of Spoofy Man for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, big time, man. I'm glad. I sent you a DM there. Crazy. On Discord. I mean, let's go silver, man. Let's get this thing to work. But we took that ugly hit. I'm glad that we got out of USO. Let's find some other quality things to look at. What has Tesla been up to? Did it decide to break? Did it break up there? Yeah, it did off of that bounce and off of that indecision print. So Tesla worked pretty good there. Let's see if we can break this previous pivot high of 65.60 here on silver, and then we're going to look to piece out half of the position. We'll leave a little bit for a runner, as USO doesn't really know what it wants to do at this point. Lots of indecision prints. Gaurav, this is what. Okay, cool. So yeah, there it is. SLV, guys. Nice bounce, double bottom right there. We go long, looking for the break of this pivot. Tesla starting to come back in a little bit. But guys, guess what? We have a special guest, Brendo, at the big desk, guys, leading an interview. We'll be back momentarily.
All right, thanks, guys. We're talking gold this lunch hour. We've seen quite the rebound here today, not only in the metals side of things, but individual gold names back to the upside today as well. On the risk-on side of things, we're happy to have Trey Wasser, CEO and Director of Dryen Gold, with us this afternoon to tell us a little bit about Dryen specifically. But Trey, good to see you. Welcome to the show. It's been quite a year, let's be honest, but I mean, here we go back into the volatile stuff again. Let's start high level here. If anyone's hearing this name for the first time, DRY on the TSX Venture Exchange. Tell us a little bit about the company first off, Dryen Gold.
Well, Dryen Gold is we have a district scale property in Northwest Ontario. Most of the property is very high grade, although it is a district, so we have some other exciting things going on that are more bulk tonnage targets. But I was drawn to this property because of the incredible infrastructure. It sits right on the Trans-Canada Highway and has highway frontage from north to south. Very large, over 80,000 hectares we're up to now. And so it's just a very unusual property because it's very underexplored, has had some historic mining back in the early 1900s, but very little modern exploration on it. Yet the infrastructure is incredible. We're not helicopter logging mining, and so it's we think we're really onto something here.
District scale, that term district scale, maybe someone's hearing that for the first time or not really familiar with that. The company's described this property specifically as that district scale opportunity. Tell us a little bit about what that means right now and why that area specifically is getting all the attention.
Well, when you talk about district scale property, you typically have it would be very large and also would cover maybe several types of gold mineralization. So that's what we have here. We have our key and load gold system, similar to the Red Lake and Great Bear, but we also have lower grade bulk tonnage kind of targets as well. So kind of like a whole camp. I mean, if you think about Timmins, for example, you might go 10 miles from mine to mine, and they're in completely different rock types. So that's what we've got really at in this Dryden district. And the only real there is one other company that's more advanced than us, and that's Next Gold, and they have about a 3 million ounce deposit that they're working through permitting. So we think this is one of the next new gold camps in Northwest Ontario.
If we look at the results to date, what has happened? What has been the successes? Tell us a little bit about how things are going with the drilling results.
Well, our flagship property, we call it, where we're doing the bulk of our drilling and where most of the historic mining and historic exploration was done, is what we call Gold Rock. And where we're working, we have about 20 kilometers of strike in this Gold Rock camp, and we're working specifically in 1 square kilometer area. And there we're seeing very high grades. I mean, there's a previous operator drilled as high as 53,000 grams per ton. And while we haven't hit anything quite that high, we're seeing a lot of things in the 200-300 gram per ton type of intercepts. And we just put out some results this morning. We found 3 new high grade zones that we had targeted, using 3D. All of our data being digitized now, and we're using 3D modeling to make these targets. And we had like 32 and a half grams over 4 meters. That had an interval of about a half a meter of 252 grams per ton. So very high grade gold there. And then the other exciting project that we have is over to the east. It's Hinman. It's very large. It's more of a bulk tonnage target, but we've got 15 kilometers of strike there that we just had results a few weeks ago from our property-wide golden till substrate sampling. And that shows pretty high-grade gold across all 15 kilometers. So we're very excited about Hinman as well.
You mentioned the importance of infrastructure to start things off, the location of the property being close to the Trans-Canada Highway. Talk a little bit about the importance of why, just from maybe a cost measure or accessibility, as you said. The Ontario government specifically has been really pushing towards making this a wider scale and more accessible area. So being there early as you are, definitely good for the company. Tell us why.
Well, really 2 reasons, and you hit on it there. The accessibility, it gives us, so we can, on all 80,000 hectares, and that runs about 50 kilometers from the south to the north, and then in about another 40 kilometers to the east. And we can be across that property all on highway within a couple of hours. So it gives us very good access. We have, probably the lowest drilling costs in the industry. We can drill there year round. Gets quite cold in the wintertime there, but that doesn't bother the drillers. But there's one really key reason why this infrastructure is important. And you talk about the Trans-Canada Highway. It's not just near us. It runs right through our property. And then Highway 502, which drops down to the Minnesota border. We're actually only about an hour north of the Minnesota border. And I mentioned that, it's been very underexplored. And the reason is that most of this property there has historically been very, very dense Canadian bush. I mean, like, you can't walk through it kind of bush. And yet for the last 40 years, there's been a pulp mill in the town of Dryden. And so consequently, our property has seen more than its share of logging and again, because they have the highway access to get those trees right to the pulp mill. And the interesting or nice thing for us also about a pulp mill is they don't care if the tree is 3 inches or 3 feet. They're not trying to make lumber out of it. They're just grinding it all up. So they take everything and they just clear cut. So an area like Hinman that I mentioned, the Trans-Canada Highway runs through the southern part of that. It's never been owned by anyone, any company. It's had historically zero exploration, maybe a prospect or two, through the history books. That's how it got its name Hinman, is because some guy named Hinman found a gold showing there. But now they've put in very nice logging roads. You can drive a Toyota Camry in there to where we're drilling. We made a discovery there right off the logging road. We saw where they had cleared off and uncovered granodiorite stockwork. And we went out, took a sample, and had an ounce of gold in it. And we channel sampled it. It had about 3/4 of an ounce across the channel. So we're drilling that now. But again, up and down our property, it's the same story. It's just never had much exploration because it just was inaccessible.
Going ahead here, or looking ahead, as we round out the year, or maybe heading into the second half of the year here, is there a couple of milestones we can leave investors with? What do you want people to know or take away from this going into not only the rest of 26 but 27?
Well, look, our property and again, our board is pretty much made up of people like myself who've had success starting a junior mining company. In my case, it was Ely Gold Royalties. But everybody on the board has started these companies, built them up, and then created shareholder value by selling them. And that's what we're really tailoring this property to. It's big. It's, we don't want to spend the next 10 years there diluting shareholders. We just want to show that we've got a big property with several different targets, and then be moving this on to a larger company. So we currently have two strategic shareholders. Alamos Gold and Centerra Gold are both plus or minus 10% shareholders and watching it very closely, as is, we're kind of, we meet pretty regularly with a half a dozen other majors and mid-tier companies. So this property is getting a lot of attention. I think this year we're fully funded for about a $7 million exploration program. And for us, that gets a lot of drilling in. And what we hope to do is just continue to prove this up and really operating kind of under the Great Bear model, which, they explored from the time they made their discovery. They drilled for about 2 years and sold for $1.6 billion without ever publishing a resource. Now, they got, I'd be happy with, maybe a fourth of that, maybe a third. I'd be happy. I'd be real happy with a third. Yeah. But that's kind of our goal here. So, I think investors can watch us, see the results like we put out today, see that we're really learning how to identify where the high-grade gold is and where it's going, and how to pull a bigger Hinman-style lower-grade project together to entice a strategic partner to take us out at a big premium.
Great stuff. We'll wrap it up at that. DRYGF for our friends south of the border on the OTC markets, DRY on the Venture Exchange here in Toronto. Trey Wasser, CEO and director of Dryen Gold. I mean, it's a fascinating time for this market in general. So best of luck.
It is in general, and tell your traders that the taco trade, being a MAGA Republican Texan, I can tell them that for me, the taco trade is Trump always creates opportunity.
There you go. You just told them. You just told them right now. Trey, thanks for this. We appreciate your time.
All right. Thanks.
That's absolutely beautiful, man. Absolutely, I love that. I haven't heard that before, and I was
a
like,
good one.
Taco trade is definitely, and he's 100% right. There's so much opportunity, especially when Trump has been in office. So
whether you like
I'm
it
all
or
about that.
Whether you like it or not, I mean, look what happened to this market. It can drive you through the wall, or it can put some money in your pocket. Regardless, this dude has brought volatility. Time and time again throughout the past year or so. So yeah, I mean, there it is. Beautiful. Trump always creates opportunity.
Yes.
I mean, there it is. Silver working out for us. We took too big of a hit there on USO. Not happy about myself. Could back the profit and then go slightly negative. It is what it is. I was thinking about the short on IBIT, but I was waiting for the pullback. It didn't come into play. And then sure enough, it decided to tank. I was waiting for it off of this indecision print out the highs up here. As soon as we get this chart to load, this print right here, I'm like, all right, let's wait for this pullback here. And now it just dropped. So that hasn't been too bad of a look there on IBIT. But silver is something that we're going to continue to hold on to. And maybe we can climb up to $66 here as Bitcoin is continuing to slide. Weak asset, definitely a good idea to go with the short there. I think we'll avoid it on the TQs for now and see if we can just stick to the silver trade. How did that USO work out for you? OB, you're out of it.
Yeah, I'm out of it now. So again, we were talking about this. I kind of drew out that trend line on the break of that trend. I was like, okay, and I did show you guys this chart here. I'll bring it back in. You know, whatever time frame you wanna take a look at this on. I like to take a look at, you know, sometimes the 3 minute, the 1 minute. Sometimes I'll go even lower as well to kind of look at some of the nitty gritty in terms of where price really tested. And I do like some of the shorter time frame charts every now and then, but you can see here, this is what I measured out, right? 137.90s was in and around the area of the opening range low, and then opening range highs or session highs, opening session highs, the first few minutes of the open, whatever you want to call it. Sure, one can argue that the opening range high is here at 139.30s as well. That's great. I like that as well. But you can see here supply kind of coming in and around that 140. And the 140 action to me was a little bit more significant than the opening range high here as well. So that's why I marked that out. Anyways, so this comes in, it pings down. This was the ping that I was talking about right here. It pings down into this prior level, which we reclaimed, that 136.50s. And we come back down to here. So I got pretty aggressive on that push. If you guys look at my chart here, this is just a 1 minute chart, but you can see short here, cover a little bit into 137s because it was holding before, add a little bit here, don't cover the whole position. My average still in and around, you know, I forget what it was. I think it was like 60s, 70s, something like that. I only covered about half here and then covered half of that. Sorry, added half of that and then got aggressive here, 137.40s. And then as it pulled back into this 136, wow, oh boy, it seems like we're kind of going now. Okay, there's definitely something coming in. It seems like that short is coming on as of right now as we speak. So maybe this level getting broken once again. But I'll wait for that 136.50s. But wow, what a slam down from 137.80. So same place that sellers showed up just a few minutes ago at 1240. Sellers slam it right back in right here. But you can see I was slamming it right in at 137s as we broke down. I was like, that ping low is at 136.69s. And as we got there, we actually got a little bit below there with a low of 55s. I got really aggressive, but then it just started to stall. I'm like, okay, well, that's definitely not what I want to see. And guess what? It starts to stall exactly at the spot where I marked at that prior support or resistance level. So if that's a piece of information that, you know, that's definitely a piece of information that I want to weigh, and I just covered everything there, and you can see what happens there. Right off of that, it bids up over $1 back into 137.80s, but it seems like we're just kind of looking a little distinctly different as the market is starting to hold this 24,100 right now and this flush down on oil. Let's see what's any sort of news. I guess Attorney General Pam Bondi was ousted. Trump tells Fox News. Yeah, I guess that was we already kind of knew that a few minutes ago. So Trump removes Pam Bondi as U.S. Attorney General. And that's happening as of right now. But
every time I run X on this,
what's that? X doesn't run
on this one. No, it freezes me every time. I can only be on it for like a couple minutes.
No, I have a very curated X specifically. I only follow like very few accounts. Yeah, of course. I follow Walter Bloomberg. For sure, but I follow very few accounts because this is I guess you want to call it it's my personal account, but I only follow like news for the most part, and some analysts as well. as some traders at the same time. But yeah, no, I have it on a refresher, so every time something does show up, I have it open right away, so I can get the news. But yeah, no, very limited to the people that I follow because I just want to know what the news right now is, and yeah. That especially if you're trading off of news, and if a part of your playbook is news trading, then having a good source of news is definitely one to have. And again, if you don't have X or anything like that, you know, there's I guess you can always get Bloomberg Terminal, which that's also kind of not really.
That thing run you?
I think that's about like, you know, a cool 20 to 30 G's a year, something like that. So you know. Or you could tune in to Trader TV Live, you know, and we usually bring the news extremely fast, sometimes even faster than some of those news sources on X. Wow, there goes the bid, 136.60. So here we go, coming in, testing that level once again. Let's see if that holds as support on that another ping down. So it seems like things are changing, right? We had that slow, steady grind, and then we started getting aggressive selling off of 138s. And again, aggressive selling off of 137s. I don't know if there's any sort of news right now. I'm not really seeing anything, but aggressive selling nonetheless. So it seems like it has changed the tune of how this price action is occurring. And you can see the market as well starting to consolidate, starting to hold that 24,100. So since we talked about that potential correlation or the inverse correlation between oil and the markets showing back up in a different way today, we might be able to see some more of that.
Here's the truth post, Obi.
Yeah.
Mr. Trump himself, the biggest bridge in Iran comes tumbling down, never to be used again. Much more to follow, hence why we've seen that volatility spike not too long ago. It is time for Iran to make a deal, caps, before it is too late and there is nothing left of what still could be a great country.
Yeah, that was the news at 12:30ish.
Yeah.
What's the timestamp on that?
Yeah, that was
around 12:30.
Yeah, 12:40 there.
Yeah.
So about 20 minutes ago, that's where you've seen that additional pop. Again, just be prepared, essentially, for the volatility to continuously step in. Like, we can go through a quick trade review. It was a really, really bad mistake on my behalf. TQs, we took a couple of trades on that. We'll start from top to bottom here and just go through essentially what we had got up to here today and see what, come on now, you can load, you can do it. There you go, bang. Nice little scalp there to the downside in the NASDAQ. Comes right back up. I wouldn't be surprised if we curl over here now, but we started a little bit slow on that one. Then we had this banger on TSLA. Right, this was definitely our best trade of the day. We try again. We get a paper cut on that one. Small potatoes, only at 25% of what I had, or 10% of what I had on this trade, on this second position there. But that was definitely the stronger one. And then the big mistake for us here today was this. But I'm glad that we got out. Right, we just sized too heavy. We were fortunate enough to get out, man. It was only a matter of seconds until I would have had to get all out of this position, and then it would not have been good whatsoever. So, bang, a nice little pop-up gets us out, gives us a break home free, and then we've yet to recover from that, and then it's silver. It's unfortunate that we didn't have as much size on this trade as we did in the USO trade, because it's just continuously grinding higher. I only have 20% left of this position, and we'll see if it can continue to just rip higher. I think we can run into 66. That'll be my final target. Took off half right here, which, I mean, it is what it is, and then we took off another 20% right here, and then we'll leave the rest for a runner up into 66, which I think we can head into here momentarily, Obi, if it continues on this path.
Yeah, no, one of the viewers in the chat showing or mentioning this terminal for news here, so that's interesting. I'll take a look at it. Thank you very much. I think it was Cool Brioche. Thank you very much for that piece of information. I'll definitely check it out. It seems like here, what is it? It does seem like there is a yearly subscription starting at $1,000 a year. Not bad. That's not bad at all. You know, comparatively, something like a Bloomberg terminal, which is 30 times that at least. Yeah. Definitely a good option there, so thank you. AGPU, Taylor Abdi, Abdi. I knew a guy named Abdi. Let's take a look at AGPU here. Yeah, that's a lot of volume there. Nice little volume spike on AGPU. Relative volume not really showing too much. Eh? Why? That's probably because we were doing a lot of volume yesterday, right? Yeah, look at that. That's why. That's the thing with our vol indicators. If you have day one doing like 2,000 times relative volume, and mine's a 5 period. Today it's only doing like 1 times or even less than 1 times because the prior day relative volume skews that metric significantly. Especially like, look, you're doing 2,000 on average. Today, you're doing absolutely nothing compared to yesterday's volume. So lower volume bid happening here on AGPU. Now, it is a long weekend. Don't forget that. So some of these small caps, I do like the idea of a squeeze. A pre-weekend squeeze going into a long weekend. That's always kind of been a thing. I remember I unsuccessfully, but when I was trading from home, I did partake in a lot of small caps, and now I definitely didn't know a lot about them relative to what I know now. We talked to Luis yesterday. He was talking about how small caps have on average, I guess they have a 70% chance of fading on day one. But I think the stats for going into a long weekend are distinctly different, and I think you guys should definitely check some of those stats out for sure. But yeah, long weekend squeeze or a long weekend long, whatever you want to call it, maybe in play here. Let's take a look at some of the other ones. What was that? CYCN. Let's see what our friend CYCN is up to today. Just a sideways chop. This was aggressive after hours as well. Definitely somebody punching out of this one. Strong spike into 825 for a nice little flush back down. I wonder if you can, there are people who, can definitely make some of these moves happen or tailor some of these moves as well. I wonder if you tailor a move like that, is there enough liquidity, or is there 2, 3, 4 times the liquidity on the other side to kind of be like, okay, I'm willing to take a hit on some of this and then slap it right back down for the push in. I haven't really ever moved that kind of size to test that theory out, but it's always something that I think about. Some of these moves on small caps are definitely tailored by some of the participants that are involved for sure. But yeah, let me know, what was that other one? They were talking about VSW or something? VSU? Was it VSU? No, it wasn't VSU.
What are you looking for?
That stock that people were talking about earlier. Let's see.
What was the market?
Brioche saying that's Shkreli's better version of Bloomberg Terminal, very decent. Okay, yeah, definitely. I'm gonna take a look at that a little bit closer. Talk to my buddies about it as well. VSA, I think. Thank you very much. Vision Sys AI. Yeah, so sub dollar stock. Wow, look at the high right there. The high of, oh boy, are we coming down to 136s? Yeah, we are. Oh my God, I had to hold on to that short. Coming in quite nicely. But yeah, take a look at the high here. 99s, clean on the high on Vision Sys, VSA. Nice little pullback all the way down to 69s and some change on the pennies here on VSA. Doing, I guess, 3 times relative volume. So good stuff there. Nice little point out. Wow, gets bid right back up. So I just want to pull this chart back in here and take a look at this. This is a level that I personally thought was a level of interest, and it's showing me over and over again that, yeah, we might hit some turbulence. But look at the attempts at this level. Boom, 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 boom. That was VWAP clean right there at 136.36s as well. So nice little bounce to VWAP. So if I were to actually take this trade properly and be like, okay, trend break, short, reversion to VWAP, it did get there on that platform. On our P8 platform, it already got in that area a while back. So
market climbing right back up here, OB.
Yeah, it definitely, it's
big time
around,
recovery
yeah.
here in IBIT too. Like all that selling, boom, bounces off of this supply zone and then heads right back towards the high of the day. Silver putting in a new high. 66 mark, I think we can get here momentarily. And then the market, like the TQQQ, is really not doing too much, to be honest with you. I mean, we gotta wait for this 42.49, and then a nice bounce off of that low. Are we going to break this? I'm not going to be buying it here because I'm not proven wrong until 42.70. That's 30 cents. So if we get an additional pullback and then in the latter half of the session that we want to continue to climb higher, then so be it. But at this point, you might put in a new high of the day across the board. Only 12 cents away from target on SLV, and then we're going to get all out of this one, the remaining amount, and then look for that other high quality opportunity. Wow, what a rebound in IBIT. Oh, bro, a new high of the day, IBIT. Market, another volatility spike here, OB, as Bitcoin is really starting to pick up its momentum. The volume in the overall market is really starting to pick up as well, too. So let's keep our eyes out on if there's any form of news. We did have a super chat not too long ago. Oops, fan funding. From Only God Loves, OGL. Major strategy term for MicroStrategy. I've been waiting years for, finally happened. Sailor will lend BTC to turn MSTR into a digital bank. Yeah, he's been talking about this for as long as I can remember. He wants to be the digital credit issuer, and that's why he continuously buys up Bitcoin. I don't know how much this guy can allocate. I don't know how much, we talk about him not having a liquidation price point or anything along those lines, but what you need is larger adoption, and I don't know if just the way the things are looking, right? Like we can totally turn the tide in the span of a year or two, but just how the regulators, we have obviously the Clarity and the Genius Act more or less reflecting around stable coins, and then we also have what can be potentially done on the blockchain. We just don't, aside from store value and essentially a limited amount in Bitcoin, I don't know if people like it, and you gotta think Jamie Dimon and company, those individuals, even though he may have turned a little bit of a tide on how he feels about it, until the banks really start to allocate it and chew this thing up, Bitcoin might be in a little bit of trouble, and we've seen that from Current. It's down 60%, and when IBIT became optionable and even stepped into the market to the public, I thought that some of the volatility would kick out of Bitcoin, but that hasn't been the case, Obi. It's still down 60%. It's still going with its usual ways before with these dramatic pullbacks.
Yeah, no, I remember talking about it. Like it's like what on average through different cycles, Bitcoin pulls back like what 70 to 80% at times.
Yeah.
Like we're at around 60%. Yeah, so we're in that area. We're in that ballpark.
60%.
Of that pullback area. The other thing also is, I find that near its lows, a lot of times you don't hear as much hype about it. There's so much hype when it's above 100K, and then you stop hearing about it. There's other things that become in play. There's other things, that people start to focus on. Maybe it's silver, maybe it's gold, maybe it's oil, maybe it's energies, and then, it kind of goes into the back burner, not only in people's, portfolios, but their minds as well. And then eventually, when nobody's talking about it anymore, starts to get that slow, steady creep right back up, and then boom, another leg.
Things can turn around pretty quick, but I think it'll be in the latter half of this halving cycle. So 27, late 27 maybe, because 28, I believe. Or is it,
I don't know when, I kind of,
I think it was 24, right? The last halving cycle was 24. We can figure that out real quick. I'm pretty sure it was 24. I'm sure you, why didn't the chat said anything just yet about it? Okay, yeah, the most recent one was April. So almost 2 years ago, right? Like a couple weeks away, 2 years ago, that previous halving cycle. At that time, when BTC goes 93, that's not true. Why is it saying this? Is that Canadian maybe? But yeah, current block reward is 3.1. I don't even know how accurate this is. Next block reward is going to be a half. I don't think that's accurate at all. I think we're at the half point right now.
Are we back at 90? Is that what that says?
No. See, that's what I'm saying. This is misleading information. I don't know if this is Canadian dollars or over 2010 blocks. So yeah, we'll get a little bit more information on that here. Misleading hallucinations from Gemini here, and see a little bit more. Halving cycles. Bitcoin having progress chart with price history. Explain to me on 5, like on 5, understanding Bitcoin having Investopedia. So where is the current one that we're sitting at? The halving process occurs April 24th. So you're still, for every block reward, you're still getting 3 Bitcoin. That's going to be reduced in half to 1.7 or something along those lines. And then after that, 8 years from now, it's going to be, you're going to be only collecting a fraction of a Bitcoin. Let's see if the value steps right back into this thing. It doesn't take much, or I mean, aside from what we've seen over the past little bit, maybe that was just a little bit more of excitement. How much can Saylor absorb? If this guy gets to him, I think I don't know what his objective is. He's trying to buy as much as he possibly can. He's already at $750,000, a little bit more than that. $1 million worth of a million Bitcoin is going to be a substantial amount of the supply, considering there's only 20-something plus, I believe, million in total, plus all the Bitcoin, which is amounting to about 20% that is lost in lost wallets that can never be recovered, whether it be individuals who lose them somehow, lose the passcode or whatever it may be, and officially lock them out. So 20% of the supply just immediately gone just like that. With Michael Saylor looking to grab $1 million, you have the BlackRock ETF, as successful it is, obviously going to the open market, buying some when the inflows come in and when they go out. So I mean, it's a bit tougher of a look in the crypto space right now, but maybe in the near future we'll see greener pastures.
Yeah, for sure. I was thinking, don't some governmental agencies also hold BTC here? I guess the U.S. government holds an estimated of 200 to 330, roughly, thousand BTC. That's a pretty decent chunk. I guess Saylor still holds a decent chunk more.
Out of institutions, yeah, he holds the most for sure.
Oh, I just searched how much BTC does the CIA hold, because there's a rumor that I heard a while back that they were interested in some Bitcoin as well. So I guess undisclosed is the answer that I got there. So that's an interesting answer. SKYQ saying Taylor, another one. Yeah, nice, good stuff there. So I guess the break of trend there, nice little another leg up here coming in on Sky Query. What did these guys do? What was the catalyst on this one this morning? I guess NVIDIA refinery gain. Oh yeah, Nevada, not NVIDIA. Sky Query's Nevada refinery gains strategic value as Brent crude surpasses 110 and West Coast refining capacity shrinks. Interesting stuff. So I guess these guys are an oil-related name. Integrated Oil, Energy, Minerals here. What do they got going on? Energy Solutions Company, which engages in deploying technologies to facilitate the recycling of waste asphalt shingles and remediation of oil-saturated sands and soils, providing sustainable refined crude products. Okay, so the crude product company there on Sky Q. So interesting stuff. Haven't really been involved, but yeah, shout out to Taylor saying that, yeah, another one, I guess. I'm going to assume that you were long here. Decent volume spike into VWAP and breaking this prior high here as well. I don't know if I really want to chase some of these things, especially when, I don't know if I would chase a high like this, especially when the opening range is kind of, it's in between that opening range. I think this high could be interesting, 5 halves, or even opening range highs at 5 eighths. And get back up to 6 halves. That'd be very interesting here. But I think a lot of the good moves pretty much already happened in the pre-market. You can see from some of these volume bars that the most volume on the run up from $3 to $6.50. So the long was not wrong coming into this morning. And that happened when? That happened from about 7 a.m. to about 7:39. So in 40 minutes, stock gave you over 100% of a move and a decent backside as well as it recovered. I guess I'm going to say about roughly 50%. Yeah, 42 nice percent back down from pre-market highs on that one. So not really looking at anything else. Watching some USO as of right now. Sidhu saying Keith. Okay, so is Sidhu doing something right now? Ooh, nice. Sidhu's all the way back. So look at that, $3.05 on SIDU, doing some decent relative volume. Again, it's a long weekend as well, right? So I guess this is one of the names maybe you could be watching. Only really started getting volume at what, at 12:30 today. 1.5 times to 2 times, all pushing almost 4 times our vol as of right now. And this looks like a little bit of capitulation at that $3 level here on SIDU. You got to remember, there's definitely some bags on this one, and look at that supply coming in exactly where it did last Wednesday at $3 and some change. So maybe today's the squeeze, no idea. We'll have to wait and see about this one. But SIDU having some decent relative volume coming into the end of the day, or the middle of the day here. So let's see, do they have any news? 10K loss, yeah, they had earnings yesterday. Didn't really do too much on earnings. Breaking out of prior day's high, I guess. Yeah, earnings day one high breakout if you had that on radar. That 232 break could have been nice. Weekly high Monday, I guess 250s. Yeah, there's a lot of different opportunities here that could have been taken on the push. And since that volume comes in, look at that, almost 37% off the break. If you're measuring off the open, that's about 51%. So crazy stuff there on SIDU. It seems like maybe poised for a little bit of a backside move as of right now on this one. Back above, holding VWAP and back above 137s there on USO. And again, I was looking for that a potential reversion, a potential sell on AMD. Guess what, guys? It has not come in. Sure, there was a little bit, maybe there was some scalps to be had here, but too much sideways chop and within the range. That break a trend, I'm usually expecting it to kind of really start to show some sellers. And if you're going to show me a sustained sideways action, I'm less likely to be like, okay, well, this is a good reversion for me to be involved with. So not really my cup of tea when it comes to reverting something like that. Usually for a reversion, I like something, I guess SIDU would definitely count as something that I would want to revert on the day today. Look at that, that's very capitulatory. You have your inverse hammer, shooting star, whatever you want to call it, there with the highest volume bar on the day. So it gives you a level to risk off of, right? It gives you a level where you know you're ultimately wrong if you're getting in on the backside, and then you can even draw a quick little line here and be like, okay, cool, look, it has broken a bit of its trend on the day after a strong bid that lasted over, let's just measure this out. Where does that volume come in? Okay, cool. So over an hour, hour and 20 minutes. So we could definitely squeeze into the end of the day. I'm not going to leave that out of the cards, but decent, I guess, price action happening on SIDU. So thank you for pointing that one out, Keith.
Yeah, let's see. Let's go over to our other favorite social media platform. That's going to be TikTok. Bravely putting in some things on the chat. Guys, we said we're getting out at 66 on silver. We did. So we're fortunate enough to get that trade. And then now it pulls back 40 cents roughly from that level. So the market's still hovering strong, holding strong, but a nice little down flush in SLV. We're all out of that trade. 66 was that final target, and we get out of that one. But let's head over to TikTok, guys, and see what we got going on. Bravely, our social media moderator, throwing out some questions from you guys. Thoughts on Visa as a trading vehicle? I mean, there's times when tickers are in play, and some are in play more often than the other. Nice card. That's it. Yeah, we tried, MF. We tried. It was a nice try. I wish we had more shares. That's just typically how it goes, but that wasn't necessarily the case. All right, let's head over to Visa. And some names are essentially, like, you can classify something in play, in my opinion, during earnings, but it's not a typical name that we would trade from an intraday standpoint. Why? Look at the liquidity, right? And like this is, even though this is a 1 minute time frame, you can see the liquidity issues even on the 5 minute. So as you get in higher time frames, not so good. Like massive intraday gap up. That's not good. Like it's very hard to participate in that, and you don't know which way it's going. So as for a trading vehicle, I think there's a time and a place for most tickers. Some are just in play a little bit more often than the other ones. So I'm not saying it's not, but I just don't think it's an everyday looker when you see how Sean and Neil are trading IBIT or the TQQQs or NVDA or AMD or something along those lines, those have more liquidity, and that's essentially what we're looking for, is who is providing and what has the most liquidity in order for us to take a potential trade there. I think you can pop that one back up there, Assassino, if you want to. I'm sure we went over that. Yeah, no, that's totally fine. So I was looking up the top Bitcoin holders. Satoshi's going to be number one. Sailor probably getting close to that third place spot. Binance is up there. Grayscale and BlackRock as well are some of the top 5 holdings, guys, as for Bitcoin. So the institutions are still grabbing this stuff. I mean, if you think about it, I don't know what goes behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, I don't know if anybody really does, other than the people pulling the strings. But essentially, what I was thinking is like, okay, this is now optionable. You have the ETF, one of the most successful ETF launches of all time, the most successful ETF launch of all time, to be honest with you, the IBIT ETF. These guys aren't going to want to pay top dollar for Bitcoin. So, I mean, allow it to sell. It's down substantially off of that high, 55%. They slowly start allocating this stuff. And I mean, you have to take into consideration, for every seller, there's a buyer. So whoever's offloading their Bitcoin, someone has to be picking this up. Regardless, because it just is how the system is built. So, I mean, at the end of the day, maybe we can continue to climb a little bit higher, but if it doesn't, then it is what it is. I know a lot of people are with it, a lot of people are not, and that's just the nature of the crypto beast right now. So, other than that, guys, a nice little move there on silver. We're out of that one. I don't know if I can take the short on the market just yet, considering, we'll look up here. This is if you ask me, a little bit lengthier of a consolidation, and then maybe we can get that move a little bit lower. Failed to establish a new high, and you have about 15 minutes where you're just running into that 43.14 resistance zone. And if it pops through, then you just get out of dodge on that trade. NVDA, the exact same thing, almost a double top. And if you head back to some of the other larger names, like we talk about the Googles continuing to climb, so that's something that can make it a little bit more difficult as you run through the Googles, the Apples, the Microsoft, and the Amazon, and you're looking to short the Qs, and they're not all really moving in tandem, then you can run into a little bit of trouble, and it can give you analysis paralysis on which direction you specifically want to take, Obi.
I'm just talking to Claude about that news terminal that Cool Brioche sent in, just like, okay, where do they get their information from? Where do they get their quotes? What APIs are they using for their fast deliveries? And yeah, it's interesting stuff. I also asked Claude if you could make me my own terminal as well, and how much would it cost me per month, I guess. And it's giving me roughly an estimate of $300 to $400 a month. So interesting, yeah, definitely much better to. So there you go. So that Bloomberg costs roughly $27,000 a year. That Godel costs about $1,000 a year. If I made my own terminal and paid for my own, I guess, market quotes from Polygon and then from Benzinga and other things, it could cost anywhere between $600 to $2,400. So I guess that's it's a variable. That's a big range, $600 to $2,400. I guess I would definitely be willing to do even $1,000, but $600 to $2,400. That's got to figure out why there's such a strong range there, but. Maybe Claude can build me something of a decent news terminal there at a much lower cost. But I'm not really watching anything else other than this USO. USO holding that 136 level quite well. So we did get some news reports today, and throughout those news reports, all we did was knock around some intraday support and resistance levels. A bigger picture, guys, I want to continue talking about how this vehicle is so technically sound. We broke above that 124. I was talking about that 124 just yesterday. Get rid of that VWAP. So consolidation, range, consolidation between 124s and I guess 110s, if you want to call it the lower end, but the mid-range was about 116s, and we held that quite well. Step up, breakout, past it on Monday of this week, and then fine. Okay, cool. Decent aggressive breakout where you had an all-day steady bid all the way up into 130s, pulls back in, and then starts consolidating, orbiting. This is where we started to observe some of that disconnect from the rest of the market, where the market was doing its own thing, and then USO and oil was doing its own thing. But take a look at this consolidation. I was very suspicious about this yesterday as well, especially with Trump coming out with his talk at 9 p.m. And guess what? Today we gap up above the range in the pre-market and push even higher for that continuation of a breakout. So what does this look like? Wow, here we go, 138s. Here's the thing, if I wanted to collect some inventory to take through 140, that should have been done at 136 halves or maybe even 137 60s, but it seems like that we're almost poised for that 140 to potentially come in going into the end of the day. But I'll take a look at it once again if we do break that 140 with any sort of distinction. Let's take a look at, I guess, I like to look at a 3-hour, and then we'll go to the daily and the weekly here as well. You can see nice little stair-step push on USO. There was one viewer who was talking about how they were long 111s and then they sold into 124s. Still not a bad trade, decent trade. You're taking into the range, but take a look. We're gapping above the range, holding above the range highs, continuing that breakout. This pullback was pretty healthy, but again, you got to be watching crude oil futures. That's where the rest of the information is, right? That's where all of the information is, to be honest. We had a high of 118.80s here on CL, and that was just on the 9th of March. That's where I drew a lot of those support and resistance levels because that was some of the most volume that this vehicle did over the past, I guess, multiple months. So I like that range, high volume day, good relative volume, a lot of participants happening throughout those days. So the levels that are formed during those high volume events are of significance to me. So we held them quite well. We held some of those ranges quite well, and now we're breaking out and pushing, attempting to go for that 118. It seems like on this this action, on the most recent developments here. But if you were observing some of that consolidation, some of that push, maybe you could have placed a bet of oil potentially going a little bit higher as well at the same time, because price action is definitely king, and the price action was saying a lot more than meets the eye, I guess. Maybe it does meet the eye because you can see the price action.
Yeah.
But I like watching this CL as well because that's where most of the information is. Crude oil trades 24/7, except for taking a break, I think, for an hour on Friday. So
What do we got on Tesla there, Gorev? Market's moving a little bit lower, but let's see what we got going on here with TSLA. Okay, I like that. Way to call that out, like right there. What's it displaying on the 5? Volume starting to pick up. I would like to see a little bit more of a wick here, Gorev. I think that's just too much body for me. But the volume is there. You got that right, but the momentum, I think a little bit more buying pressure might be needed here on this one. USO going right back towards the high of the day. We could pull that up here for you in just a second. USO.
went right back into that supply zone.
Yeah, it went right back into there. What a dog, man. Aside from that, I bet right off a bounce on VWAP, and that's why, so this was my mistake, essentially. Look where I'm buying the breakout here of this pivot. It doesn't happen. It's just get out, give yourself some time. It takes 45 minutes or so. But play the bounce off of VWAP instead of me having to hold off all the way through here. It's just, and that's what I typically do, right? We just try to wait for bounces off of the volume-weighted average price or any form of reaction, and that was a really faulty move on my behalf. And we try not to repeat those mistakes, right? So it's just hey, you can't always be in something. You just have to be patient and wait for it to get to a location where the risk-to-reward ratio makes sense. There's no point in going from green to red on some nonsense like I essentially did. Did that twice this week, to be honest with you, OB. Twice, green to red.
USO did that twice, or?
I did that twice.
Oh, yeah.
Green to red today, twice. But we got plenty of time. Let's see what the afternoon breaks. Yeah, good call out. Good call out there, Gorev. It's getting somewhat of a pop there. I might like this if we can hold this up. USO continues to climb. Inverted hammer candle on USO. Still a little bit of buying pressure right there. So we're starting to get a rebound here as well. How much you get? 6 cents for a potential pop there in Tesla. It's not participating. Look at the market. Look at the larger names. I know we had deliveries here today, but NVIDIA, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, all pretty strong here for the first bit of the session. And then Tesla is just doing absolutely nothing. Bubkiss, as Sharif would like to say. How's Netflix up to 98? Leanne, you still holding on to those? You said they expired today, so just obviously be cautious of what you got going on there. I think at this point, off to the races we go here at Netflix. A nice strong candle, healthy pullbacks, break through these previous pivots, and then let's go. I mean, $75 all the way up to $100. You're going to catch 30% right there. $70 there roughly. So I mean, that's not bad, right? We'll take that all day, every day. And there goes that signal, Gaurav. Still not enough buying pressure stepping in within that print. So a little bit tougher of a look. If it continues to slide, then we'll look for some signals and wait for some precision entries to get involved with Tesla.
Yeah, I'm just I'm seeing this infographic posted by Trader TV Research here that just popped up on my feed. Interesting stuff here, so make sure to give us a follow there. A red start to the year. So how have some of these Mag 7 stocks performed in Q1 of 2026? Definitely a strong red start. Softy looking hella weak here, relatively much weaker than the rest of the market, down 23.46% at the close of Q1. Apple, gotta love Apple right there, with that 666 minus 6.66% down, so nothing too crazy relative to some of these other names. The only one lower, I guess higher technically, is NVIDIA at a minus 6.5% right there. Amazon coming in at almost minus 10, Alphabet at 8, Meta 13, and then Tesla at negative 17.35. So yeah, a bit of a red start to the year. But I'm always asking, like, okay, cool, we started red to the year.
When did Adair drop that one?
I think this was a few seconds ago, 2 minutes ago.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. Nice. So yeah, interesting stuff. But whenever I see something like that, I do want to take a look at a much higher time frame chart, because my question becomes, if we're gonna, I talk about candle formations, right? So when also I guess AMD is pushing through high a day at 216. That's interesting. Market's still consolidating sideways, but we'll go to the SPY here, as we just saw. Or actually, you know what? We can go to TQs, but I'll go to SPY first. We'll go to a 12-month chart and see how we're doing on the year. There's still 8 months left, right, for the next quarter. But guess what? This is an interesting chart because, yeah, Q1, a little bit of red, but the question becomes, are we building that bottom wick on this 12-month chart? That's always the question that I'm asking on these higher time frame charts. Go to 6 months and give us some perspective here. You can see the breakout out of this 2022 has been going on for a few years now, right? So sure, the market, there's been different regime changes. There's going to be different market environments, but this is one of the indicators I like to use to remind me that certain stocks only go up. So you can see here, yeah, every little breakout has been absolutely solid, and this is why a lot of people say, buying the breakouts or buying every dip in the market has not necessarily led you astray, especially since I would say about when was this breakout? 2012, right? 2012. Before that was kind of sideways shop. Roughly, sure, you had some years that gave you multiple years that gave you a run. 2002 till 2008, and then you had the financial crisis there. You had COVID around 19, and then you had the flush around 22s, and then you had a strong flush last year, which got bought up by the presidential bid mid-year in around April, and that got us pretty decently green. It's something to keep in mind. Year open on the SPY is coming in at 683.84s. We're currently trading at 654.24s. So maybe something to keep in mind on the bigger picture there. Let's see Imagine the world. Yeah, exactly. Moihar saying, I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be a reversion on this chart, because if this trend breaks, you can throw up a moving average on a 12-month or a 6-month, or let's even go to a 3-month chart here. If this trend breaks with any sort of distinction, here we can just, you already see I have some of my anchors and everything. If this trend breaks, that could be a very interesting time for us in the markets as well, on a multi-year, maybe even multi-decade. Yeah, I guess you can say almost multi-decade run on the markets there. So the markets haven't always gone straight line up, but I guess the past few years have been absolutely solid for longs.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's been the narrative. Intraday is obviously give and take. Had that. We give some back there on TSLL. So, it's 15 minutes left leading into the weekend. Might just call it where we are and not dig too big of a hole leading at the beginning of the month. Market really selling. I mean, there's opportunities. What's that one? I mean, there is opportunities throughout the day, but Tesla, that one didn't work out. Went to we put on a couple hundred shares right there. Nothing crazy anyways, where you just take a couple of cents and then it's just paper cut, and then you do something silly like I did on USO. So only 200 there, 250 over here, and then like 10% literally over there, not even 5%. So I mean, it is what it is. April, slow start again for me. I got to check my Notion and see where we're sitting at there, Obi. Yesterday was not good, and then today as well, but plenty of month left. I mean, we're just at the start of it. So yeah, we'll mark down 2 red days to start the month. And I mentioned that on Monday we did give back a little bit too much. So I mean, it is what it is. We'll be patient. We'll sit on our hands, and then once you get on a nice little streak going, then by all means we could get rocking and rolling for sure. So. Keep those losses small. You can gain it back, but then you can also have to take into consideration that you can lose more. As the market is sliding here right now, failed high, right? This is what I was talking about. It's just, hey, we didn't put in a new high right there, and then now we're starting to sell. With that being said, USO probably heading towards the top end of its range. If not, if it broke through it, which I wouldn't be surprised if it did, 138.19. So yeah, I mean, a big time move up there in USO. Breaking through that previous pivot that I was looking to get approximately an hour and a bit ago, which we weren't fortunate enough to do. Yeah, we tried only starter size. We can get back in later. If you see something. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that. I think that's it. We got 12 minutes left here in the show. We can go over some options chain stuff. I'm not shut down or anything along those lines. It's just like, hey, let's keep those losses small as the market's continuing to bleed. Tesla's really selling, NVDA selling, Google's breaking down, heading towards a key support level in the overall market as USO is continuing to climb higher there, guys. So Meg 7 on the downward trajectory. Tesla not participating on today's price action, had its own plans, eventually breaks through that support in the latter half of the day, and then boom, straight to the downside right there in TSLA. And then back to USO, we take a look at the options chain for a couple of tickers before we send it back to Obi. This is really driving me nuts. Let's see what we got going on. Apple, same thing. We were talking about this name, 5 minute, coming back in, helping the markets go a little bit lower. How are some of these cybersecurity names doing? I think we want to take a look at them, considering they've essentially been really on the downside. CrowdStrike, how have you been doing? Okay, not so bad. How we look on a daily, a little bit of a recovery, but after we broke through this downtrend, we had to go through that pullback. Probably wick out some of the longs, and then now we start to bounce. So we did establish a higher low right there, so something positive in one of the larger cybersecurity names. Now, where's PanW from market cap standpoint? PanW is larger. Why is this all scrambled? Okay, interesting. Let's just type it in here and see if we can find it. So yeah, I mean, a nice bounce, indecision print right there off that 142 mark with a high of around 224. You're still sitting down 27%. Market continuing to slide. 10 minutes left here, Obi. Is there anything in particular you're looking at right now?
Yeah, I heard you mention that Tesla, and yeah, what a beautiful breakdown. We were talking about a flag earlier, and a beautiful continuation of that flag to the downside when we break down that 364 area that I was talking about, and then I guess opening range low, was that in the pre-market, that quick little dip? Yes, it was. So the opening range low actually sitting at 363s and some change. Intraday low coming in at 363.40s. 50, so roughly in and around there. You can see increased volume, the breakdown of low a day gives you that $3 move, which is roughly about half a percent or just over on Tesla. So decent breakdown happening there on Tesla. Another one that I have eyes on right now is Meta. Take a look at this flat, talk about a flat bottom. It's got a flat top as well. Sideways consolidation here on Meta. How far is it away from VWAP? Pretty close, so maybe not as good as the rest of them. MSFT, let's see what you're up to. Okay, well, we just talked about how MSFT was the most sold off in Q1 of 2026. Guess what? We are seeing a little bit of strength alongside the rest of the market today, but just pulling right back into prior days ranges on this one. So there's that volume candle right there. Boom, nice. Yeah, NVIDIA, let's take a quick look at this one. Is it curling? Yeah, it's holding this resistance from the morning here pretty decently. So yeah, maybe continuing to keep eyes on this one. If we are going to curl, if we're going to break down, then some reversions may be in store. Let's go to a 15-minute, nothing there. 30-minute, okay, cool. Remember I was pointing out this level earlier where I was just like, yeah, yesterday we had a bit of double top supply here on NVIDIA at 177s and some change. Guess what? Today we get that strong aggressive bid all the way from the lows, about 4% to the upside, and then we stall and hold those prior days levels where, you know, sellers were showing themselves pretty decently, and they are showing themselves once again, slowing down that aggressive push that we had in the morning session. So with the market pulling back here, I am potentially looking for some of these breakdowns to follow through. Something to get involved with might be the TQs here, because look at that. Low at 42.40s, VWAP's all the way down here. So if it were to revert to some sort of a mean, then we're looking at 42s flat. And you can see here, if we're looking for a 50% reversion here on the NASDAQ, that's, again, in and around that 23,950 level. But we'll have to wait and see. It's been pretty choppy, and we're still within that chop range, right? Even though it looks like we're about to break down, there's still almost 7 minutes left on this 15-minute candle to finish printing. So a lot of information still has to be done. But Tesla is the only one that's really following through. That 360 could be incoming right now as we speak on Tesla. Oh boy, okay, yeah, it is incoming right now. Only about a quarter away, yeah.
It's really
40 pennies, 40, 50 pennies away from that low on Tesla. But I guess this was the trade. You had to have it at 63 halves, 363 halves. That was a place to be in. Or if you were astute and you were just like, okay, well, you know, we gap down on some of the strongest catalysts that this name has, deliveries. It's probably even stronger than earnings for Tesla, right? So you have a strong catalyst that comes in. Are we doing relative volume today? Yes, we are. Just over 1.4 to 1.3 on the day on a 5 period, and then you consolidate. You start holding VWAP, and maybe that's where you're starting to get involved on the retests of VWAP into the flat bottom break, giving us a little bit of a bouncy ball-ish type pattern underneath VWAP at 364s. There, that breakdown coming in quite nicely. Let's see if that 360 breaks. We're just right there. Joe, there it goes, 360.01s. Maybe I should be pulling up the tape on this one. But again, just to watch. I'm not really going to get involved, as I said before. If I wanted to punch this short, I should have been in $3 earlier. I'm not going to chase that 360 breakdown, which is just an arbitrary 360 whole number. I don't know what it is, but a lot of people like whole numbers. Sometimes they come into play, sometimes they don't. But structure, breakdown is what definitely weighs a lot more for me. I guess 138s here on USO still holding up quite nicely. We've knocked against this level multiple times here. I'll show you guys my chart once again here on USO. You can see here multiple tests of this area. This is in and around that opening range low as well, around 138s. Every time we get up here, a little bit of turbulence, pulling back into 136s. Let's see if this time around is different, though. With the market pulling back into its consolidation range lows, maybe we do get that push right back up. I will be looking, if we do get to 140, that'll be amazing, and I'm definitely going to be looking to make some decisions in and around there. But it seems like, that VWAP buy was not a wrong idea on USO today, especially after it reclaimed VWAP. On 2-3 tests of VWAP, you observed like absorption in and around this 137s. We did kind of flush into this 136 area, but that got bought right back up. So definitely buyers showing their hand in and around VWAP on the day today. 360s on Tesla still holding, a little bit of a chop there. I think we only got to about a few pennies, maybe a quarter below there under the level. So not really the cleanest of breakdowns, but still continuing that sell-off off of the range, or the flag breakdown, or the range breakdown.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really broke that level. It took the majority of the day just accumulating, and then the momentum really just picked up. I mean, we tried it again, and then I was like, you know what? Let's be patient on that one and wait. We were fortunate to have that trade. But that was it, really, the bigger winner. I mean, a couple scalps on the TQs. USO is really, really, really. We won't be doing that again. That's for sure. On USO, come back, clean slate, bright and early Monday morning, and get rocking and rolling here. USO, pap, right? And just like get out of the trade as soon as it breaks that low. Momentum picks, and we were fortunate enough to sit in a Donald Trump uptick. And then that's the thing, right? Like, so where do we go wrong? Like, where are we essentially wrong? There's a bunch going on here, but if I was just patient enough like the other trades and waited for all this to step in, waited for this noise to happen at VWAP, you continuously bounce off of it, you come back, you retest it almost to the penny, and then bang, sure enough, off to the races you go, and it gives you that good risk to reward where you know if it breaks this previous pivot, you're out of dodge, opposed to me having to hold this all the way south of this pivot all the way down there instead of waiting for that pullback. Obi was, he got that short right there, so that was nice. He added into it as well. So glad that worked out for you, at least for one of us anyways. That's a good trade. Big mistake, and that's what it'll cost you. Like, you do something silly like this, and you guys don't ever really see me DCA. I usually average up into a trade, right? Like, if it's really working, I add in, or I just go full size right out of the jump. Like, if we're gonna do it, let's do it. And sure enough, this was like, okay, let's buy some. That wasn't necessarily the game plan, and then it started to come in aggressively, all right? Silver, we had the intentions of buying some more at 25, which it ran right into, 65, and then it ran right into 65 essentially and went, but we just held on to this, a little bit of our position right here, and then sure enough, we were fortunate enough to get into that move into 66, and then it started to come back in. So our last partial right at that top tick, which we were fortunate enough to participate in. Market not doing anything really, Obi, not looking good for Tesla. 2NY was asking me, hey, Joe, when do we think that next level of support is going to be? And I don't see anything until that 344 mark on Tesla, to be honest with you. And why am I saying 344? Maybe are we going to continue to slide in that way? And in an environment where you think you would see an uptick in the EV trade, not necessarily the case. Channel still fully intact. Multiple opportunities to breach through. I remember we were talking about it back here. We sit on the opposite end and we're like, hey, okay, are we ready to turn around? No, that's not the case. Obi, you like structure breaks? There's multiple throughout this price action chart, throughout this daily chart. Like, there you go, you break that neckline pivot, double pivot right there, and then you continue to slide. And why am I saying 344 or within that neck of the woods? It's just due to this supply zone right here from before. So maybe somewhere in this neck of the woods, you get somewhat of a bounce, Obi, in TSLA.
Yeah, no, for sure. I guess I'm going to continue watching this Tesla, see if it has any bounces that I can get involved with, if the market is going to continue breaking down. Watching some of the Mag 7s as well as they break down. But Tesla, again, it was already relatively weaker, and with a little bit of weakness coming into the market, that crack really comes down. So a big miss on my part, not really getting involved in that one. Can't be watching everything, especially when I'm kind of watching USO like a hawk here all day long. Let's see, was JP Morgan saying oil risk topping 150 BBL, if Hormuz flows stay disrupted into mid-May. Yeah, I do think that, I mean, with the way we're stepping up into 118s, if we break 118s on crude, then yeah, you open up yourself to the next quarter, and then if you hold that, then yeah, exactly. If tensions continue to rise, you can get that 150 on crude oil as well. And who knows where USO might be if crude oil is at 150, right? It might be at like 175, 200 on USO. And that multi-month breakout, what a follow through that would have been, right? So, I mean, it's showing everything. It's showing all the right stuff for the longs, I guess, or it has been since the breakout of, I think it was 90 somethings there, or 80s, but I don't remember specifically. But yeah, no, it's been pretty decent. I can show you guys what I'm talking about here on USO. We'll go straight to the weekly chart. Take that off right here. Boom, this breakout right here. Yeah, 85. So that's the one. This multi-year consolidation on USO right here, 2023, 2024, 2025. Once again, in the middle of 2025, that high was around $84. Sideways consolidation, push, breakout of 93s as well. And this is what we're seeing right now, the follow through of that beautiful consolidation breakout on USO. So anything that this week has told me is that the continuation is very much on.
In USO.
In oil, yeah.
In oil, yep. I mean, we seen it last night. Blue Ocean goes on an absolute monster run.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, just be prepared for a gap up or gap down in either direction come the 4 a.m. open. Or is it what time Blue Ocean open up on Sunday? Is it 8 p.m. So watch out for the activity there, guys. It's 2 o'clock. I hope everyone has a fantastic weekend. It's
great weekend, guys.
Yeah, it's Good Friday.
Easter,
It's Thursday. Tomorrow's Good Friday, and then you have Easter Monday as well, too. I hope everyone enjoys time with family. Enjoy the markets for the rest of the day. We got a couple hours left, guys. And make sure... I was going to say something, but I'm not going to say it because everybody's going to be in a robo-cab soon, so we're not going to have to worry about the Highway Traffic Act. But anyways, aside from that, I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Yeah. We're going to send it off to Neil and Sean. Adios, guys. Have a good weekend.
Appreciate you there, Joe. Appreciate you, Obi. And we're going to take it into the close here. If you thought it was going to be boring because it's a holiday short week, well, that hasn't been true. The yo-yo market has been back. You've had all kinds of crazy action. Tesla in the tank because of deliveries. You got the market at first looking like it was going to be a complete disaster. And then, lately... When I say lately, I'm just talking about this afternoon. You had Tesla down 5 points. You get the Qs, which made a right-hand turn after gapping up, went green, believe it or not. Like, this is the thing about the markets lately. Like, man, I worked at Canada's Wonderland, which is a theme park, when I was a kid in high school, and this is what the open is these days. It's like the pre-market, you're sitting in, and you're just, okay, you're chilling out, they're checking your straps and everything, and then all of a sudden, they pull you up the lift, and it's all nice and slow, and then 9:30 hits, and then this crazy ride starts, and the volatility starts to come in here. And I just feel like, for a lot of people, there's so many places that you can be looking, and there's so much going on, and it's so rapid. What are you supposed to hone in on? So realistically, when you're setting yourself up, instead of drawing like 1,000 lines on your charts and having a million indicators, we wanted to try to give you an idea of what are the important levels that you should focus on in the morning, knowing that this volatility is going to come in, so you're not whipsawed around. Where should I be looking and where should I be focusing to make some decisions? And we're going to start with Sean at the screen here to give you an idea of what you should be doing.
All right, here we go. This is the TQQQ. So this is the triple levered NASDAQ product. There is 3 key levels that we need to have marked off every single day. No matter what you're trading, make sure you click on and check off these 3 key levels. And what are they? Great question. The first level, let's look at yesterday's close. So right here, we've marked it down with a line to show us 4 p.m. yesterday's closing price. The next level we're going to mark off is the pre-market high. And right here, I start my charts at 7. Let's use the 7 a.m. mark. So right there, 7 a.m., that's your pre-market high. There's the dump down into our third key level, and that is the pre-market low. Why are these important? Exactly what Neil just said. You don't want to have too many points on here to confuse whatever trade you're looking at. It's quite simple. We'll go back to the chart and have a look how this played out. So right here, here's our pre-market and what we were thinking of today. The NASDAQ was down quite violently here early. What we looked at was, where are we going to short? So we already had the idea for a short. Here's the movement right into our first short level, the pre-market high. We take it, bring it all the way back down, and look where this thing winds up, right at, again, the pre-market lows. That's where we exited out the majority of our trade. So that worked out. Pre-market high for the short, pre-market lows for our out. This is the thing. We reloaded it right there, got back in. Now, little bit of stubbornness. Once we break right there, that's maybe where we should have got out. Look at the clear skies ahead, all the way up into our next level, which is yesterday's close. So we finally switch over into the long right here on this trade, and look where, again, the high of the day looks to be at. That's yesterday's close one more time. So here's the long breaking into these levels, giving us a little bit of an area to think about where we're going to exit into our trade. So there's a couple key levels right there. Let's throw it back to Neil, then I'll have one more point after that.
Excellent point. And when you look at that top, there's an old saying that traders say all the time, and that is the closing price matters more. The big boys and the pros close the market. And so therefore that closing price becomes important. But any key level is important because traders react around it. The whole idea is that you drift towards key prices and then want to make decisions at that point. And it could be something like you just saw with Qs where it went up because you broke through. And you can find examples of that even in the other direction. It's just about where decisions get made. And when it's obvious that that decision has been made in one direction or the other, you want to join that price action. Sometimes people will say things like all gaps tend to get filled. One of the reasons that that term exists is because once you float and break the levels like Sean was showing, you tend to possibly gravitate to the next key decision point. That's closing prices. Think about what it means when people buy or sell late in the day at that executable close. Those are the positions that have to carry through to the end of the day. Anybody buys and sells in the morning, and the reality is they can get in, they can get out, there's plenty of liquidity. For the most part, if you're doing something at the end of the day, it's because you're having a little bit of confidence as to what's gonna happen tomorrow. That's where bigger money is gonna be concerned, and those levels really, really matter. And you gotta hone in on them, especially when we have this increased volatility, Sean.
All right, let's put a bow on this thing. 3 key levels, right? We're going to have the closing of whatever you're looking at. You're going to have the pre-market high. You're going to have the pre-market low. And then you have this channel that we can trade off of, especially this trade, very effective in that first 30 minutes, right? Here's the first 30 minutes. There's the breakout, right? And then you have a whole bunch of more structure to look at after that. Here's a huge volume spike. And you know, when the volume spikes, you say, hey, where am I going to get out? There's a lot of action in this trade, right? Well, there's the spike up. And here's our outs again, right into yesterday's closing area of trade. So that's what you want to look at when you're a trader. Remember, the first 3 minutes key, but you also need 3 points. 1, 2, 3. Watch the action off the open. Watch it for the first half hour. Look at the breakout, go to the upside. These are the 3 most important spots that you as a trader need to focus on. Why do anything else? You don't need all this VWAP, all this confusion. These are 3 easy levels. Your pre-market high, your pre-market low, and yesterday's close. And hey, if you did that right here, it's a great trade, and there's a lot of money coming your way if you focus on those 3 points.
There you go. And remember, everybody, those levels are where you prepare. It's not a prediction as to what's going to happen. It's really just about being ready for when it does. And speaking about being ready for when it does, Tesla making fresh lows of the day. Oh, would you look at that? Because it dumped where? Pre-market high. And flushed where? Pre-market low. I guess the decision was sell, 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 and more sell for Tesla. Now down 5.5%. Well, what happens when you mix a stock which is in a downtrend with a market which is trying to figure itself out, with a valuation that some would say is frothy, with a miss on their deliveries, not by a lot, it was actually a slight miss on their deliveries. Well, you get Tesla down 5.5% because that's what we're looking at right now. So that sort of is what it is. It's not looking very good for them, and much better for the overall market, which still, I mean, we had the poll this morning, Sean, we said it did tick green. So I mean, technically, whether it closes there or not, the market did get to green, and we have a decent chance of getting back toward it. And a lot of it had to do with Flushville in USO early for the trend trade down in oil. Interestingly enough, I would say in a good sign for the market right now, probably the best sign you've seen in a while, since probably maybe even since the war started, you're able to hold the gains while USO is clawed back. Like, we're now in a situation where USO is basically where it was. Like, the first opening support at 935 is exactly where we're sitting at on USO. And yet the market's still holding on to some of those gains. That's a very good sign. It means that we're not completely just beholden to USO goes up, we go down, it goes down, we go up. I think that's changed a little bit here. I'm just in Boyle because no matter how strong it's gotten in USO, Boyle just remains weak. So I had one stop out at VWAP, but then it just turned into a VWAP short again. Let this go through and we'll probably just end up reloading this as long as USO doesn't do anything crazy. But I like this market a little bit better, where we can have USO claw all the way back, and it doesn't mean that the SPY or the Qs had to revisit the low of the day. Welcome sign, especially going into a long weekend where clearly there's going to be a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah. Shout out to uncertainty for sure. And I wish, thank you, Dane Generous right here. Was I a school teacher before I started trading? Nah, but if I was, I'd have a 4-day weekend right now. So shout out to everybody. My kids yesterday were like, yeah, I was like, oh, we got a nice long weekend. And then they had to remind me, of course, that it was an extra long weekend. Yep. So I guess it's, what is it, government? It's just like, it's not a stat holiday on Monday. No, I think banks around here are closed, schools closed. I wonder what it is stateside. So maybe every state is a little bit different, but
probably still banks and schools. I feel like that was always the thing.
Yeah. We're going to
bankers hours.
we're going to. I'm just glad everybody's liking that new format. I mean, Neil was at the screen yesterday. We're at the screen here today, and we just decided that, hey, why not do something a little different? Yeah. Use this. These great screens in there behind us. So sometimes you'll see people working back there, and you want to thank everybody. There it is right there. I want to thank everybody for, their patience throughout the whole process. So, all right, we'll just, we reloaded. So here we go. Yeah, imagine me as a teacher. I'd be like all these kids, man. Reload those lessons, man. Get that homework going. But yeah, there it is right there, man. I mean, just another one. Boom, boom, upside. We'll just keep on getting out a little bit. I'm still holding for a topside break. I mean, I still think we can get going. We've obviously marked these levels down. I mean, this is the same chart that we were using right there for that lesson. Came in right there, gave us another level. So we can mark down here on the TQs and give that little support area. I was going to drop this out if we break through. I think it was 20s, and that was VWAP, but I mean, that was basically this breakout right there. That's what I'm gonna give this long to. Hey, if it comes in, I still don't mind trying this. Again, we have our 50-period moving average. Like, we're all right here right now. So this was part of the consolidation here in the NASDAQ. And wow, what a boring sort of, I mean, the midday show was great, obviously, but considering what we saw off the open, where we were downside and we were like, all right, here we go. This thing's bleeding, and then boom, upside, then boom, straights might be open based on fee payments and all that kind of stuff. That had a movement there. And then it was kind of just like, there's the high, getting lower, getting lower, getting lower, getting lower, getting lower, getting lower. And then the trend just really made it into these new levels where we've got to figure out where we want to go from here. So, I don't want to get shut down. I mean, I'm not going to get shut down, but I don't want to make a huge mistake here by, waiting for this to break against me. So we have to have a strategy now on this trade. So I'm thinking about just a break right there. And if it does break through the 60 marker, then we can just sort of throw it up and be like, okay, you broke down and we can get out.
I thought this was funny.
Vinny Gambini. Where's he from again? That's not Sopranos, is it? How come I don't?
It's not Sopranos, but It's older.
It's not Godfather.
It's a movie. It's older.
It's not Goodfellas. At this point, I have to look it up.
Okay, no, it's Joe Pesci from
Casino?
shoot, no,
See?
with Ralph Macchio, Marissa Tomei. Why am I forgetting the name?
The lawyer?
Yeah, the one in the courtroom. What? How? My cousin Vinny.
Yeah, My Cousin Vinny. Okay, that's one of the most played movies.
How did I blank on?
Were you here when I had that question?
It is. Or is it Casino? It's My Cousin Vinny, right? It is My
People are
Cousin.
saying My Cousin Vinny.
Yeah, it's My Cousin Vinny.
So that's why when I said Casino there, I was thinking.
What's wrong with me?
I said this. Maybe it was Obi. I don't know what it was. Just trying to create some content. I thought, what the #1 movie that's played on cable?
It used to be when we were kids. It was Back to the Future.
Oh, Back to the Future. You know, I haven't seen that in a minute.
That thing was on every single week.
Yeah,
on TBS used to play it all the time.
Liar, liar.
I don't know what it is now.
So you know what I'm thinking it is. I mean, I think you have to if you take the seasons out of it, I'm pretty sure Home Alone, and Elf, and then I was going to say Die Hard is another one.
Top Gun. Someone
said Top Gun.
That's a good one.
But you know what I think it's turned into be now? Every time I'm on either MTV or TNT or something like that, you know what they show a lot of? Step Brothers. There's a lot of these kind of comedies. Hangover. I mean, they're all edited, right? I mean, obviously, but I think those might be top right now. But yeah, I think Home Alone would win.
Yeah,
if we ran as some sort of a study.
Yeah, because automatically during the holidays.
But if you take away like November to December 25th-ish, you probably...
People say Shawshank.
Shawshank. Have you ever seen Shawshank?
Shawshank is awesome.
No, I mean on cable. I'm talking about on cable.
Who has cable? First of all, whoa,
That's what I'm talking
has
about.
cable?
Well, I'm not talking. I mean, what else can I compare it to? I mean, that's why it's just a question. It's like on the cable networks, I should say. Like, what would NBC or ABC or TBS? What are the more popular movies over there?
Speaking of,
yeah, I'm going to stop out on this.
Here's what we didn't mention this morning. Yeah. Well, look, a lot of things.
40.
When the market's popping the way that it did, and all the crazy volatility that we've seen, a few things will always get under the cracks. But looky, still not split adjusted this chart. Looky, who's going to break out next week? So we're back. Remember Netflix?
The Titans.
Remember when Warner Brothers deal went over to, well, it's supposed to close eventually, and it's supposed to go to Paramount Skydance, and Netflix finally bounced, hit 100, pulled back to 90, 80 to 100 to 90 to what? Breaking 100 next week. So we're talking about what we're looking for next week. Hopefully a weekend without any further escalations. That's probably going to be important because everything I'm about to say is going to be irrelevant if over the weekend things get bad and we gap down. But assuming that doesn't happen, because I want to be optimistic about this, I think we're looking break 100 on Netflix next week. Today, no. $98, a Friday going into a long weekend, pretty skeptical. I don't see us punching through it's not Friday today, but obviously it's the last day of the week. I'm pretty skeptical that you're breaking a level like this on the weekend or on the last day going into the long weekend, especially given that volume will probably taper off a little bit. So if it were to get above 99, I'd be thinking fade Netflix, but no, next week, this one is going to be good to go, hopefully. Again, with a breakout trade, if it doesn't go, it doesn't go. Like, you don't have to take it if it doesn't go. We'll keep our eye on you.
That's Obi. He reheated his chicken. Yeah, I smelled it.
See, that's the thing. Like, the chicken was good, but it smells great, and the flavor was fantastic. The skin, if you're into that, like some people don't like the skin, great flavor.
I thought it was pretty good. I'd give it like another mid-7. I thought it was pretty good. Like I just had this chicken and the salad.
Yeah, but you can't.
And then there was
But you heat it up. When you heat something like that up, then you get that smell that gets the stomach growling, which is what happened in mid-thought. I just smelled food.
But the side was Brussels sprouts, which you hate. So.
Oh, and
I actually didn't mind the Brussels sprouts.
I had a big old piece of broccoli too. I don't like broccoli.
Yeah, you're not a big broccoli guy. Hey, okay.
I don't know if USO is going to do anything, but this would be at the, or get off the pot levels, bin 138.5. If it can finally do a bit of it, snickle.
You know what's done nothing?
If it was going to, I was going to say, if it breaks the trend back down, I was looking for, I'd reload Boyle in the short, or I'd try to get back into battle. But without USO moving, Battle's already decided to go. So maybe one of the other ones from this morning might be good. I'm just going to let me go back to the watch list. It was TMDE was another one of these small caps. Okay, here we go. TMDE is actually following USO a little bit better. So this is TMD Energy, like an 8 million float. It was gapped up just like oil futures were. dropped going into 1030, followed along and has been bouncing. So this is trying to break out without USO breaking out. So if this rolls over and we sort of break this trend on USO, then I'm going to like TMD. If I don't get a chance to get into battle or reload boil, I think I'm going to look at this TMDE for a bit of a play. And if I'm going to do that, you should always check to see if locates are free. They are not. So I'm going to pay for those. They'll be like half a cent or 1/8 of 1 cent or some ridiculous cheap number. And we'll be locked and loaded ready to go.
I just put this note up myself here. Came out obviously there, and yeah, there it is right now. Tesla, just a lot of downside there. They don't get the number they're looking for. I think it's 328 versus 375 or something like that. Deliveries, and you know, here's when the number came out. So WAP all the way to the downside hits that 363, and then. I just want to say, like, you know, we talked about that pre-market bottoms, and when we did that lesson, the 3 most important spots to mark down. Obviously, the pre-market's going to be a little different here for Tesla, but there's the pre-market highs. You go back to 7 o'clock, so there it is. So you have the pre-market high and the pre-market low. You basically traded in between. Obviously, this high is very dramatic in this example right there. I'm not sure what that was, but if you did have a wick, I mean, that could have been it right there on the number release. It's very possible that you get up there. What a short that would have been at 270, 372 right there. But yeah, and then so back and forth, back and forth. This is your 200 period moving average. So that was awesome. I have something for that. Right there all day. There's the 200, 200, 200. Whoops. Oops, I don't want that either. I got to get off of this. So we just stop marking it up. And then there's the dropout. So here's your pre-market level. There's the pre-market break right there at 363 quarters. And then, as they say, especially in history class, the rest is history. All the way to the downside there, breaking now that I got that teacher mentality, 363 breaking all the way down into 359 change. So yeah, man, that was a great level to look at. And then yesterday's close, obviously, up here on Tesla, so we're not worried about that. But there it goes to the downside breaking. And I think that's going to be true of a lot of these stocks, right? I mean, Google, I was trading this one and I got short and then got run over. Well, not really, but we got out and out. So thankfully, we don't have an out up here somewhere. But again, there's an aggressive move, right? I mean, the market started the day down 2%, and now you're flat. Well, and the Nasdaq, I think, is down 0.5, 0.3 on the Nasdaq right now. So Google makes its way all the way to the top side. That's a $10 ripper right there on Google. But I don't know, man, like light volumes I'm expecting. This TQQ, like this is not even moving right now. Like this has gone to sleep right here. So we'll just have to wait, try to barcode and channel out. I'm not gonna, like I will reload this down here a little bit, but not much. And then we're gonna stop out on this candle break of 45. So if that happens, or it's the wick break there, that's the low of this little session here that we've been making. So we'll be on that one. Oh, what I want to look at too, and then I'll throw it back over. And then we also have the stock visualize. You guys can hit $, whatever you want, and that'll put up stocks for us to talk about. So that's great if you want to do that. The other thing here is Robinhood. Look at this thing. This has done absolutely nothing since 10:30. Like there's the move up, and then it was straight doot, 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 and not doing anything. So just be aware. I'm glad that everybody's here. If there's something happens, we've got our ears to the ground, so we're ready to go. Does that make sense? Ears to the ground? We've got them in our earpiece here. So if anything hits, man, we're going to be on those stories. But I could see sort of a flattening out here into the close. So let's be specific on what we're doing and maybe trade some small cap names, see if there's anything moving around. But for right now, pretty quiet on this front.
Well, you know what? It may be quiet on this front, but it is not quiet in the world of orogenics. Ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. The company has now activated its Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Orogenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Shout out to Orogenics, and check them out. That's OGEN over on the NYSE. Speaking of the NYSE, it's a market. What do we do with markets? You trade them, you hold them, you buy them, you sell them. And so I want everyone to get into the poll. Well, I'll get into the chat, actually, so they can engage in the poll. We'll do this for the afternoon. It's a long weekend coming up. So what are we doing over the long weekend? I don't care about your plans. I hope you spend some good time with family, and happy Easter to everybody. But do we like longs over the long weekend? Do we like shorts? Or do we like cash? So type 1 in the chat right now if you like the long over the weekend, 2 if you like the shorts, 3 if you say, forget that noise, I don't want to have to think about it, I just want to enjoy some good time over the weekend with the family and not stress and be in cash. I think cash is a reasonable position myself. 1, 2, or 3, jump in there. I like color-coded. Everybody likes to just chill out in cash right now.
A lot of people are showing cash, yeah.
Well, I think it just goes to show the whipsaw. Yo-yo action is what we've been saying, right? The yo-yo action. So we'll keep this one up. I'll leave it for about maybe like 2:30 or just shortly after that, and then we can maybe add something going into the close at power hour. But yeah, cash is definitely king at this point. Slight preference to long over short, but not by much. So get your votes in, everybody.
I mean, cash means I have to sell everything, and I don't want to.
Well, that's what
I don't want to sell.
I don't think cash is an easy decision. I'm assuming we're talking swing. We're not talking about your long term and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, like anything that you're trying to swing.
Speaking of sense there.
Speaking of
I
swing,
gotta sneeze. Yeah.
You know what's disappointing? You know what really grinds my gears? Oh. Well, yeah, the fact that
Vladdy's swing.
The fact that Blue Jays can't put up any runs against the Colorado Rockies, who are, let's be honest, they suck. They're not a very good team. We can't score on them. That's fine. The other thing is
baseball, I guess.
Is this Uber?
What? Oh no.
Well, the market bounced. Uber kind of bounced, but it's still too perilously close to this breakdown. I want to manifest it, but you can't manifest what's going on here. I mean, this afternoon, like a lot of other things, it looks like a potential flat bottom break here, but that's the same chart as the Qs. It's really just this break. Like if you had asked me 2 weeks ago, okay, well, what's the next breakout trade, not breakout trade stock, but breakout trade that was setting up, it would have been this 50 period on Uber. They had some positive headlines. It just can't seem to get there. I feel a lot better about Netflix possibly going than them. Although I check Netflix, that $100 break, I think next week is just a little bit more likely. Not there yet. And this seems to not be doing anything this afternoon. You got to find what's really moving.
I know, I'm trying. I'm looking at JP Morgan here with earnings coming up. 25 BM&R Hood, Amazon. Oh, Amazon. Amazon's not bad. Okay, here's Amazon, AMZN. I mean, I'm looking for the short, I think, here on Amazon. So it's not exactly where we need to have it, but underneath the 200 right now, trying to break through VWAP. I mean, I think it'd take a break of 208.50. I mean, we still got a minute to do for that to happen. And if there's not much happening in the market, we may not get said break that we just mentioned there. So, let's be patient with it. But Amazon, what about that kind of a break right there? You'd be underneath VWAP. You'd start to go down to the south side. My long in the futures would be crashed if that happens. But right there, not a bad area. I mean, we came back in, we held it, we broke through VWAP. If we don't hold it this time, that's not a bad spot to put on risk. Something happened with what?
I don't know, oil just started.
Oh, oil? Okay. The future's not doing anything for me, but so if we break that level right there, then we can use VWAP as some sort of support, which would be at 209, so that's good. Well, it would be resistance in that situation, but supporting our trade to the downside. So that's a 208.50 break there on Amazon. And did Disney just came up on the scanner here? Not that it's moving, but just that it might have. Well, the problem is, I was going to say the problem is just back and forth here. So that comes on your 5 minute. This also, looking pretty toppy and might break below this 96.50. That's not horrible right there either. But you're still above VWAP. If I'm going to go short on anything, I'd like to see something that's either at VWAP or questioning it right now, because remember, volume weighted average price is going to be a great indicator for where the buyers and sellers truly are on a name, right? You want to short a name that's underneath VWAP to have more people help you out with that trade, that's for sure. So, all right, you put that up?
There's a couple of headlines here. One of them is the EU's callous there on saying Iran cannot be allowed to charge countries a bounty for ship passage.
Why is that?
And then there was another one.
Well, I mean, they should be allowed to do that. Why not?
Here we go. Must scale up. Aspides naval mission cannot afford to lose another key trade route. So, that's
I mean, isn't that what Donald was saying? Like, look, if you guys want to go get your oil, go get it straight. But we already took down Venezuela, so we have the largest oil deposits in the world under our control right now in Venezuela. So I think that he's probably cool with that. But I mean, what do you mean? Why not? I mean, how was this? I don't know enough about it. Like, what was the Strait of Hormuz like before all of this? Didn't you have to pay rite of passage? Like, I feel like there might have been a fee associated with that to begin with. Maybe the problem is
I think it's the whole.
They're trying to charge
the
more.
Bounty is maybe a bit different, but the reaction to this is actually oil futures coming down a little bit. Look, this is what counts for a move so far this afternoon. I know it only really dropped like 60 or 70 pennies, but it did move. And I was looking over, because I saw all of a sudden, I was like sitting at VWAP on Boyle. I don't like that reload. I was sitting at VWAP on Boyle with my stop up here, and I got filled. I'm like, oh, and then it popped back down. I'm like, okay, well, everything's fine. And then you kind of get it coming right back to the upside. So let's let it settle down after these headlines. Maybe this callus is still talking. Who knows? If we see any more headlines, we'll let you know. I saw but did not hear that, so I'm just going to refresh.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything.
So I'm just going to refresh just so we have an idea. And by the way, that TDME, which is, that's on the, no, TMD. My bad. TMD. That's a new one. I've never looked at this stock until today. TMDE, on that, like it was an initial spike and then came back in. On oil futures, this doesn't seem to want to follow it. So if this isn't following that pullback, then I don't want to be messing with it. I'd rather go with battle, which didn't battle higher. It's actually held some lows. So if we get a bump back up to that top on USO, I think that's a better fade. And maybe TDME is just a strong one.
Put up that.
What do we got?
You should put up your thing again. Get people to vote again. Because over here, just some people don't understand what's going on. We have another one. 4, drink beer. So there we go. Go over to Neil's screen.
Okay,
you guys can vote. No, it's just funny that it's on there. I'm going to get rid of it. I just
like a 4. You know what? Okay, fine. From now on, when we do the poll.
But if we put a funny one.
The problem is that's exactly the point. If I put a funny one, then everybody just votes for the jokes one, and then we don't really get anything out of it.
I know. No, I don't want you to put it on there.
Yeah, so you type 1 for long over the weekend. You type 2 if you prefer to hold shorts over the weekend, and you type 3 if you want cash. And right now, people feel way more comfortable in cash. It's literally 50-50 longs and shorts. I feel like every single poll that we have done about the sentiment, Sean, has been no better than 60-40. Nobody really, there's never a definitive direction here, that's not usually how it is with our viewers. Usually we have a pretty good idea of where we think things are going to go. It's very 50. Obi, what did you say?
He said 4. That's what I'm saying. He streamed 4. That's why I already got a note. I got a note from some of the hockey parents there. Some of the hockey dads were in a group chat there. And you mentioned we play tomorrow at 3 p.m. In Brampton.
0 o'clock.
And he's like, okay, I'm going to have beers in the back of the car. So we'll be tailgating at my tailgating.
No, the rink.
Oh, we're playing at CAA Center.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, which is right there. So it's a big one. So it's where the OHL team plays there. So
it was called something else.
Powerade.
Yeah, it was a Powerade Center.
Powerade Center. Now the CAA Center there in Brampton. Then we have a couple. Then we play at Icelands. We play a couple different places there in Mississauga as well. So, anyways, just funny. We're tailgating for my 11-year-old daughter's.
It's beer o'clock.
It's beer o'clock.
It's a lot better than the last game of our baseball season.
Molson's, that's right.
Like the
Molson Canadian.
Some of the dads. First of all, the game is at like 1:30 in the afternoon on the weekend. Maybe. Actually, no. It was the game.
That sounds like beer o'clock to me.
We were still playing at 1:30, but at noon, a couple of them had Tim Hortons cups.
Oh yeah, full of other stuff.
Yeah, filled with other stuff, and they were offering it to the coaches. I'm like, how about you actually let us finish coaching the kids?
Yeah,
Like, come on.
When we're at tournaments, the same thing. Like these parents want to give us all this. I'm like, you're paying me to coach your kids.
It's like, come on.
I don't really like.
No,
for me, I don't. I prefer not. I don't need.
No, but
I'm not like Obi there. I don't need to push forward about 1,000 times.
Drink in front of the kids that you're coaching. It's like if you're the coach, save it for another time. Like
Oh well, yeah. No, I would never have a beer while coaching.
No, come on.
Even after the game, like I don't know the kids. Anyways, it doesn't matter. It's all good. To each their own. But okay. So oil's closed. So NYMEX now it will still continue to trade, but there's the big volume spike there. So we close out at 11.5% upside today for your CL contract there. So $100, 111.50 right there. And there's the big volume spike. So you see big volume spike there at 10:30 when we had that news. And then, of course, off the open of the market, which would be 9:30. Actually, no major spike there. So we had the news of the straight, and then we have the closing print as well. So some big time movements happening in oil today, naturally. Okay, here's a stock. What up, Boeing? Boeing is going in today, and it's going to the top side. Boeing's not up yet, but it's cruising. It's trying to get positive right now in a day where the market's also trying. And now this is not a bad setup, I don't believe. Anyways, above VWAP right there, holding out for your 200 period. The 200 period moving average on Boeing, look at that, right there, held, right here, held again, but that had help with VWAP, and then held again. So how about a trade idea right here? Boeing, 206.20. Now we got to get it. Like, I'm not just going to, like we said, man, volume, almost non-existent right now, right? I mean, if you're just seeing what's going on here, lowest moments pretty much all day is happening as we speak. So I'm not just going to punch long and hope that this trend works. If it does come back to the 200, I believe that's going to be worth a shot for me. And then I'll probably just use a little lower than the last time we broke the 200. That's 205.90s. Give it a little lower than that. Let's go to 205.75. So I'd like a 206.15 or 20 fill here on Boeing. So that would be something that I'm looking at right now as well. And I've sort of learned my lesson about trying to fight trends during the afternoon. And I saw Joe, I think, a couple days ago, or maybe yesterday, me too. I got not blown out, but I think we got stopped out of a short. I mean, yesterday the market was up. Yeah, so the last 2 days, one of those days, I shorted, around this time because there's levels like this. And we learned our lesson because a quiet market will tend to trend in the direction of the momentum
or not move,
and where it's been. Yeah, well, if it doesn't move at all. But right here, this is the high of the Nasdaq. New highs. We're making them. Then that kind of screws it up, and then we again, still kind of trending this way down. So I'm like, I don't even want to there's nothing happening here. I'm just going to get out of another piece, man. I mean, it's so stupid. It's 10 cents in the money, and I don't even want to get out of this. But we'll offer. Is Sidhu going? Wait a minute. That's one of Obi's stocks.
Sidhu's up 45%.
Oh no, Obi. Oh no, I didn't know that.
Still
50 pennies in the money.
Okay. Obi's not worried about the position right now. If any, the moon, right, exactly. If anything, Obi would short more at this level, maybe. But there it is, Sidhu. What was the news there?
Well, you know what? It's funny that you should mention that because I was about to check right now. No, I saw people in the chat posting Sidhu, so I actually just pulled it up, saw it myself. Sidhu, blah 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 blah.
Well,
skyrocketing today.
Space.
Well, it makes some sense. Rotating in the names after the Artemis 2 launch, fresh attention. This is what you wanted to see happen after the Artemis 2 launch. I watched it. It was really cool. You know what's so amazing?
I didn't say Obi would shart that. I said short.
Shart?
So funny. What's up to Greg or whoever that was in the chat?
Yeah.
Everything brew.
You guys are so,
Did he say he sharted that stock? No, shorted.
It's Friday.
Shorted.
It's the end of the week.
I mean, I might shart my pants if this TQQs doesn't start to go the right way.
Well, it wasn't. But this morning, it wasn't every single space name.
But that Sidhu's coming up to a level.
But this makes perfect sense. Anyone that saw launch, it's just incredibly cool to see. Be cooler if they were landing. But a drive-by is not so bad when they haven't been there in a while. At least prove to a bunch of people that it's real and that we've done it before. But going into going into the latest resistance as we speak, like it's already tapped 3. It's already tapped 3 once and rejected. But here's the thing. Look at this.
Don't look here. Look here.
Look at the volume. This is where the volume started to come in. And so you start the trend line there. This broke the trend line an hour ago. Okay, 40 minutes. I'm being dramatic. 40 minutes ago, it broke the trend line. Never really followed through. When it started to go, first thing it did is bought right back up. That's a strong name. I'm finding that for these types of runners, they're not, like, I'll chart them, but I don't think they're really the jam for that kind of a trend line break. That works on different types of names, not these squeeze names. It hasn't been very successful. You almost need to have like some kind of a rejection that you can join. Gray matters, y'all wild.
We talked about this earlier.
Actually,
I had someone on the moon.
Oh no.
I know. There was that whole thing. Remember, like, is the flag moving in the background? What was going on with that? Was there an actual moon launch?
Don't trigger me now.
I don't. What year was that, anyways? Why haven't we gone back, anyways? If we've already been there numerous times.
This launch is incredibly expensive.
Actually, what do you mean incredibly expensive?
One of the things Artemis
sending $4 million missiles at these guys.
No, but one of the things Artemis is this mission is highlighting is actually how relatively cheaply SpaceX is able to put rockets in orbit. I think that's one thing that's pretty evident. So, short sort of shout out there. You can hate on Elon all you want. It's just, look, they've managed to find a way to do it. It's not going to be cheaper, but relatively less expensive, which is pretty cool. That's why people are jazzed up about, well, I think some people are jazzed up about the SpaceX IPO. I don't know. Let's see what Destiny's doing today. You would think...
SpaceX, never heard of it.
Yeah, you would think that maybe there'd be a little bit more strength in Destiny. The Destiny 100, 50% of this fund, they just own a bunch of private companies, right? So around 50% is SpaceX, around 10% is OpenAI, and then just a whole bunch of other stuff that you probably never heard of. But they're not getting any kind of a bounce. What about ASTS, AST, Space Mobile? Up, but holding VWAP, Rocket Lab. Under VWAP. It feels like if you're not directly involved in Artemis, then you don't get the bump. But as we see, Sidhu is not Sidus. I call it Sidhu, just because it's a ticker, right? But we know it's Sidus. It doesn't seem to want to go too much further. Okay, a little bit of a curl here. That TMDE, where'd it go? That TMDE might have just put a false breakout at VWAP there as... I don't know, is USO coming back down? It looks like it's trying to come back down. It broke this trend and is consolidating lower. So that's a good sign. I can maybe full screen it for you guys. So breaks this trend, consolidates under, is pushing under. That's what I wanted to see. So now that we're losing VWAP on TMDE, it paid for the locates here. Another Amex name. It's interesting. Why is it that a lot of these energy low float names happen to be on the Amex, like Battles on the Amex, TMDE is there. So I'm going to jump in underneath the volume weighted average price and give it to this bar here and see if we can maybe head down. Oil going down, so that makes some sense. We like that. Hey, Tesla just managed to get back through 360, so hopefully the things long and energy short is the way to go this afternoon. That'd be a better way to end the week.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say let's go because finally the TQs get a little bit of a high side take here. We've just been getting some out as we bumped up. We did get some out at the 200 period moving average. 42.95, wow, that would have been good. I should have been sitting there. So we're sitting at 98s right now, sort of this high little area. Look, man, I mean, I'm just hoping that we drift higher into the close, and it's only 242 right now. So we're going to have some fun here today and go over a few different things. Amazon. So Amazon was a level that I want to look at. I've already put the order in. I will take this short. I don't mind it. If the market collapses here into the close, which could happen. I mean, we were down 2% at one point. I like Amazon to the short side, down 0.7%, down more than the NASDAQ and the ES combined. Right now, NASDAQ only down 0.27. Amazon, triple. So we'll see if Amazon has a little bit of weakness to it. We did see that, they were affected there. They did have some data center outages and whatnot over there in the Middle East. Not that that's why we'd go short now, but let's see if Amazon wants to bleed down to the downside right there, AMZN. So that order's in. That's part of the reason actually why I started taking a little bit of profit coming out of there because of that exact reason. The market's not moving around, and if we do dump out, we want to make sure that we don't have so many long positions hooked up right now. Okay, so that's that. All right, we'll keep on watching Amazon. Nothing else is really, hitting on my list. You already looked at Uber there. That's been barcoding all afternoon as well. A broader look at the market. The dollar, on the daily, we talked a little bit about what the dollar's been doing lately on our daily chart. Oops, see ya. Right into here. So we do have that nice top. This is basically a year worth of resistance on the dollar. So we're not breaking any higher right there, which is good. We don't necessarily need to break any higher. We're worried about inflations. We're worried about rates. And I think if we just hold where we are, that'd be fine. We don't need to give any more reason for the Fed to raise rates at this point.
Definitely not.
Yeah, the market's trying to go back up, which may be nice for me. There's the 1 minute chart. So dollar weakness early there on that straight news where we're opening it back up. The market obviously ripped to the high side, so the dollar comes back in for that right now. And then it's just been a slow grind back to normality, it looks like, on the dollar. And then now we get a little bit of a move down, which is sparking a little bit of a move up now on the NASDAQ. So the dollar still going to be a story. I could almost put a dollar chart up beside the NASDAQ, and then you kind of trade them together. But what's the point of that? If they're going to move together, then I don't really need to know. What you're looking for are those, here's Fannie Mae. Nothing, I was looking at this today, I haven't made a trade. I just actually traded, I was thinking about going short into here. It didn't move, so I just got out for flat. I shorted 95 and bid out 95, like nothing happening. But Fannie Mae's had some decent stories behind it over the last couple of days as well. We had a 50% move higher there from 5 to 750 the last couple of days. So watch out for Fannie Mae hitting your scanners one more time here today. Yeah, okay, so that's what I'm doing. Now maybe looking at USO. Houthi, I guess we're hearing something about Houthi. I don't know what's going on there. Again, I just refreshed it. I don't know. Nothing. It was old. It's not just this moment. I don't know if you heard it a minute ago, but it was nothing. It was just something about oil. That's why I went over there and looked at it. We're still waiting for that 98 to come and get filled up here. So if that happens, good on that. Yeah, other than that, man, not much going on over here. What trades do you got on Boyle and TMB?
Boyle and that. They're both energy, so it's kind of the same thing. What is SPAC that everyone's talking about in the chat? Here, let's pull SPAC.
Yeah, we got to do something.
Because I've seen, like, what is going on here? I have not seen a headline for it, but I'm going to pop it in. SPAC has just gone like $25 in the last little bit. It's continuing to go now 202, so almost $30 to the upside. Wild action here on SPAC, and I don't see a story just yet. What do we got here? Okay, that just popped in. So I'll throw it up for you guys. Tower operator SBA Communications exploring a potential sale. Okay, so here's the thing. A potential sale means that you don't actually have a sale. If there is a deal, you wouldn't even know what the conditions are, but sometimes it gives you a nice little floor for the stock. So sometimes when you see something like this, it's usually deal speculation if there's no reason the market is going. So just exploring a potential sale is the story here for SPAC. Usually typically it's with something that's not going to have a good looking chart or is depressed. That's the case here. It's going right into some bag hold levels. Lots of people will ring the register when you get this kind of a bump, right? Because then they don't have to worry about is there a deal or is there not a deal. They just sort of get that initial free money bump. It's going right into the 200 period moving average on the daily. This is pretty thin, only 2 million shares traded, and like more or less all of it in the last 10 minutes, like probably 90% of it in the last 10 minutes. Doesn't seem like the kind of thing you're going to want to chase here. And you're not, without any specific details. Like if it was company X is offering blah, blah, blah billion to buy the company, that would give you something to work with. Otherwise, you're just guessing at what a premium might be and all that good stuff. So there's a story, but it's already coming right back in here. And dollar spread on the stock as well. 2 New York cents, Sidhu, who are you? I don't know, the strongest stock in the market today?
Yeah,
what is Sidhu? The strongest stock that we've looked at today is what I think. And it just broke the highs again. This is an absolute rocket.
Where is it there?
Pun intended. Right?
Yeah, it is a rocket.
That's what they do.
That's a good one, yeah. Someone in the chat there just said, what's up, CJ Sindhu? I'm just going to try to, if I see people talking about it, I'm going to call up a trade possibility for you if you want. Yeah, man, like I don't mind this Netflix. Like you're saying there's another 30 cents down for Netflix. That would make sense. That puts you almost into VWAP and into this sort of support area here of 97.30. Like I don't mind doing that. It's just like you're consolidating, right? I like the trade. Underneath the 200, everything's pointing down. I think you might have found one here, Jason, to be honest with you. I think this is a good look. I mean, I could trade it with maybe smaller shares and try to grab that. I don't mind that. Right back into there. I mean, it wouldn't be surprised if we do see some support. I'm waiting for Amazon to come back in. I think I'd mentioned that a little bit there. But yeah, if that does hit for me, I'll be looking at some Amazon at some point here. So that's going to be a trade. I like that Netflix look. So we can look back at that. You called that rate around here, 65. So we'll see if it prints into a 35 for you over there. So thanks, Jason, for that. I think that's a decent idea. I'm going to put an offer at, there we go. I was going to say I put an offer at 88, so we get hit there immediately. And remember, when Neil and I don't know the way it works I've only ever worked here on other prop floors, but like we get the rebates, right, for anything that hits. So, and what I mean by that is like if I offer now 92 and I get filled, and depending on the gateway, but I'm not going to get into too much of that right now, you use a NASDAQ or an ARCA or anything that's major, you're going to get a rebate of, roughly between $1.50 and $2 or so per 1,000 shares that you're trading with. So, the difference between getting hit at 92 and punching out 91 like if you have 1,000 shares, it's only $2, but it's money in your pocket. If you punch out, then it could be up to $4 per 1,000 shares every time you're punching out. If you're using one, you might hear Joe talk about Frex or routed keys or anything like that. That's Fox River is what the Frex is. But what you're going to look at is routing, and you may get a better price if you route. You could get dark pools and things like that, which would help. Because if you get a half print, that helps against the price rather than getting the full dollar there, the full cent. That's why you often see me offering, because when it hits me at 89, then I'm going to get a small rebate. Now, I'm not doing 1,000 shares every tranche over here, but at least when you're getting filled, the fees will wind up adding up.
It really does. If you think about it in the context of if you make 50 executions a day, 20 days a month, and then do that for an entire year, and then trust me, like it ends up being more, and you always tell traders, look at your fees. Look at your fees at the end of the month. And maybe you should take more consideration, especially if you're at real trading, with all of the options you have available to you to refine your strategies. Because some stocks are different than others. You don't always want to be removing liquidity to get in. A lot of people have just mentioned, seeing some good names in the chat. So I see Fly up here. That's another one which is breaking higher. So what I'm going to do is maybe restart the visualizer here. So fresh start. So now when people type symbols in, and apologies, if you just type the symbol in, go do it again. $sign and give us a symbol, we can see what's moving because we're getting pretty choppy action. And there's only an hour to go. Things haven't really picked up anywhere yet. So let us know what you're watching. I mean, Sidhu is actually moving, although its volume is not even that good. Seems like a bunch of small cappers so far. So you go $sign and whatever. We got MBIS, Fly, which I just mentioned, SNDK. Nothing's really jumping out. It's just a bunch of twos in here. SMCI, yuckity yuck. That stock has usually been pretty bad. Tesla, obviously. Tesla's still at 360. Like, this is the kind of morning. So keep those symbols coming in. That we can leave just going because I can always look up at it and have an idea. Like Tesla it's still in the same range. It broke 360, hit 59, it went to 61, hasn't broken 59. We're still doing the same song and dance with Tesla. This stock is a full-blown problem. The good news for Tesla, and I always try to be a silver lining kind of guy, is when you have a channel like this, the good news is I feel like it's going to be hopefully pretty obvious when they go long. Close above the top of the channel. Ideally, would do so with the 200 period intact here and confirm the next day and then buy the third day, hopefully, and then you get a trend break and then you go higher. What you don't want to happen is a downward channel where you break the bottom because that would be the opposite of the best channel break. Okay, well, I think it was the best channel break last year. I'm just thinking about last year, like Come on, chart. Alphabet had the best channel break. You're going to see it load in here because I got the line still on the chart and they're saved. So Alphabet was in a boring channel up. See, it's the end of the week, guys. The charts hate me. So there's our boring channel up. Hold. There's some close over. It false broke out here, but you still would have won. It really broke out here, and even if you chase the move, that's when it went parabolic. And unfortunately for Tesla, you just don't want to see it do in the opposite direction. That would be bad for Tesla to do, but it does look pretty interesting. All right, AMD is at the top of the list after we just did that. Tesla's number 2. Why do we like AMD? Holding the 200 period, good. Up 3% at the highs, good. Is it really moving right now? Not really, but not bad. It's better than nothing. I'd say it's better than nothing. It's just, where's the acceleration? Like, where's the gas? People are saying Marvell's popping up a little bit here, SNDK. I've seen a bunch of SMCI.
Marvell, I never heard of it. Okay, let me check out Marvell.
I've seen some SMCI in there.
Marvell is, Marvell is a monster.
SMCI's up 3% today.
Yeah, probably thought it was Marvell SMCI. Okay, so we had a question about Citi. What do I do with those longs? Right here, someone's asking about Citius there in the chat. Unfortunately, it was a while ago, so I can't call up that comment. But yeah, what about just watch this 50 period moving average? I mean, right here. This is what I'm doing. This is a 1 minute chart. I think VWAP is too far away for you. If you're stuck long right now. I mean, well, you're not stuck, first of all. It's going quite well. But if you are long and you're looking for an exit and where to potentially that exit may be, let's go Qs, man. Yes. hitting the top side of this afternoon trade right now on the NASDAQ, so that's good. That's why we were trying to hold it, right? We're trying to play a little bit longer side here into the close, but definitely exiting. I'm already out of half of my position since we started the show, which is an hour ago. Yeah, this 50-period moving average, we've really watched it the whole way. I mean, ever since we broke out at 11:30, we really have been watching this 50-period moving average, which is this pink line. So I don't know if you guys want to set that up on your this seems like, I mean, look, when there's going to be news and something's going to flash, you are going to get stopped out. I don't even know if that happened, to be honest with you. But
it doesn't look like good.
That doesn't seem like that's real. But even if it is real, it doesn't matter to me. Israel. Oh, that's funny. I just said Israel. But if you hold that 305 area, I would just put our stop at 3 or a little bit low. Yeah, break of 299, 298, something like that down there. But those would be my outs. So just because you asked, it did happen.
It's real. Look, it did happen.
All right, it's fine.
This
is supposed to be the 50 period on my charts. It might be something different on somebody else's. It depends where you started, but we've had more than 50 days here, right? So, or 50 days, 50 minutes. That's only 1 hour, so this should be accurate. So
that's what I loved about what Brian.
Yeah, I just have SMAs. That's it, right? I just have SMAs. All right, we did have that suggestion about Netflix. I said it wasn't horrible, and if you liked it where you liked it, right there, or wherever you were, I think it was 65 I gave you. Now it's 78, but you're just bouncing off the 200 period again as well. So if you like the short in this area, you may like it more right now as it's making a move higher. But yeah, thanks for the question there on SIDU. I wrote down, I got rid of my sticky note. I wrote down IBIT at 38, I believe, today. There's something called Twitter. I can just check to see
X
where I did put. Yeah.
I've been told we're supposed to call it X.
Oh yeah, I've been told by who?
No,
Brendan?
I'm making that. No one.
Okay. All right. Well, then, as I noted here on X, 30.
Oh, boy.
Button's broken or what? IBIT, 38.25 short.
End of the week.
As if. The high of the day on IBIT is 38.23. Oh, man. Sometimes, man, I don't know. I wonder where I'm just pulling these straight out of my ass or what. But this level there at 38.25, yeah, and I was here too. I mean, I could have shorted that right there. So 38.25, that's a level that we wrote down there for IBIT earlier. I'm thinking that I was probably using this 200 period moving average and thinking about where we wanted to get this trade. I wrote it down obviously at 8 o'clock this morning when we came in. So 38.25, the high right there for IBIT. So just coming back in. Oh, it was right here. This little level coming out for a short right there for IBIT. And, man, ball don't lie. I mean, that's why we posted up there on Twitter so you can completely see all of the ideas, all of the areas of support and resistance that I'm looking at. SLV, I said, okay, look, I haven't looked at SLV all afternoon. I'll just show it to you right here, what I written down, and maybe it's complete garbage. I have no idea. 66, we can go through all of these if you want. There's 66.50 short on silver. So let's go have a look to see. We probably didn't even get there. SLV, okay. So 65.90, okay, so that's fine. Today's, no. So right off the open, so I wrote down 66.50 short side. Therefore, SLV, it looks like the highest we got was 66.20s or so. So there it is. It looks like we may break. I mean, silver didn't even really do that much. It's funny that I marked down when silver was down here at 63. Remember, this is when I'm writing the note. We marked down 66.50. It gets up to 66.20 there on SLV. So watch out if we do get up to this level. I think that's a decent short up there, 66.20 or so for SLV. But in, again, a market where it's entering power hour in just a minute, you do want to be careful with all of these trades. But yeah, there's silver right now. I'm almost thinking silver maybe even breaking higher. It's looking pretty good right now on that one. And then one more look.
Logs don't make any breakouts look appealing.
I know. I don't want to do it. But Marvell was just at 07s, I think, wasn't it? $7, 107. Look at that top. Oh, where's Obi at? Oh, boy. Right there.
Quadruple top.
Boom, 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 boom. And then here's a low too.
That's why I want to short.
Why are we going so angelic over here?
If that's not breaking the high, why would SMCI be trying to go higher?
I don't know.
Why is that stock at the high?
That's still pretty good, man.
SMCI's track.
SMCI. Well, SMCI is a good place to potentially.
Well, maybe there's a bottom pick. That's all.
Well, I was going to say, it's been beat up so badly. I mean, Marvell's at the highs.
Like, you can't get any lower.
Right there. Roblox guy. All right, so here's Amazon. It must be Fabian over there. Let me see.
You can always tell when it's Fabian not on.
That's Fabian.
'Cause Fabian, once he hits one key, he can't stop. It's like when you open a, Lay's, they say, or
it's a Pandora's box.
Any cookie for a regular human being, you just can't finish them unless you're Joe. Oh, what's that?
These are the. Whenever I hear that, I normally have my sunglasses here. In the summer, I'll bring the sunglasses out, and they're in my.
Like a different look. I'll wear them.
That looks more like you're at the beach. I like that look better. Right there. All right, we were talking about Amazon short right there, and it comes up to 200 period and gives you that short. I'm still looking for this short break down right now on Amazon. So that would be something for me in this area that we're looking for. I already have that order in. A breakdown of Amazon through 208.50. Hopefully that's not the bottom. But all right, I'm going to take another piece out here because, see, I look at Amazon and I get nervous and thinking like, okay, well, all of a sudden that just moved. I'm going to offer 90s. Okay, we got 90s. I'm still at 93, and we're just getting lighter and lighter off this reload right now to the point where we have half of one unit. So not big, right? Normally in the morning, 3-4 units trading is what I'm liking to do. There we go. We get the 93 as well. So pretty good execution for me here. I feel like we are very, very patient, getting that right into the level that we wanted. So that was a good one there. And then just getting out pretty much where we want to as well. Remember, our stops is break of 45. So what do we have now? 60s, so 15 cents. So we're in the money 35 cents. So this is already 3-1. So yeah, we're just gonna start cashing it out and cash me outside, later on. And we'll shout out to Bad Barbie there. $43 right into there. We'll see if we can put another offer around that area, and we'll get a $42.90. I put a 97 there. Why does silver keep showing up on my scanner? I thought I was just looking at it. It's not. It's just at the highs again. So silver's. It's just a day. We were talking about that with Marvell. That's why I think someone in the chat might have mentioned it too. So kind of like day high break here, alert for silver. But doesn't. I don't think it's going to happen. But maybe it does. And it's what you said about the volumes, man. I mean, even if I look at these volumes and I'm can't create volume, but like this was silver just. Even in the morning, like it wasn't even moving that much. Sure, we had a couple big spikes, but the way silver moves, like, and then now all of a sudden it's just like, crawl city right down here. So we got to be careful with putting on too many shares.
But there's also no follow through anywhere. Like I'm watching USOs, like watching paint dry at this moment. Like it's slowly going down. But if this doesn't break VWAP and do something, like I'm not expecting it to do what it did at 10:30. Where it breaks the flat bottom and drops like $5, but it could drop $1. It's trending slowly down here because both the names that I'm in are probably going to care that it does that. Like short the breakdown on TMDE when it looks like it broke the trend and it broke the volume weighted average price and it kind of wants to take out that prior. Hasn't done it yet, but it's pretty close. I was saying I'm doubtful about SMCI, but like it made the top. Like it goes into yesterday's high, it holds it, putting in a lower high there. Then I can kind of show you this, and all right, so like from there, it had a breakout here on volume, and it's holding that trend. If it breaks this, it's a reasonable short setup, but it's not moving. Like it's spent the last 10 minutes not breaking this and not really moving, so I don't want to force the action on it. The way I sort of always look at it's not a Friday, it's Thursday. The way I always look at it on like the end of the week, especially going into a long weekend, is those are the days that I regret putting in LFT or going like green to red more than anything else. Because going in, there's a decreased probability of big time moves and big time opportunities. So it's either find things with tighter stops or use less shares or whatever, or just less trades. Because now that SMCI is like it's going to break the trend in here, right? Like I know that with this, hopefully it doesn't do anything too crazy. We confirm I can get something in the 15 to 20s, and then maybe just risk it pretty tight to like the 25 to 30 level in here on SMCI. And then I should just throw that up on another chart so I can continue to track it there while I go over to what a lot of people, not everybody, what a lot of people have been interested in, which is SIDU. Only now SIDUS is slightly rolling over. I don't want to say it's crashing. It's not. It's pulling back. That's the word I should use. Pulling back a little bit. Volume is much better here than in a lot of other places. So I don't think this is one that I would love to short. It's holding up pretty decently. Why is this volume bar black? I must have a weird setting on here. But for the most part, the volume is doing better than a lot of the other names I'm watching, but it's not huge, and it's still declining. So you've got declining volume. Don't know that I'd want to sit on the bid. I think you'd be better off if it actually pulled back into, this is a real level that actually went here, if it actually went to that low. Shoot, what did I just hear? The worst is when I'm talking and then I hear something in my ear at the same time because then I can't really make it out. But I think it was something along the lines of, remember Trump was like the bridge that they destroyed? They're like, we're going to rebuild the bridge stronger than ever. So yeah, there was a truth. I forget the name of the bridge that got taken out, but they said they would build that bridge back stronger than ever. Yay, yay, and more yay. All right.
In Iran, they're building it back?
Well, that's what I heard. I need to hear it again. It doesn't seem like markets care. Yeah, and there's nothing really crazy. There's no headlines that I'm seeing. You got oil futures, some stuff out of Jordan, but nothing too crazy happening this afternoon. And the other thing is you'll know, like if I hear something in my ear related to the Middle East, go over and look at USO and it didn't move, then I know it doesn't really matter, right? Let's go back to Sean.
Yeah,
let's see if I can.
Come here quickly, and then I'm just going to show you right now. Sidhu is breaking, so I would get out. We get those questions here with the last hour to go. I could be completely wrong here, but there's the 50-period moving average break. I'd say you give this a 3 break or maybe even the 304 area right there. I always look for a little bit of a level underneath something to see if it holds. So I guess $3 is good enough for that one. All right, guys, volatility creates movement, and for sophisticated traders, movement creates opportunity. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs, built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple levered bull and bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically. Learn more at betapro.ca. So that's Sidious. We'll see what winds up happening there. People want to know if Obi got margin called yet. Well, because it's not real, I would say no. But I think he would have got margin called off immediately when we took that. No, it didn't
move. Yeah, because it didn't move like 2 days after.
He would have got margin called right here.
That's not a daily chart.
This is January 8th. So he said going short. It was the 12th. So this day here is the 12th. So it must have already gone down. So it was up there, up into 4. So maybe he wouldn't have got margin called into 4.
Like the 15th or something?
No, I only remember that because Derek keeps mentioning the 12th. But there's the move down. So no, he was still saying that he's 50 cents in the money. So so that's still a good play there for a top side. And I actually think, honestly, I wouldn't go long this name. I mean, I think that we are getting a push forward because of Artemis, right? We got that good launch. We could look at ASTS, RKLB. I mean, there is a lot of love for the space names today, as there should be.
The others are giving it back more than Sidhu. Only because Sidhu was...
I think people are just holding on to Sidhu.
No, they had some...
Oh, was there a direct...
They actually had a connection
to
the launch, whereas not everybody did. It was more of a sentiment thing for the others. Taylor Abdi in the chat. Any chances you take ELAB into the weekend? Me? No. Me? What? Swing this? First of all, we day trade here. I don't swing trade often. And when I do, I promise you this, they're not in stocks that look like that, okay? No. How many times does this have to reverse split, pump and dump? Who you want to hold this over the weekend? That's not my cup of tea. You were probably joking. You're probably joking around because you knew I would say this. Anyone that watches the show knows. This is not a habitual line stepper, okay? This is something different. Like, look at all of these pumps, dumps, reverse splits. Like, you can tell when it's a reverse split. I know it doesn't mark it off on the bottom like some platforms do. But this is egregious here, ELAB. Literally egregious. It's just like, when is the next time that it's going to burn people? And do you want to hold this over a long weekend? Congratulations if you do. It was literally at $15 last night. 15 bucks.
Oh, man.
And you came in and was at 4. So congratulations if you bought the dip this morning. Welcome to 50%. Anyone that bought it last night lost 50%. That's really not my cup of tea. These are, look, they're good for, what's Shreef's line? They're here for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah,
I think
so.
he says that. I like that line. You can have a good time with these. I just think you don't want to marry those trades too often. They're like small float and penny stocks sometimes for a reason. If you find yourself in a situation where you really know something good about a company, great. I remember we had a friend and he bungled this trade, but it was actually a really good idea. And it was right before, this is way back when the Affordable Care Act and Obamacare came in, and before the election, there were a bunch of like small medical, medical records companies, administrative companies that stood to potentially get some contracts from this. And he had found a good one, let's just say. And he's like, if Obama's going to win the election, this one's going to go. And he bought a bunch of this penny stock, and I'm telling you, went from like 20 cents, and I think it went to 60, 70, whatever. It was like 2x, 3x, boom. Now, did he sell it? No. He didn't sell it. So he didn't actually, I don't think he ended up banking the win. I think he held it all the way back in, averaged into more, and it ended up being a bit of a mess. But if you have good knowledge about a company and there's a reason why you believe it could go, that's one thing. You have a reason for believing ELAB can go. Congratulations to you. I do not. Throw the super chat up from Dave. Dave Zed Siamese. It's just our good friend Dave from the show. Appreciate your super chats always. Cap lock free weekend. Swing trade of the day. Well, in this, everything comes up.
I wish we marked down these swing trades.
I know. It's going to be XOM, same as yesterday. Was it XOM yesterday? I don't recall. XOM with the May 15th, 170 calls. And
first of all, Dave, are these the ones that you're actually taking or are...
Just idea, not advice.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Well, it says
perfect.
Just idea.
There you go, perfect.
There you go. So you like some XOM. Well, Randy would join you. Oh, Randy.
Yeah, I don't mind that play.
I brought in the stupid cookies for Randy.
I'm still, just give them to me, because I'm going to buy them from you anyways.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean...
I got 2 in the...
Okay,
yeah, you take
perfect. Yeah, just leave them here. Okay, so right there, honestly, all right, you know what? Forget it. Instead of just saying, woe is me. I'm at 15s, and it went to 12s. So I'm just going to offer 10s now. And I already explained why, instead of punching out 7s, obviously that would be 3 cents difference, so that's not great. But I'm offering on, my headphones are just disconnected. Okay, I better figure that out, which is fine. I'll just get them going in a second. But I'm going to wait for 43.10 again. So here it comes. And if it hits me there, then we get out, and that's where we call the rebate. So we'll wait there as it is starting to go to the upside again. Look, Amazon, I like that break. I haven't traded it yet. I like that break short on Amazon. But right now, it's right at that level here, again, breaking through. So I'm actually now going to cancel. There's not enough time left for me to worry about that break. If something major happens in the market and Amazon somehow falls into this level, fine. But there'll be other things I'll be looking at that point. So there goes Amazon to the upside. So that's going to be a good look. I don't like it, but that would be something to look at right there on AMZN. Good call. Swarmer. I actually want to go long 66. No! I just missed that.
MR.
Oh, I like this 66 break there. 66.80s. Okay, it was this break. So that's too bad because I saw it in the chat and I was like, you know what? I actually like this trade and I wanted to take it. And so let's just talk about it quickly. It was that break right here, so it wasn't even 66. It was this little break there. I felt like we had bounced off the 200. We know about this stock. We know it can go. We were looking for a stock that potentially has some volume into it or at least an opportunity to move. Look what just happened to Swarmer. All the volume came in here. And the reason why I like this too is we saw some volume picking up into that print. And then there it is right there. So it wasn't even 66. It was this top right there, 65.40s. Break there, but there goes Swarmer up to 69. That's an all-time high there. So this name just got IPO'd, and you can see what it's been doing since said IPO, and it's been a roller coaster of a ride. Not too many days, about 2 weeks worth of data or 3 weeks worth of data here. Opens up at 12, just absolutely moons. These are the makers of, I don't know exactly the technology, but it's the swarming drones, and hence the name and the targeting attacks and whatnot. So anyways, up to $70 right there and turns around. Swarmer back down to that 66 and change. So I'm not sure it's looking good now. That was the break that I liked right there. I think, breaking back in to 64 looks much better than worrying about it now. The only problem with this name is, of course, even if you have your stop order, it's going to swipe. Like that 66, like right into here, just a couple price levels lower, is 64.50. So there's not too many shares there. I think you'd be very, very bold to try to trade this with 1,000 shares or something crazy like that. There's only 1,000 there at 66, another 2,000 at 60. So basically 3,000 shares right there. If that breaks, every single level, I know it's going to be hard to see because these are the colors, but if that breaks these 3,000 shares, then you're like, oh my gosh, there's almost no volume all the way down. This is $63 right there. And same thing for the upside. So you wonder why traders get stopped out and like go, they wonder what's going on. And it is that most of the time there's no liquidity. So when you have that, we talked about margin call, or whatever it is, and it hits your level, a lot of the time, even if it's not a margin call, if you want to get out here at a 66 break, and you have more than 500 shares, well, if you don't get this and you don't get that, then it's probably 50. See, like right there, where did that even go? And now you're panicking to get out. So that's just a little bit of a trade idea there for Swarmer if it does come back into 63. Amazon, of course, as I say that, falls right off the 200 period moving average again. Back in. So I don't know. Yeah, that's it. I just saw in the chat there, Tesla. Not bad. Look at these double tops. If anything, man, maybe even a triple all the way back into there. So 61, bang, bang, bang. So that would be a decent opportunity there. 61 or so there for TSLA short as well. Rug pull Monday, eh? Maybe. Well, I could see that. I mean, obviously.
You never know what's going to happen over the weekend. There was just in our ear. It's like Revolutionary Guard targets a data center in Dubai, and then.
Oh, that's right. I don't have my earpiece.
And like it was an Oracle headline. Oracle didn't even move on that. Like barely even heading into the downside here, holding the tops. I saw Matt Carnes in the chat said, "Why is nobody looking at Nvidia?" It's not. No one's singling out Nvidia to not look at them. Chart's going to be
177.
I mean, it's not really going to look anything different from the market,
Nvidia.
with the exception of the fact that, like AMD, it was able to break out the high just now. It's not a huge break, but it is going a little bit. It's a little bit top heavy. Like the thing is, you're breaking out into yesterday's resistance. Like we haven't punched through the absolute top. And again, with this low volume, do we like the follow through going in? That's one of the reasons why I went to SMCI. I'm just like, okay, well, if everything is going to try to go and the strong chip names are going, then show me the one that's not breaking, and I'll put a reversion trade on that. That way, if the market falls, good. If they fall, the other chip names fall, good. And if those don't do anything or even go up, at least this one's relatively weak, but it's not even going all that crazy. Realist, our futures open tomorrow, but stock market closed. Futures will be back open Sunday night. What time is it? 6 o'clock? So
yeah, it's 6 or 7.
Yeah, and then no Blue Ocean tonight either. Everybody, you'll get Blue Ocean opens on Sunday night, right? I know the futures do. Mm-hmm. Can you trade? I actually don't know this. I should know this.
We can ask.
Yeah, if we can trade here, real trading, you can trade it Sunday night. I would assume you can trade Blue Ocean Sunday night, but I don't actually know that to be true for a fact.
I'm pretty sure you can.
My guess is you can. That would have been interesting last night. That's for sure. I'm going to trading Blue Ocean. I don't know. I'm going to assume Obi was.
Yeah, he was.
Let's look. What was Blue Ocean?
What about a break right here? Of the 359. We have not broken it yet. So if we break 359 right here on Tesla, I'm going to play a weak hand right now, breaking lower on Tesla. In case this market, look what it's doing right now. We took an opportunity to get out. We talked about that on our TQ trade right there. We didn't get that very top. I was offering 10s, silly me. Remember, I was like, I'm not going to punch 7s. Save the fee. So there you go. So sometimes that doesn't pay out. And there it is right there. We take a 98 or so on a break back down below 43. Very, very light, man. You're talking about like right now, probably have 20% left on this trade. Just very light on the way up. But I don't mind that break on Tesla if it does get going. there. Just think that there could be some momentum into the close. We'll take it with half a unit and give it probably back up to 360, like $1 or so. That's where your 200. I mean, these really haven't meant anything. But if we're going to talk about what we've seen here on this top, I don't mind going short if we got back up here. That's a little far away, like 360.50, something like that. So it looks like we're going to try to play momentum break lower. Look at the market bouncing right now. Maybe we will eventually get our 42.10 area or 43.10 area. Nice bounce mark on the market, but look what Tesla's doing. It's like, no thank you, man. We're not doing anything on that. So we'll wait for that break right there of 59 and hopefully be able to cash in on that. So I'm thinking pretty positively there to be able to do that. So let's see if that does come through on that. And if it hits, great. If not, fine as well. Yeah, look, market is what it is right now. You already looked at ELAB. We looked at Swarmer. We can see if that's doing anything one more time here. Still battling that same level. This actually looks fine to me, right? I mean, how volatile it is and how these levels aren't holding. It doesn't seem like it wants to move too much here. So I don't mind that Swarmer idea.
USL's bouncing off VWAP. But
is it? I'm going to see if my
what is really, but it's still not really doing anything. Like, that's just the disappointment is, it's insane. Are we just not going to move? If this is what it's going to be, like, what are we talking about here? All of the volatility and then going into a long weekend and nothing distinct is happening. All right, let me just give a quick look at the early look. Snapchat's been in play on the locator a few times, but it's pretty cheap stock. So 1.8 million shares is nothing burger on Snapchat. SPIB is what? SPIB is, okay. Intermediate term. It's like this portfolio intermediate term corporate bonds. That could be interesting. FFAI, nothing burger. So pretty nothing burger for the early look, with the exception of potentially Snapchat. So nothing too crazy there. I was just saying in the chat, it would be a pretty big upset if Nike got green today, in my opinion. But you know what it did? I had one trade on Nike this morning for the short. Probably should have been two. But Nike, whatever. The market's trending up, so I guess it's just bouncing with the market. Good sign for them. I wouldn't do any celebrating right now just because it happened to bounce off the low. Hey, Nike, maybe you can hold the low for more than one day before you prove anything. Because you're right at 2015 levels here on Nike after earnings. Yeah, I wouldn't be too crazed about this, even if it probably needs to get to 45 bucks. Yeah, if it breaks 45 next week, then you can start thinking about a potential bottom. Gurev said they caught the long at 43 this morning. Wow, that's the low. Although, no, my thing says 42.5, that's wrong. Yeah, it's 43.16. 316, baby.
316, yeah,
always,
level. Always got to look
I don't
at
have
this.
the key, and Joe's not here, but if 316 gets set, I feel like you should just hit the button should get hit, but whatever.
Yeah. So, yeah, Tesla just bounces completely off 359 there. So we did not get short, but almost did. So there's that trade happening right now for TSLA. We'll see if it comes in. I think it will. I only crossed down 10 cents. Hopefully we don't miss it. If we do, we will reassess and probably just punch anyways. So I'm not going to change the key now. It's already in. So a break of the minute. So what I mean by that is the minute that a 358.99 prints, right? Then it should throw out an order for me at 359. Did I put 80? 358. 90s. So only 10 cents crossing down. So we'll see. Like, I don't want to cross down 20 or 30 cents. The next thing you know, like, that's the fill that I get and, you know, the move up. I think this could be a break and fake and then a break. So we'll see if there's enough volume. Like, there's so much liquidity grab on this name right now. It's actually pretty stupid. And what I mean by that, it's like they're just looking for orders. They keep finding them down here.
Microsoft here.
Is Microsoft? Yeah, okay. So just quickly, I'm going to go over to Neil for Microsoft, but there's another out right there on the Qs. Just noticing that that's, you know, another level right here at 43. So I'm going to put another offer there. We're still going to wait for our 10s, but that's the idea there. And while watching out for Tesla breaking, I think Tesla's going to break. So we'll have that trade on. And I'm going to give it a buck. So we'll see if we can make a buck, give a buck, make a buck here. Move going back higher. I got to get my earpiece in case.
Microsoft is bouncing here. Broke the high of the day. Still waiting for the headline here. But obviously, you can see this one going. I have the headlines up, and I have it in my ear.
That would help the market.
But, yeah, right through the high of the day. You would think it would. Microsoft has been a bit of a bear. Ooh, overhead A little bit of overhead resistance at 73. It looks like we've already ticked through that and pulling back in a little bit. But Microsoft, it's got some volume behind it. I wouldn't want to be blind on this, and I haven't seen the actual catalyst for it. Sometimes you could get like a minor story. That's the thing. And on a day where nothing is happening, you probably, I don't know if you'd want to chase in any normal circumstances, but certainly with like 30 minutes to go and not actually hearing a specific reason why this is going to the upside. I have it searched on X, and I've seen nothing for the last little bit, and we haven't seen anything on our radar. But Microsoft is catching a bid, and you know what? There's probably some shorts that need to cover this thing. Don't you think? I would think so. So if it's finally held the bottom, it would be, there's worse places it could bounce in the tariff lows, which is effectively where it's at here, and it's putting in a higher low. So Microsoft, maybe not my favorite name out of the Mag 7, but they've been beaten up pretty heavily. I don't know that it's cheap enough to call it a value play yet. You know what, I don't think it's cheap enough to call it a value play. The only thing in the Mag 7 that got into that territory, well, actually there's two of them, because both Meta and NVIDIA entered into that kind of value talk. Microsoft, for all of its doom and gloom, you couldn't even make that comment about them just yet. Yeah, and they're already starting to sell this back in. This is why you don't chase. It's Friday. There wasn't a specific story to be able to jump into, just saw that volume. Oh, there we go. Release AI models.
Release the hounds.
Yeah, but that's actually, I saw that AI model story from noon. Like, see this? I'm going to throw this up there because I just saw Jordan put this in the chat. But this headline's from noon. I don't think that's the reason it just spiked. Oh, whoa, something just happened? Yeah, nothing happened in USO, but that TMDE just went to the upside. So the prior bar hit. Once the prior bar actually broke, trimmed some at break even because literally nothing was happening. This is one of those where it kind of broke our trend, lost VWAP. It's like you're looking for it to flush, but it's not battle. Like this one is not, like battle was just different today and you can't replicate it. Should have just still been in battle, but I can't short this at the low of the day. But TMD is going higher. And that Microsoft, if that's the story that broke it through the high of the day, then as far as I'm concerned, that's what I saw at noon. There's a headline from 3 hours ago. If somebody reposted it or it got repackaged, I wouldn't be chasing it on that. That's what Adair says all the time. Oftentimes, if there's like nothing happening, like you might see like an old story get sort of maybe found again or just not repackaged, but like retweeted or whatever the term might be, and then you get a bit of a volume spike when the algos react to it. I guess it'll be good if it can hold up, but the initial move did get retraced pretty quickly, guys.
I'm looking to see if I can retweet this, but nothing's coming up yet. There was the talk, you talked about that with Eli Lilly, just 100% tariffs on imported patented drugs. Yeah. So I just went over to XBI there because I just heard it in my ear now, but I'm not really seeing anything hitting the news wires. So that's another one of those stories I believe is a little old on that. I'm getting a little bit of a headache. I don't know if it's starting to rain outside or what.
I wonder if it's raining
right now, it's been sort of wonky weather, that's for sure. All right, so I'm going to look at Tesla. All right, so still doing its own thing. It almost bounces again, believe it or not, off 359 again. So, I mean, this is why I'm only taking it with half a unit. You know, I think we can average it. Like if it comes back up and we get hit or we get in the position and it doesn't work, I think I can average in maybe another half unit or quarter unit up here at 359.60 and then use 60 as that exact break. But for now, it's nothing but flat trading over here right now. IBIT, I was still waiting, man. The mark that we have on our note today, on our sticky note, is 38.25. So that's not hitting. It does hit right there, unbelievably, but we don't have that trade. So we'll have to wait to see if IBIT wants to do anything today for me. Doesn't look like it right now, but there's 38.25. Very much like, yeah, everything's asleep right now. There's Bitcoin. What a range there for BTC. If we zoom in, you could just see just right here back and forth. So since basically 10 to 2, 10 to 3, you're 96 to 05 on IBIT in an amazing 6-cent range over the last hour or so. So not much going on there with IBIT. Yeah, what was up with that Pam Bondi? He just got rid of her, that's it? So Was there any reasons for that? I didn't see. Maybe I can check the
it's
news
not something
sources.
I follow.
I don't think that's anything that we would have to worry about trading.
It's not really going to move. For trading, it's not going to be that big of a deal, I guess, for some people. Politics are politics. I don't think that's
here's
the
the
big
story.
deal.
I don't know. Why is it saying
So why is
Kodak?
it high a day?
Is Kodak doing KODK? All right, yeah, so you're getting a big spike up for KODK earlier today. Eastman Kodak. Oh, yeah, that's right. They turned over all their all their factories over into this is a while ago.
Because basically it's just chemicals, right? So it's an easy conversion. That was during COVID they did that, right?
Yeah, or maybe a little after.
Didn't the government give them a bunch of money?
Yeah, that's what I was remembering. There was something about that. I thought they were going to, at one point, even get into Bitcoin or something. But there it is, $9 up to 11 and change. So that was the story. And then I guess right now, we had some up and downs there on this patent discussion there. So we'll clear that. I guess I'm just waiting for Tesla. But other than that, Amazon's still 209. Like, honest, okay, I might forget about this Tesla, man. It's 330 right now. It's really not doing what I want it to do. I think I'll be tricked. I'll cancel it. Hey, look, man, if it works out, it works out. But I was waiting for that trade, just didn't come through. Like, I wish I would have said long down there on Tesla. But Amazon, same kind of thing, giving just tons of fake outs. We were doing those lessons. It's like, what sets up a good trade or a bad trade? And it's just like, you know, if you take VWAP there, that's great. Do you get stopped out? I don't know. That was 13 pennies. Maybe you do. Seems dangerous to take that. Seems dangerous to take the 200 period. Both look like traps to me. You short in front of the 200 period, and then it goes up 15 cents, and it comes back in right there as well. So you just put this up? What is this?
I didn't put that.
Oh, okay.
That's not...
Iran spokesperson, okay. Military, so Strait of Hormuz will be closed long term. Okay, I mean, I think we know that, unless there's some sort of a deal, like we've been saying. And you can see right here, thanks for the headline,
didn't even move.
Andre there, or Fabian, but as you can see, it's not doing anything to oil, and I wish it would, so that we could have something going on there as well. We'll have Adara back next week.
She's back on Tuesday. She's on vacation.
She's on vacay right now. She's down there in the PEG. Okay, Disney, Texas Instruments, Disney,
out there
Ibis, Silver.
Oh, can I ask?
Just Winnipeg, just north of Minnesota.
That, you know what? Kodak's chart on the weekly, that's way more interesting than I would have thought. I have to credit where credit is due. Like, that's making higher lows. The 50 period moving average is flattened out. It's got a rounded bottom on it. I don't know if there's a short float anymore, but this is actually doing something. And to the viewer that asked me about UNH, I answered in the chat. Because the question was, are you interested in UNH here? I have swung UNH twice. One was flat and the other one worked. The answer is the easiest no ever. Flat out done with this thing. If UNH can get back to breaking the 50 period or start doing something with the moving averages, fair enough. Because like the last time it gapped to the 50 and was like a good 300 long, it rejected, if you pull this back, it rejected the 200 period moving average and was no good. Bounced off 300 again, but then it lost 300 and is now just holding underneath. Underneath the moving averages, underneath the breakout level, downward trend, yuck, yuck, more yuck for them. It just sort of is what it is.
This dude's not going to remember. Here, hold on a second. I want to put up a note right here. So, what's up, Prophet TT? I believe this dude's name is Adrian. All right, we got it. What's up, Adrian? We got to have. So we did have Sia is just not feeling that well. So we've had her pointed for this position, and we knew about this. Adara wouldn't be here this week, and unfortunately, it just didn't work out for us in getting Sia here over the last couple of days. So unfortunately, we did have a plan of action. We never want to leave you guys without the news. But again, anything that hits, it's just been a really light news day, to be honest with you. I mean, it was pretty good in the morning. I think we did a good job of covering most of that. But at the end of the day, it was not, nothing too crazy here this afternoon. And we still do have the news in our ear and everything like that. So,
Hey-o.
All right, what's up?
I like this super chat. I like this one.
Oh, this is my guy. This is my gold thong man.
Buddy, JKL, beers on me. Really liking the show. Great work this week, boys. Happy Easter. Back next week for more. We appreciate you.
Oh, and Sharif said if you send in a gold thong, he'll wear it as well. So if you want to do that, Sharif, He loves
Good
putting
for
up
him.
pictures. He loves putting up pictures of himself half naked. So we'll be able to.
You know what? We actually had a graphic for throwing at someone under the bus. Remember? Like it was like you could throw. It was like it was.
Yes.
The person.
Yes. It was very violent graphic. There, but did someone say beer? Yeah, you're right. What's up, Mike Peter
always
Ryder?
beer o'clock.
Right, thank you so much for that super chat. You've been a great participant in our chat, and it's been absolutely great. And you know, if I'm not correct, you had mentioned getting out of USO in a super chat earlier this morning. So I hope you got out in the pre-market, and if you did, that was the high. So, and then I know I'm correct. So you mentioned going long on to silver in the pre-market. So you flipped from oil, which was up here and is now down here, into silver, which is down here and is now up here. So that's a 1, and oh my God.
Oh my God.
And an awesome. So there we go, right there. We want to thank you for that. All right, another super chat. I will like this one.
Yes.
All right, so Green Bay Packers will win the. Oh no, we need the desk back. Which one? I tune it all day and helps me out. Which desk? Oh, Go Pack Go at the end.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up? There it is. So I don't know if you just saw me, man. We were hitting the Hydration Nation right there. So yes. Yeah, so again, the news desk, it's not, when you were talking about going back, it's not, Neil's going to show you a team that's never won anything before. So what I was saying there is that we do 100%. That's mine, by the way.
I know it is.
So there's that thing too, right? That's like the one devil. You got to have like Jim Kelly on one side and Josh Allen. They can talk to each other. Let's go. Yeah, that's or EJ Manuel. You don't want to have any of that on there either. But no, back to reality here. I don't remember what I was going to say.
It was news desk.
Oh, yeah. So we do have, so that's not going anywhere, right? Adair's just not here. And again, every time someone's off, we do have, stop showing that, man. Just makes them more empty. That's all. We're showing our deficiencies over here. We do understand that, and everybody around here. Okay.
Now we're just doing random.
That's okay. I like that. That's a cool shot. It is. You actually see how it's curved. You know, that is 28 feet by 13 feet, something like that. So that's our new screen.
You know what we need to have a poll for? And the answer the poll should just be yes. Should we have some kind of I don't know whether it's Mario Kart or some kind of video game tournament on that big board? Now, how hard can it be? I don't think it would be very hard.
Dude, I have a Switch. I have a PS5.
That's what I'm saying.
Fabian, can we hook that up to that screen or what?
We hooked that up.
Yes, Fabian said.
Right?
Fabian also asked me to have more jobs. He is not doing enough stuff around here, so he asked for some more work.
That shot's a little hot. See like the shine? See what happens when you
see how
do
white
that?
I was there? Put that back. I was like a ghost up in there.
Oh my goodness.
Casper,
it's a good thing I don't have the bald head. That would have blinded everybody. Are you crazy?
Casper.
Why is that so?
Yeah, man, if we put some Call of Duty on there, I'd be camping out and just nailing people on the Call of Duty. Or I could. What?
So
no, I don't know anything about that.
Fabian's asking us, do you know what to input?
I never even played Call of Duty, really. I mean, I played it with my kid. I would get.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, press to action? I don't know. Okay, no one can hear what Fabian's saying.
So basically what he's saying, there'd be a big time latency delay if we played.
But not
when it comes to latency.
Yeah, but if you're playing Mario Kart.
That's what I'm saying.
It would kind of suck.
Mario, no, I think it'd be fine for Mario. The latency might not be the greatest for the trigger games.
I don't know how big it is.
The latency?
How long is the wait? How much latency?
No, he's not. He's talking half a second.
Half a second?
On Mario Kart, that's fine. So anyways, I think that'd be awesome, man. Or we could play some FIFA on there, NHL, whatever, man. We could play
that
NBA.
wouldn't be triggering for an Italian fan?
NBA. FIFA? No, we're boycotting. Oh, you didn't hear about Italy? We're just boycotting the World Cup.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We purposely did not want to qualify there.
You know what the problem is?
We have morals.
All your best athletes are apparently running track now, so that the team doesn't have enough speed.
Exactly. We're just boycotting.
You know what you should check? Maybe they've increased spending money on track relative to football because it's
track and curling and the Olympics. I mean, how good were those Olympics? I mean, everyone's loving that right now. But Italy, unfortunately, shout out to all my Italian friends over there. Bad decision to boycott the World Cup, but they made that decision, and so we'll have to wait for next World Cup now. Maybe they'll be in the Euro
had
Cup.
tickets because remember, like if you there's certain people who bought tickets, it would have been Canada versus
Italy.
Italy was the expectation, which here that would have been that round by far the hottest ticket. And it's not to say that they'll still go for a grip.
Oh yeah, Bosnia. I mean, we have so many.
But it's not the same. There's
obvious.
bars in Toronto that are just like, this is not good.
Toronto is the second most populated place for Italians outside of Rome.
Because the game would have been Italy.
Yeah,
The Canada-Italy game was during Italy here in Toronto. It would have been monstrous.
It would have been. It would have been. Doesn't matter. That would have been. Doesn't matter for that. But yeah, to your point, very exciting there. All right, Fabian. Here we go, Fabian. Get over here, man. I got five. Here, where's my five?
Get him a mic.
Where's my wallet at? Oh, my wallet's in my other jacket. I know I have a crisp $5 bill up in there. There it is, Fabian. Here he comes. What's up, Fabian? How's it going, man?
This is Fabian, everybody.
Fabian, what do you got planned for Easter long weekend over here? Can I borrow some of your hair, by the way?
Some R&R.
Some R&R?
Save them for me, too.
I don't know. I was like, that is your hair? That you got all of them wrapped up over there on the side. Oh, my God. I need some of that. Just some R&R? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm still recovering from my...
Yeah, you're not feeling too well.
Yeah.
What, is there an Easter dish that's popular in your family? Or?
I think, like, on Friday, we're not supposed to eat, like, beef or something like that.
Right.
Like some
Fish only, yep.
Yeah, and that's about it. Like,
Okay.
I haven't done Easter in, like, I would
standard.
say, like a decade.
I know. I feel like that's the one thing that we're not doing either anymore.
I do have some younger cousins now, so maybe I'll go over to
something.
them and
Go
hide
hang
some-
out. Yeah, hide some eggs for the younger cousins.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
the most fun thing.
Yeah, just watching them,
it's
like,
the kids,
scurry
man.
around and be excited about it. It's a lot of
Because
fun.
we're talking about video games, is there any particular one that maybe you're playing right now?
Video games?
Or yeah, anything that you're, like, what are you obsessed with these days? Is it coding? Is it video games? Is it Claudebot? What are you doing these days?
Like, a lot of my friends have been playing Arc Raiders. Like, they've been trying to get me to play that.
Okay,
And
okay.
it's like a co-op game where you guys can, like, play against other players or play against AI.
Nice. It sounds like a jam.
But video games, I just been slacking, honestly. I've been watching more stuff than anything.
Yeah, YouTube.
Not doing video games is not considered slacking. It's it's the opposite.
When you look at my Steam library, it'd be slacking. I have so many games I
Oh,
bought. And
I want to
don't
thank
play.
you for telling me about that Neil.com site because now Erin, my daughter, is like constantly wanting to. She's on there.
There's always new
every day.
games. There's always
It's all
new
kinds
games.
of
The capture one's really funny.
All right. Well, thank you, Fabian.
Fabian update.
Anything else you want to talk about, Fabian?
Not really. No, I'm just coding back there.
You picked Bitcoin. You picked silver.
Oh, we're
And Dollarama. No.
Dollarama's
It's introducing Fabian. This
Oh,
is the guy
Canada.
here.
yeah. I mean, long term.
Oh, and you're a big Oscar guy, movie guy.
Yeah, I love movies.
Yeah. So this is supposed to be a big year for movies. 26. Is that wrong or am I?
We have like Avengers coming out. That's gonna be big for Disney. I don't think.
Spider-Man.
There's more Marvel.
Mandalorian.
We have Dune Part 3 coming out at the end of the year.
And what you're going to watch soon.
Oh, Hail Mary.
Thank you. Project Hail Mary.
I gotta see that. But anything else? I'm excited for like some horror movies coming out later on in the year.
Okay.
Whatever's ready to be fun and unpredictable.
Good. Yeah, Fabian was telling us that he has like a pool where they make predictions about what will be nominated for the Oscars and what
That's
will
the way
win,
to go.
and they do it ahead of time
Yeah.
before it's announced.
once
So that's kind of fun too. All right, Fabian, thank you so much for that, and thank you for the $5 super chat. And if you super chat like $100, maybe I can get Ramin over here, but I don't think
That's a rare.
That's a rare. That's like getting that rare Pokemon card.
Shiny.
There, yeah, and then I could do like a little quick 5-minute interview on Ramin.
No, I'm just looking
over there.
I'm trying to see what she's eating over there.
She's going like this. Needs more than $100.
She's got chips.
She's got the
Can't
Miss
tell what
Vicky's.
kind.
No,
Miss
not only that,
Vicky's
she's
chips.
got dip too.
And
I
she's
believe.
got goldfish
Like,
crackers.
what is? Are we
Goldfish
actually running a
crackers.
show over here?
Yeah,
What are
she's
we even
eating
doing
goldfish crackers. Dude,
right now?
in this entire time that we've been talking about this stuff, we've basically gone nowhere. The market's literally not moving. I know you know that because you're looking at the cues right now. No, we're not. We're just going sideways. We have 7 minutes to the imbalances. I'd tell you that there's a bunch of exciting stuff on the early look, but if I took a snapshot of the early look imbalances 30 minutes ago, it would be the same snapshot that you see today with Snap at number 1.8. And a whole lot of nothing else. Hey, LUV's there at 1.3 million. I think it's a bit of a nothing burger.
Oh, yeah,
Let's
the
throw up
imbalance
the super chat because it's
another super chat.
It's Tesla.
Oh, Tesla.
Tesla, side quest investor. Yeah, Tesla. Well, it's not at the low of the day, so I'll give you that. It's exactly the same range back and forth, down 5.5. If you're brand new and you just literally are tuning in right now, then you don't know Tesla missed on delivery. So despite the market almost going green, Tesla's closing near the low of the day. Thank you for the super chat.
Can you open up your imbalance locator for a second?
I can.
You see the new version?
I'm not in the new version.
I know, but you see the difference?
Uh-oh, that's not good.
It does not mark down the .NQ or anything.
Well, that's why, people have to log into the new version, test it out to make sure it's good, and then put a ticket in.
Now I have to put a ticket in for that. But anyways, okay, that's fine.
Screen grab. Make sure you screen grab that.
Yeah, I gotta do it. I'll let someone else do it.
Kind of useful information.
Yeah. Anyways, okay. So one thing there about that. Okay. So yeah, that was our imbalance locator, and we already talked about this, man. We are at here. We're gonna find out who's making all the money at Real Trading in a second. I'm gonna call that up. But that's the thing at Real Trading. We are on a prop floor, and the software is completely proprietary. So these imbalance locators, everything that we're showing you, are all made here in-house, yada yada. So you can't just download the software and start trading it. You got to be with Real Trading. This is who made all the money yesterday. Whoa. Slow down there, Chachi. Okay, here it is right here. All right, so yesterday, this is this right? What is there a date on here? Somewhere. I feel like this is the same as the day before, but okay. We're scrolling. I know it's a lot of scrolling here. All right, 19,000. I just thought I saw a lot of 11,000s yesterday. Oh no, we had a blue ocean in here, didn't we? Okay. Yes. So there it is. Yesterday, these are the markets that they traded, and this is the dollar denomination in US. So yesterday we had a top trader around here make 20,000, and this is everywhere across Real Trading floors. So there was a trader that made 19.9, 11.11, Canada. Like this is the thing about markets, right? I mean, even though we don't trade them here on the show, we're just trying to show you different opportunities in different markets that people trade here at Real Trading. We will trade pretty much what our audience wants. So Canada names, if you want that, you can put them in the chat. We also have entitlements to trade Canadian names. Amex as well, Amex, NASDAQ. So pretty boring there yesterday. By market, though, we can check out by market. So, all right, so we have Hong Kong right there. Someone made $3,400 there. You talked about Blue Ocean last night. Not huge, but still pretty good for Blue Ocean. An Australian market there as well. Shout out to the LSE. Canadian Stockholm market there, not Syndrome. There's the LSE. Wait a minute, LSE IOB. Oh, those are our futures, I believe. And then there's LSE there, the normal Turkey market. There, somewhere where I should have gone. There's 750 right there for the Turkish market.
No,
only some of us smart enough to go there.
I'll just shave it all off. USO, this is USO on Blue Ocean. I mean, I don't know. I thought if you're a Blue Ocean trader, maybe, I don't know what the liquidity is like on USO, because usually you hear the Blue Ocean traders say NVIDIA, Tesla, that's where you want to be. But, I mean, 9 o'clock, right? Like, what time was the president's address? At 9. Look at what happened at 9 o'clock. Right at 9 o'clock, this went absolutely ham, straight up. One candle on a 3-minute, $4, little pullback, then another one, then it just trended higher. So, this is why you see someone out there. I'm sure there is a trader that just waits around, well, not waits around, but doesn't have to wake up too early in the morning. Maybe they have a second job, and then they come in, and then when there's something happen in the evening, maybe it's earnings or whatnot, they just trade Blue Ocean and call it a day. But that was pretty good. And you knew there was a catalyst. That's the other thing. You knew the president was speaking. Thank you, Golf Franchise. Your thoughts on Tigo? You think we can make a run to 103? Well, you must own the stock if you're saying we. Like, I say we with SoFi because I own the stock. Like, it's just one of those. You're like, yeah, can we get higher? Like, that kind of thing. What? This is a $79 stock. Okay, now we're being
zoom out.
That's oddly specific for this chart. Like, first of all, why 103? Let me just go to a monthly chart. I always try to zoom out even further here. Okay, now this makes more sense. You always have to zoom out further. I'm like, why are we talking about 103? Because you had some resistance going all the way back to 2014. Well, if you ascribe to the breakout, at least there's levels here. Like, it's a clean break there, and if you get through 81, there's nothing till the 103. Wow, that is a gorgeous looking monthly chart. I mean, the trend is your friend to the end when it bends. The next resistance is 103. Like if I can't remember the last time I was in a swing that was that clean to the upside. I'll tell you that much. But if it was, I just have a trail on it somewhere and be letting it go. Like that's, how many months in a row is this even? Like this is from February of 2025. There's one red month. Elsa said it best. Elsa, let it go.
I like that stock.
Let it go. That looks absolutely fantastic. On the monthly, it takes some patience, but like it's a high time frame winner. And you know what? This is a perfect example of when something's going down, you don't need to have the bottom. You don't need to have the low. You can just take it when it holds a moving average. And when it held the 50-period moving average on the monthly, there's one that pulls back in, bounces 1, 2, 3 months. 3 months after it showed support on the 50-period on the monthly, you had to grab it. That's a recovery play, not let me guess and catch a falling knife, Nike. If Nike does something like that 6 months from now, then sure. We just had the imbalances come out. NVIDIA is a buy, punching out flat of SMCI. That's the first thing I did. Apple is a buy of 2 million. Nike is a buy of 1.5 million. Tesla is a buy of 1.3 million. Seriously, Riven, you're a sell of 1 million shares. Like everything else is a buy, you got to be a sell. ASTS, 1.1 million to the buy side. ONDS, 1 million to the buy side. So overall, you know it's going to be buys. What is a SVC and why is it 20 million? Oh, it's a $1 stock. But I don't know what it is, so I'm going to call it up. SVC, 20 million to the buy side. That's not moving. What is this thing? This literally does not move. Oh, it moved the last 2 days. This might be something here. I'm going to double check. Probably an index action on that SVC. There's no reason why it'd be 20 million shares when it's done 30 million if there wasn't something happening.
I'm going to, I wonder if there's something in here, because I just sent this to our, because it doesn't show the dot and Q or whatever on here. It's fine. Like I know that that's Rivian. It's just so much, you know, it's in our nature to see that dot and Q there. I guess so. If I click, yeah,
then it doesn't really matter.
It's no big deal. Just missing that. And I wonder if it's in here somewhere. If I do the customization, I'm wondering if it's going to, filters. Oh, daily movers. Okay. You can make your own. We showed this before. You can make your own filters and anything like that. Put up like whatever stocks you want in here so that Neil has that and so that you have your own watch list. Yeah. This is for the imbalances, but you can have whatever you want right here. So there's NVIDIA. We talked about that with a little bit of a buy to start off with. All right, well, we do get our fill. So bang, 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 bang. Patience pays right there because there's the fill, man. And oh, wow, okay. We still got a piece on, so this is good. There it goes, right into the close. We didn't have a huge piece, so we weren't too worried about it. Plus, the market didn't do anything. But hey, if you're going to take one trade, we took this with you guys at 2 p.m. There it is, right there. Rate fell right into our lap. We did not do anything with Tesla. We did not do anything. It does not break that 359. I'm glad we looked at it, but unfortunately, no trade there. Well, fortunately, actually, no trade there, because if we would have had a trade, it might have been the wrong way. It did not break 359. And then Amazon as well bounced off that level of 208.50. So with no market tomorrow, we want to thank everybody for watching and hope everyone has a fantastic Easter and a happy 15th anniversary to my lovely wife. I have no idea if she is watching.
Today?
Yeah, that's today. Yeah.
Oh, why didn't you say anything? Well, you didn't.
I did.
So happy anniversary. Happy anniversary, man. Congratulations. 15 years. It's not chump change. Crystal, we looked it up. It's Crystal.
That's right.
Remember we looked it up this week.
Yeah, I don't even know who that is. Crystal? Maybe. Oh, a gift of Crystal.
No, the gift that you're supposed to.
Okay.
There's no supposed to. It's the whole traditional wedding gift.
Yeah,
or anniversary.
5 years, like wood or something like that.
They're all kind of whatever. It's just an excuse to get you to spend, because then you get into the theme, and once you do it, you got to keep doing it.
Sure.
We have another super chat. Vincent, do we get this?
So Vincent. No.
17K on Fly.
Wow,
today.
that's a
good
Fly.
stock to day trade lately. Thanks again, Team Trader TV, and see you next week. Fly. I saw them. Was on the Midday, I saw people talking about Fly, but not one that we had covered. Wow, that's a little continuation.
I'm just going to get out of this.
What was the lesson that we were doing this morning?
Key areas.
Some key price levels. Look at where this closed yesterday, and look at the initial move. Like if you don't get the first move, look at what happens. There's the first move. You missed that. Consolidation. Break it and break the close simultaneously. So you don't have to be early. Sometimes you can be I don't want to say late to the move, but you don't have to take the first fill. By the way, this SVC, there is an action on it. It's the S&P Total Market Index. It's an upweight, but it's a weird one because this says 17 or 18 million, and it's already a little bit larger than that. So about the expected on the imbalance. So I don't know, I kind of popped into it, and we'll see. Like, if it goes, it goes.
Boom.
Trying to get more.
Nice.
And it might actually go into the auction, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah? Okay, SVC.
Punch in. Oh, because my quote was slow.
There you go. There you go. All right, everybody. We just got 26s right there on the TQs, so this is a huge move to end the day. Getting the NASDAQ positive, getting the ES positive, and we go bullish all day today, it seems like. Anyways, we started off the morning with a nice downside trade there on the TQs, or sorry, on the NASDAQ right there, and the market was down 2%. At its lows. I believe maybe even lower when I talk about the NASDAQ. And then like 940 hits, and it just took off. And we really didn't look back, right? I mean, sure, it faded out, but you know, the move really was held up there. Didn't even come close to getting back to VWAP today. Holds down 24,000 basically there on the NASDAQ. 24,000 is almost exactly where VWAP is. And what a great sign here today to close where we are. To close now up, break through the highs of the day. We're long, so we're 70 cents in the money now on this trade. And there it goes, man, right there to the upside. So we're pretty happy with the way we presented this out. We did go short early, man, short there. And then, like I said, right at 940. And we did that little chart there. The minute that we broke that pre-market high, probably could have been an indicator for me to scram on that, and we should have. And there it goes straight up to the upside. We don't even get long until it breaks through 42.50, and then that's when this fund started. And then we reloaded it. We got it there. We reloaded like bunch there, another reload, another one, to end the day at the highs of the day. So we have another amount of shares to put out. So we'll offer some 30s and see if that ticks out. But yeah, man, with only 4 minutes left, happy Easter to everybody. Thanks for all the well wishes there in the chat. And
you know what's
that's
weird
that.
about this? I don't remember it being Easter because I remember your wedding.
Well, Easter always changes.
I guess it changes so much, so that's why I don't make the connection.
Why is Easter so early this year? I'm not sure.
It feels like it's insanely early. Just one quick note, that SVC did pair off half of it. So it's supposed to be 17 million. It was 19. It's now 10. It's already, in my opinion, it's already made the pop. So that's it. Like, that's your imbalance push. I'd be surprised if it ended higher. Didn't even get the fill there. And I didn't put the order in. I was like, I'm just going to jump out of it. I could have put it into the auction, but I didn't even get the order in. And it's continuing to pair off. So when you see something like that, like 20 million shares, not chump change, it had done 40 on the day. It did go. I missed the punch through 11 or 21s. I sat there and crossed up at 20 and got something, but didn't get the punch at 21. But sometimes you'll see these random ones come on the imbalance locator. Nike is going to still be a buy of 1.2 million. So it's actually good news that it hasn't paired off on Nike and it's going to close at the high of the day. But I'm not convinced at all on Nike. I will come in next week thinking the exact same thing that I did today, which is if I see it holding VWAP underneath, then I want to be short Nike. Sorry, they're just not doing it for me.
Yeah, okay. Just seeing here, nothing really hitting on our scanners right now or anything like that as far as news is concerned. We could have a quick little look at the broader markets just to see where we're closing out at. And whoops, I just closed it. What a day for the markets today. We just talked about that comeback. And you can call it a comeback, I think, today. I mean, it was a good day for the markets, almost despite whatever sector you're in. I mean, obviously, something's going on with Tesla. We saw them miss out on their deliveries this morning. So that's not...
I think 10,000.
I know. It was a 10 or 20. I don't know. But anyways, not a huge number. Yeah, not something to be worried about, that's for sure. But there it is right there, Tesla down. Some of the manufacturing, these guys were hot fire yesterday, so they're going to be down a little bit there today. Still think you can pick up any of these names, Lam Research or anything. Caterpillar, anything in that space. I know Lamb's different than Caterpillar. Looks like we get a little bit of a downside play here in GE today. That's about it from the tech side. Oh, you know what we didn't look at all today? I mean, what was Micron doing? I know we looked at it earlier. 365, okay, I think earlier on it was at 340s and change there, so that's Micron. Nice move all day. Sandisk as well. I mean, I'm surprised with the NASDAQ blasting higher. These things aren't green yet. But SNDK, okay, SNDK is definitely green. That's almost going to take out all-time highs again of $800 momentarily. And the other one would be WDC, Western Digital. So Micron, the red name out of them all. And WDC today.
Netflix.
So, yeah, what did that do?
98.6, 3% up. Bye-bye Netflix, 100 next week. So we'll look forward to, hey, everyone watch their Netflix this weekend with family, and maybe that'll give the bump to the stock. Probably not, but the 100 break is incoming. That's right, it's not split adjusted, so I'll zoom in so you can see the double top we got going on. We just retested it at the beginning of the month, last month I should say. So the new month and the same level, and hopefully we get that breakout. You do have one risk though. Anything can happen over the weekend. It's a long weekend. Of course, everything comes with the caveats that we are always one headline away from being back down 3% and not talking about these breakouts. Got excited about breakouts a couple of weeks ago, and the same thing happened. But who cares? The closing bell, last one of the week, brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. Shout out to them, 3X daily leveraged ETFs. Let's ring it right about now. And then everybody can celebrate first a happy anniversary, 15 years. I mean, come on, 15 years.
That's pretty good, not bad, not bad.
I like that key. We don't use that key enough. You know what? I don't hit that key.
I don't even have that key.
Because these are little Bitcoins. And Bitcoin been crap. And Bitcoin gets bullish again, then we hit that key a little bit more often. And then, of course, everyone have a happy Easter, so appreciate you guys, and you certainly enjoy the weekend with family.
I want to thank everybody for the well wishes. Thanks, Neil, for that as well. I got to get out of this TQQ trade. And then that was a good one. So I only have a small piece left. I was seeing if it was going to rip up there at the end of the day. Here's the NASDAQ, just to show you guys so we don't have to worry about it.
Oh, come on.
All right, no, I'll just offer,
get a shot.
I'll just offer 30s and get out. Yeah, this is okay. I don't have that many shares. So there it is. We'll get filled at 30 right now. Now, there it is. Okay, so we're out. There. Yeah, exactly. So we are now out of that one. And yeah, thanks everybody. Have a great Easter. NASDAQ positive, ES positive. I mean, could not have thought that was going to happen this morning when the market opened up and started to head lower.
Who knew?
On that. And then we didn't even have too many crazy headlines today, other than the fact that maybe the Strait of Hormuz will be open up. There was a charge for passage, and we'll see if that holds over the weekend. And hopefully no more crazy situations. Well, there will be, but nobody.
Hopefully no boots on the ground. Like, that's no escalation. Let's have a happy Easter and enjoy it.
Yeah, happy Easter to everybody. And all right, good one.
Go Michigan.
Go Jays. Go. What is that tonight?
Well, no, it's
it's the
Final Four.
Final Four. So
it won't be till the weekend. It'll be Saturday and Monday. Why do they do Monday?
They've always done Monday.
I know,
but
it's like they always do it on the weekend, and then for the national championship, they do it on the Monday.
I keep forgetting that today's Thursday.
It's Thursday, so go
Thursday
Jays,
night,
but let's go Michigan. I'm kind of pulling for that.
I'm too tired.
All right, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Rest up, enjoy the weekend, go hide some eggs, do whatever it is that you do.
Easter.
We'll see you Monday, not tomorrow, Monday at 8 o'clock.
Bye.